To begin with, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Azam Malik, Managing Director of Ejad Labs and co-founder of Future Fest, to deliver the opening note. A round of applause as we welcome him on stage.
थैंक यू बेटा, बहुत शुक्रिया बेटा। बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम। मेरा नाम आज़म मलिक है, जैसे उसने बताया, और अपने नाम से ज़्यादा मुझे आजकल मेरा जो हवाला है वो एक मैं एर्जिश का फ़ादर हूँ, और सिर्फ फादर नहीं, प्राउड फादर। तो आपका बहुत शुक्रिया, आप तशरीफ़ लाए। आज दूसरे दिन की ओपनिंग है और ये फ्यूचर फेस्ट का चौथा एडिशन है। अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह हम 3 साल से पाकिस्तान को डिजिटल पाकिस्तान बनाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और इसमें किस हद तक कामयाब हैं ये आप लोग बताएंगे, आपकी मौजूदगी हमें बताएगी। आज का हमारा थीम है गो ग्लोबल, और गो ग्लोबल से लोग समझते हैं कि मुल्क से निकल जाओ, अभी जाएं यूरोप अमेरिका शिफ्ट हो जाएं। कतन इसका ये मतलब नहीं है। यहाँ बैठ के आप दुनिया भर से कमा सकते हैं, यहाँ बैठ के आप दुनिया भर से मौके ग्रैब कर सकते हैं। सिर्फ सोच ग्लोबल करनी है, खुद नहीं जाना। और जो लोग जाते रहे बेचारे, कितनी जाने हमने ज़ाया की, हमारे नौजवानों ने, जिन्हें ये शऊर नहीं था कि दुनिया एक ग्लोबल विलेज बन चुकी है। हम यहाँ बैठ के किसी अमेरिकन, यूरोपियन, दुनिया की किसी भी कंपनी में अपना वो हिस्सा ले सकते हैं जो हमारा हक है। और एक बात मैं पूरे दावे से करता हूँ, ये मुझे यकीन मेरे बेटे ने भी दिलाया, और उससे पहले मुझे इकबाल के एक शेर से यकीन आ चुका था कि खिरद को ग़ुलामी से आज़ाद कर, जवानों को पीरों का उस्ताद कर। तो जब मैंने अपने बेटे को देखा कि वो मेरे मुल्क के लिए जो कर रहा है, ये सारे ख्वाब मैंने देखे थे। मैं शायर हूँ, लेकिन ख्वाब देखना शायद उतना अहम नहीं होता जितना उसकी ताबीर करना अहम होता है। तो मेरे उन सारे ख्वाबों को मेरे बेटे ने उसमें रंग भरे, उसको ताबीर दी, और इस मुल्क के लिए उसने जो कुछ किया है वो मेरा ख्वाब था। लेकिन अगर आप सब दोस्तों को ये पता चले कि जब उसने ये कंपनी बनाई थी तो तब उसकी उम्र 18.5 साल थी। अगर 18 साल का कोई बच्चा ये सोच सकता है कि मैंने इस मुल्क का इकोसिस्टम जो है टेक्नोलॉजी का, उसको दुनिया भर के बड़े इकोसिस्टम के बराबर लेके जाना है, तो सोचिए कि एक बाप को कितना ही फ़ख्र हो सकता है। और जब उसने कंपनी बनाई थी तो तब मेरे पास इतने पैसे नहीं थे मैं उसे सपोर्ट कर सकूं, तो मैंने उसके लिए अपनी गाड़ी बेच दी थी, हर बाप की तरह। कोई ख़ास काम नहीं किया था, हर माँ बाप कर रहे होते हैं अपने बच्चों के लिए। तो तब वो गाड़ी 10 लाख की बिकी थी, और ठीक 3 साल बाद उसने मुझे फॉर्चूनर गिफ्ट की। और तालियां तो बनती हैं इस पर बच्चे इसलिए नहीं बजा रहे कि हमें भी लेके देनी पड़ेगी अपने वालिदैन को, यही है ना। तो बेटा ये तो करना पड़ेगा, जिन्होंने पूरी ज़िंदगी आपके लिए लगा दी हैं, उन बच्चों से मेरी दरख्वास्त है कि आपने अपने माँ बाप के ख्वाब पूरे करने, क्योंकि आपके ख्वाबों के लिए उन्होंने पूरी ज़िंदगी आपको दे दी। तो ये गाड़ी जब मुझे मिली तो मुझे बहुत खुशी हुई कि मेरे बेटे ने मुझे, लेकिन इससे भी ज़्यादा मुझे खुशी तब हुई जब पता चला कि फ्यूचर फेस्ट के जो 3 एडिशन हुए हैं, उसके नतीजे में पाकिस्तान में $200 मिलियन से ज़्यादा की इन्वेस्टमेंट आई। ये कितना बड़ा फ़ख्र है कि एक बच्चा रशिया जाता है किसी कॉन्फ्रेंस पे, और वहाँ उसे यांगो का सीईओ मिलता है, वो उसे कन्विंस करता है कि तुम मेरे मुल्क में लॉन्च करो। और जो हमारे मुल्क के बारे में बताया जाता है, आप सबको पता है, हम उतने बुरे नहीं हैं जितना दुनिया में बताया जाता है। तो इसका हमारी इमेज बिल्डिंग कौन करेगा? आप लोग करेंगे। और सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स के लिए इतना आसान हो गया है, आपका हर कमेंट ना सिर्फ आपकी शख्सियत साजी कर रहा होता है, बल्कि आपके मुल्क का इमेज भी बेहतर कर रहा होता है। तो अभी तो इतना आसान है अपना पैगाम पहुंचाना। तो जब इतने पैसे पाकिस्तान में आए और पाकिस्तान का इमेज बड़ा हुआ, मुझे भी दुनिया में कुछ ममालिक में जाने का मौका मिला, तो लोग फ्यूचर फेस्ट की वजह से पाकिस्तान को जानते थे। तो मुझे लगा कि इस तरह के इवेंट, इस तरह के एक्सपोज पाकिस्तान के लिए ऑक्सीजन है। जहाँ पे एक्सपो होगा वहाँ कारोबारी सरगर्मी जनरेट होगी, वहाँ इन्वेस्टर आएंगे, वहाँ फ्रीलांसर्स आएंगे, वहाँ टेक एंटरप्रेन्योर आएंगे। तो वहाँ से देखने वालों को लगता है कि लोग मिल रहे हैं, घूम रहे हैं, लेकिन आप लोग समझते हैं कि इसका कितना बड़ा इम्पैक्ट है। हज़ारों कहानियाँ जन्म लेती हैं। एक कहानी ग्रैनीज किचन की है, जिसने 25,000 से फौजिया बदर ने फ्यूचर फेस्ट से अपना काम आगाज़ किया। यहीं पे उसे आज़ाद चाय वाला मिला, उसने एक वीडियो बना दी, वो वीडियो वायरल हो गई, और आज 1.5 साल के बाद वही कंपनी 1 करोड़ रुपया महाना ऑनलाइन कमा रही। ये वो कहानियाँ जो हम तक पहुँची हैं, लेकिन सैकड़ों कहानियाँ इर्द गिर्द जमा हैं जो शायद तारीख में कभी रकम होंगी। तो फ्यूचर फेस्ट का मकसद ही ये है कि आप लोगों को इकट्ठा करना, और जहाँ भी 2-3 लाख लोग इकट्ठे हो जाएं, लोगों की ज़िंदगियाँ बदलना शुरू हो जाती हैं, उनमें वैल्यू ऐड होना शुरू हो जाती है। तो कल आपने अर्जिश की बात सुनी, उसका विजन मिशन मेरी सोच से बहुत बड़ा है, लेकिन मैंने इरादा किया कि मैंने अपनी शायरी पीछे कर दी, मैं सहाफ़ी था। मैंने कहा अगर आपके घर में आपका बेटा इतना बड़ा सोच रहा है और गो ग्लोबल की बात कर रहा है और मुल्क का तशख़्ख़ुस बेहतर कर रहा है, तो मैंने उसको ज्वाइन कर लिया। वो फाउंडर है और मैं को फाउंडर हूँ। ये रिवर्स मेंटरशिप की एक मिसाल है कि आप अपने बच्चों से सीख सकते। जो वालिदैन बैठे हैं उनके लिए पैगाम डायरेक्ट मेरा मैसेज है, और जो बच्चे हैं उन्होंने वालिदैन को बताना है कि अगर वो भी अपने बच्चों को फॉलो करना शुरू कर दें तो ना सिर्फ ये मुल्क बदलेगा बल्कि दुनिया की हर चीज़ हम बदल सकते हैं। जो यूथ दुनिया में चौथी बड़ी फ्रीलांसिंग कम्युनिटी बन सकती है बगैर किसी सरपरस्ती के, सोचे वो क्या नहीं कर सकती। रुकावटें ज़रूर आएंगी, लेकिन ये सारी आपने खुद अबूर करनी है। जिस तरह अर्जिश ने की, जिस तरह नईम सिकंदर ने की, जिस तरह हज़ारों नाम मैं ले सकता हूँ, शाहिद जोया ने की, अभी डॉक्टर अफान कैसर आ रहे हैं, वो अपनी बात से दुनिया बदल रहा है। उसकी बात की इतनी ताकत है कि 40 लाख लोग उसको फॉलो करते हैं। तो सोचें कितना आसान है। अगर आपका करैक्टर है, आपके पास कोई नया आइडिया है, तो अभी सोशल मीडिया पे डालें, शाम तक कोई ना कोई अनवर खान जैसा बंदा आपको आके आपके सर पे हाथ रख देगा कि मैं तुम्हारे साथ हूँ। अभी कामयाबी कोई मुश्किल नहीं है। हमारे दौर में आइडिया उठा के फिरते थे, कहाँ बताएं, फोरम नहीं था। अभी हर बंदे की जेब में फोरम है, मोबाइल है। इसको सिर्फ एक गैजेट ना समझें, ये पूरा चलता फिरता आपका कारोबार है, पूरा जहान है। रेहान अल्लाह वाला ने पूरी ज़िंदगी लगा दी कि आए हर पाकिस्तान ऑनलाइन 1 लाख रुपया महाना कमाएं, तो लोगों को समझ नहीं आई किस तरह कमा सकते हैं। रेहान भाई कहते हैं कि हमारी बच्चियाँ हमारे बच्चों से ज़्यादा समझदार हैं। शायद बच्चों को ये बात अच्छी ना लगे, लेकिन वाकई समझदार हैं। वो कहते हैं उन्होंने दुनिया भर के खाने यूट्यूब से सीख लिए हैं, हमें यूट्यूब से कारोबार करना नहीं आया, क्योंकि हमने कभी गौर किया ही नहीं। आप अभी लिखेंगे मैं 1 लाख रुपया महाना कमाना चाहता हूँ, तो 100 ऐसी वीडियोज़ आ जाएंगी जो बाकायदा प्रैक्टिकल बिजनेस है, जिन्होंने यहीं से कामयाबी हासिल की। और आपके इर्द गिर्द सैकड़ों लोग ऑनलाइन कमा रहे हैं। किसी एक को रोल मॉडल बना लें तो ज़िंदगी बदल जाएगी। जो भी लोग फ्यूचर फेस्ट में मौजूद हैं, मैं दावे से कह सकता हूँ कि तारीख आपको याद रखेगी कि आपने इस तरह के एक्सपोज को अहम समझा। आप वहाँ नौजवानों को अप्रिशिएट करने के लिए गए, आपने उनकी बात सुनी, उनके आइडियाज़ को सपोर्ट किया, और यही आइडियाज़ आगे जाके एक मजबूत मुआशी और मुस्तहकम मुल्क पाकिस्तान बनाएंगे। और अगर मैं एक शेर में एजाद लैब का और फ्यूचर फेस्ट का विजन मिशन आपको बताना चाहूँ, तो वो शेर मेरे जहन में एक आ रहा है कि किसी भी गुल की हक तलफी ना होगी अब गुलिस्तां में, किसी भी गुल की हक तलफी ना होगी अब गुलिस्तां में, मिलेगी खुश्क फूलों को भी शबनम, देखते रहना। बहुत शुक्रिया, अल्लाह हाफ़िज़।
A wonderful introduction to the aim and objective behind Future Fest, Mr. Azam. Thank you so much. Now, let us proceed warmly welcoming Hunain Shahid, a proficient management consultant, CEO, and founder of Strategy Outcomes with primary experience in the Middle East. A little on strategy outcomes, they focus on expanding across global borders as well as regulation policies. He will be our moderator for the segment A Fireside Chat on Fintech. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause.
Hello everyone, I would like to introduce myself, Hunan. I've basically worked in the UAE for about 7 years, mostly in consulting. Fintech consulting is something I've done a lot. Glad to introduce the speaker for today, who is Shakur Ran. He has more than 2 decades of experience in the UAE. He runs a company by the name of Finmal. He has done a fair bit of financial strategies innovation in the past 2 decades. Would love to invite him and hear more about how he has innovated in the past 2 decades, and would love to hear his thoughts on this. So, Mr. Shwak, if he could come on stage. So thank you so much for joining us. If you could just take us through your journey. You've been in the UAE for more than 2 decades, 27 years, done tremendous work in FinMal and other advising other global financial institutes. So just take us through your journey and some snippets.
Wonderful. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. It's an honor and privilege to be here, Hanan. Well, as you know, my name is Muhammad Ashfaqur Rahman. I'm the founder and CEO of FinMal. Besides, I'm also advisor to some of the financial institutions and startups companies. So I come purely from a background, which we call it like corporate background, So I've been a banker, I've been into insurance world, management consultant and advisor. Industry-wise, I've been also associated with Islamic finance, and I've been in Dubai for the last 20 years. So out of 27 years of my experience, so 20 years have been in Dubai. Well, I'll connect with the real experience, which in the interest of the audience, So from an entrepreneurial journey perspective, So I've been in corporate world where I failed myself, honestly speaking, twice, not once, twice, in the corporate world. And where I failed was actually, it was a big institution, I wouldn't take the name, but I failed on 2 words actually that made me think whether am I in the right place or not. And they were innovation and entrepreneurship. So I figured out, when it happens first time with me at one institution in Dubai, I realized that, in fact, I was in Pakistan. So briefly I was in Pakistan for a couple of years with this institution. So I realized that if you are somebody who wanted to be very creative, innovative, and want to show as your entrepreneurial mind, So, but be it MNC or be it local institution or corporation, they would not let you test or experiment, So by design of these institutions, you are not supposed to fail, So these institutions are risk averse. So this was once that happens with me, and I realized that maybe I made a blunder. I'm not right fit for this kind of institution. But then it happens again, so I joined the next institution, again a big institution, financial institution. Right after 8 months, I realized that the shareholders did not have any interest in this venture, So, and the reason was actually the size of this institution was around 500 million or maybe $200 million, kind of size of the company. And end of the year, the profit would be in few millions dirham or dollars, But what happened was, I figured out the shareholder, the 7, 8 shareholders of this company, they had other businesses as well. So I was trying to understand why they don't have any interest in the company and why are they not interested in making this institution regional or global. So I could clearly figure out, these people had businesses elsewhere, manufacturing, automotive, other than financial institutions, And with this financial institution, they were just getting a few million as profit, and then that profit has to be, divided up among 5, 7, 8 these shareholders. So I felt okay, well, if somebody actually buy a unit in Burj Khalifa, he could make more money than having this company and with a plethora of issues end of the year like litigation and then the team of 100 people. So that was a call where I realized that innovation and entrepreneurship in a corporate world is a flop idea. So I'm sorry if someone wants to disagree with that, but that's my experience. You could have a different experience, But I personally, I came to conclusion like 6, 7 years ago, after failing twice on entrepreneurial world and as well as on innovation world, that corporate world needs people just to conceive strategies. Even formulation of strategy is not your area, so don't try even to become a champion or hero, because your peers would also not like that. So that's where this idea of FinMal came. And at the same time, because being in financial institution, I realized that it's a very one-sided kind of a push thing of the product rather than actually solving or fulfilling the need of the people, their financial needs. So that's where like I felt like, okay, I need to do something. So it's very interesting. I wrote, I had a stick on like in front of me, and I was sitting actually doing some work, so, and that thought was striking again and again in my mind. So I wrote on that piece of paper that now or never, So I told myself that I don't want to regret the age of 60s or 70s, that I wish I could have taken a plunge, I could have done something. So that's where I decided, okay, enough, right? Yeah, so that's where I founded FinMal, which is a fintech and insurtech venture on a mission to simplify financial services to make people's lives easier. A little bit more on this FinMal, I'll speak maybe later. Yeah. So.
Sure, thank you for that detail. You took the leap and definitely it paid out to you. But then there must have been some moments where you said that I might have gone back to the corporate life. So tell us about those moments and how you fought against those. How were you resilient in those moments?
Yeah. I think, as Steve Jobs once he said, the dots could only be connected in the past, So at that time, first of all, I was well prepared. I knew, I read, I studied, I was educated enough, experienced enough, and knowing this corporate world where I'd been involved in startup operation in different countries, So I was aware of that. I would have to go through the bad world like us, yeah. So, and I was prepared for that. But you're right. Sometimes, no matter how much prepared you are, you still get to a point where you think that you made a mistake, right? This happens with everyone, So in startup world, we call like valley of death, So it's right after the hype when it finishes, like maybe after 6 months or a year down the road, and you realize, what have you done? And then everybody, your family, your friends, they would show their faces, and you would be tested to the deepest of your strength, Lucky enough, the dots I mentioned was for the reason. I was in grade 8 when my father used to wake me up early morning, So he would ask me actually go and run, like, right after Fajr prayer, go and run. So that day onward, I built this habit of, waking up early in the morning and going for a morning jog or run, So those kind of attributes sometimes helps you actually in the long run. So the resilience, perseverance, patience, all that came throughout that moment, And as I mentioned before, that I am fan of marathon. When there's a choice of sprint and marathon, I would pick marathon more than the sprint. The reason because marathon would define who you truly are from your character perspective, from your belief system, from your patience, and from your learnings, the past learning. So startups are always about marathon, It's not for light-hearted people, It's for people, those who could, dare the danger, head on.
Absolutely. So talking about like on more about financial strategies and connecting your experiences to it, like you advise a lot of global startups and financial institutes. I've done the same. So a lot of fintech founders that I've worked with or am I working with, so resilience is one thing, but when they are on the verge of a burnout in terms of cash and they need to make a decision whether to exit, whether to raise more funds, the funding climate is not, it's very hostile these days. So what is your thought and opinion to such founders who are innovating in the finance sector through neobanks or fintechs in payments or any other vertical for that matter? How do they keep resilient in a very hostile funding climate?
I think it's more to do with the character and the resilience of the founder than the expertise within the financial services industry. So in our case, for instance, like FinMal, we are now a 6-year-old company. So this company was actually established right from scratch, nowhere, nothing was known. And I remember also like this. Mark Zuckerberg. He says ideas are like you don't have like everything formed. So it's with the passage of time things get shaped up. So similarly, we didn't know actually. But what I'm trying to say is that 6 years up to this point, we have survived COVID. We have survived, all kind of the setbacks that anybody can have, like in startup world. But we are still hanging in. So how are we hanging in? In fact, my first focus has been always on one thing, and that's the customer. So if you are able to satisfy, help customers, that's your fuel, that's your engine. We have stayed away. In fact, we have dragged ourselves away from taking any external funding at all. So we are self-funded, bootstrap company. We onboarded like 11 financial institutions as our partner. We have paying customers. We are at a takeoff stage, So we are well known. We were awarded as the best fintech company for SMEs recently in Dubai at the GITEX under the fintech search. And we've been all over, like from Europe to Far East to Middle East, So thanks to Allah. So short answer to the question is, see, if you are doing, first of all, whenever you start thinking or you start receiving this message of, you shouldn't have done it, right? At that point, you should ask yourself, at first place, why did you start? So that why has to be carefully understood. It has to be, like, if there's no why, there's no purpose of what you're doing actually, then sooner or later you're gonna die, You're gonna quit. And quitting is is a bad idea for an entrepreneur. I mean, I just give you example of Jeff Bezos of Amazon, So I'm sure many people would already know that. For 9 years, they did not make even a single penny. For 9 years, they did not make even a single penny. And today's time, by the way, I have a little discomfort with VCs also, So they would say, okay, grow at every cost, hyper growth, So I'm not fan of that. I believe your business model should be sustainable because sooner or later you will die, So Jeff Bezos, he kept pouring in money with loans, with family money, his own money, and he had this thing actually in mind, he would believe he would build something wow. So similarly, if you are not that kind of person, then the easiest route is that, okay, on your keynote or PPT or whatever, pitch deck, just go and raise, make people fool, especially the first 3 fools, which is common in startup world, and then keep raising, and then that's it.
Right, definitely a good piece of advice. How to stay vigilant, bootstrapped, FinMal, surviving, not only surviving but taking off. So how are you integrating now? The innovation is happening out there. AI is disrupting how neobanks or banks operate. So what are the key areas where FinMal, for that matter, number one, will implement these key, let's say, AI strategies to innovate, better customer experience, credit scoring is happening and already in the banking sector, robo-advisory is there. So all these different sectors are being disrupted by AI. So one, how will FinMal adopt to these? And then how should neobanks or fintechs go about these strategies?
Yeah, that's a great question. So at FinMal, what we are trying to achieve is actually we're trying to serve generations by fulfilling their lifestyle financial needs at every stage of their life. And this is such a big dream, such a big vision, and it's nowhere possible without getting involved with AI. So AI is at the core of our everything. Two things are pretty close to FinMal. One is the customer, the end user, and the second is the technology, the advancement of technology. We were having just a chat just early on, So we were talking about generative AI. I would actually take it further, So I'm talking about the agentic AI, which is even further more advanced technological, solution or pieces. So within FinMal, we have tools such as robo-advisor that involves, AI pretty much, which helps people like with their personalized financial advice, Then we have a tool like gamification that helps people with their uplifting their financial literacy, financial inclusion, like these young people, like we educate them how to budget, how to save, how to spend, how to protect, and how to invest. So those tools. Similarly, another example is how many people use credit cards here? Just raise your hands. Credit card, okay, not bad. So we also help people like yourself make money with your credit card. So that's another product that we are working on. And how we do it, so I'll just connect with open banking and open finance also here for a moment. So what we do is actually we read the spending behavior of the user through their open banking. If it's not available, then we use it like the statement, the physical statements, credit card statement, bank statement. And by reading, we get an intelligence that this person is spending money, which area, so we categorize them. And at the same time, then we scan the universe of the cards in that particular market, After doing that, we also get an intelligence on the existing card, number of cards or card that the person has, And then we using like this algorithmic power, we get an intelligence that, okay, so this person is spending maybe more money on groceries, whereas he is spending, he has a card that offers him more of air miles on travel, right? So we help this person getting connected with the right kind of card. But that's not only that. We are taking it to the level that next time when you're going for like shopping or maybe going for like coffee and you have multiple cards in your pocket and you want to buy this coffee, so our engine or tool will help you choosing the right card to use so you benefit from that card rather than like randomly choosing any card. You see, it's all about literacy element. Literacy in anything, be it digital literacy, financial literacy, and even in Quran, Allah says like, ilm wale aur bagair ilm ke barabar nahi ho sakte. So this is such a beautiful and powerful verse that really always excites me. We pay price for ignorance. When we don't know anything and there's also hadith, by the way, that when you shop something, at least go check 2-3 places, and then you shop. Yeah.
So definitely one of the ways we can improve is, of course, adopting these financial strategies. But definitely a lot of audience listening to you want to know how to adopt these strategies. For example, embedded finance, open AI, of course, open banking, of course, is one of them. So how do they use these strategies in their current neobanks or fintech applications to boost, especially with respect to agentic AI?
Yeah, I think it all comes back to what your core product is, what problem, your real problem you're solving, Because if you're solving a problem in terms of decision making, that people are able to make informed decision while availing financial products, then there's a different technology stack that you require, And then in terms of your adoption of that technology, again, is a different, because sometimes you need to be in rush, and sometimes you need to take time. So, you don't want to be like early part of the curve to actually be early adopter, so you would prefer to be a laggard, otherwise you might caught up in a bad situation,
Sounds good. So again, with adoption of these strategies, we are also exposed to a lot of risks. Banking is a very regulated sector. So are the neobanks. Even if they're using open banking APIs, that data is very, very, it should be private, and those confidential rights should be maintained. So how do you think this innovation, especially with respect to open banking, will, pose risks to regulations and other areas ethically that we need to take care of?
Well, this is an area actually that has impacted us also, So financial services are very heavy regulated industry area. And we were impacted because of the certain regulatory changes, So innovation and regulation, there's a conflict between the both, So regulations always lag behind innovation, it cannot be a situation that you already have laid out all the regulation, and then the next thing is that you are coming up with, the innovation. So innovation always take the first step. So what happens is when you are not aligned what is already actually in the market in terms of the regulation, you could still be an agile or innovative company, but first of all, you need to get aligned with what existed in the market, and then keep a room for like ongoing, maybe joining sandboxes, maybe that is another option of testing something absolutely new. So from a data privacy regulation, it's an area where your company could be broken in like no time, because of the regulation. And in UAE, actually, we have witnessed like company going out of the market within like no time, only because of the certain regulatory changes, that took place. So you need to really, really be super careful when it comes to regulation. Another example is of Binance, So I think the CEO was penalized not for his work during his tenure. In fact, something that happened in the past, And it's so scary sometimes that how could you ensure that, from day one you need to be compliant, even that thing doesn't exist, like from a future innovative product perspective. So it's a tricky part, but agility is something that would make things easier, because compliance and regulation keeps evolving and changing, So you need to keep abreast of what's going on in your surrounding in order to be able to actually comply. From a data privacy perspective, with cyber security issues and like cyber threats, it's becoming now nearly very, very challenging for financial institution or fintech companies to stay compliant and stay away, or maybe away from these like threats. Sometimes actually you receive kind of notification and messages that it sounds like it's real, but they're not real, and you end up paying money. Like we have seen scams in the UAE and different places, so where people like accounts are wiped out like within no time. But they also make mistake, because these like codes like OTPs, so they put themselves like in those, require whenever they are asked to actually put in. Yeah.
Correct. So now zooming into the next 10 years, how do you think the evolution is going to take place? We've already discussed how the technologies are disrupting, but let's say 10 years or 15 years down the lane, how do you see FinMal? What services are being provided by a human as opposed to AI? And then how do you think the overall scenario will change? Because the banks are sure that they will go branchless. The new banks have innovated to become, they will include the agentic AI element where the decision making will be done by a bot from the consumer end, from the bank end as well. So a lot of these areas are going to change dynamically. So the fintech founders need to also understand how much of a piece will they outsource to agentic AI, and what landscape will change in the next 10 years, starting with FinMal. What services or suite of services do you see yourself offering? Will they increase or will they decrease in nature?
Again, it's a wonderful question. I would say, it's a light, on a lighter note. So we also underestimated, sometimes the power of, the user. So we thought like, we were coming up with fancy kind of products, like fully digitized, automotive. Interesting enough, it takes 20 seconds to get like car insurance quote across different companies on our platform. And we felt like, we cracked it, like, we were over the moon, right, But sooner after, like, we realized that the ground reality was different. People don't care, like, So to answer your question, actually, the biggest driver even for the next 10 years is like, these users. If they are not up to the speed, if they don't want to be, served with the lightning speed or with their own like way of, getting served, then no matter like how beautiful tech you bring in, it's not going to change. But my personal view is that it also varies from market to market. For instance, like in places where you have 97% mobile penetration, where you have, highest internet user base, it's pretty easier. The government is involved, like in a smart government initiative, so everything is being done like over the clicks, there, the outcome or the prospects are pretty, strong. Whereas where like you have this internet latency or internet speed issue, on the one side you have Ferrari, on the other side you have a bumpy road. So you cannot drive Ferrari on a bumpy road. Perhaps you could have like this Corolla or Toyota or whatever, like, Honda cars, that's more useful for that. So that's the right analogy for that. Again, it comes back to the, the kind of ecosystem environment we are. But one thing I would personally like to see is from a perspective that for like Pakistan is the payment, like like you order like bread in the morning, eggs in the morning. Why do you pay cash, You should be able to actually pay through tap or through POS terminal or through WhatsApp, That's, I would love to see it like happening here. And that would absolutely change the dynamics and the landscape here.
I was actually coming to this question which you just answered, that specifically now focusing to Pakistan, how do you think the dynamics will change? You just answered that why are we still using cash to pay for our breakfast. But other than this, how do you think the banks, the legacy systems, will they adopt to these changes, especially with respect to how Gen AI and agentic AI is being implemented across the fintech and the banking space? And then finally, my question is, how do you see Pakistan should, not how it will, but how it should evolve in the next 10 years?
The financial institution, I'll give the analogy of elephants. So you know how elephants are moved? If you want to move with power, you cannot move elephants. Does anyone know what is the trick for elephant to move? Does anyone know what is the trick to move an elephant? No? Okay, I give you, okay. More specific, there's a specific food. That's right. So here you go. You see? So that's the right analogy. Now, I'm relating this with these financial institutions. They would have never changed even, like if they were not put in a kind of corner. So they have been cornered by the external forces like digital adoption and in other industries like the digital transformation taking place. So again, I would go back to, again, the user. So these are the people actually who could actually change anything, And then they can get support from the fintech companies, who are like agile, who are super fast, So with collaboration, actually, we can win all of us, the user, the financial institution, big institution, regulator, and small fintech companies as well.
I think on the user end, we've already proven some success as far as e-commerce payments are concerned. They're on the rise. A lot of people are paying Uber through cards. Similar is the case through food delivery apps. So let's say if there's a WhatsApp like WeChat in China, if you can pay through an app like that, I think the users will adopt in Pakistan. But then again, how the system works in their favor, how the financial institutes adopt, I think that's going to be the key as well. Thank you very much for your time. It was extremely insightful. If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. Okay, so thank you again for your time, very insightful. I hope that we can implement and adopt the strategy that we've discussed, and thank you again.
Thank you very much for having me. Thank you for everyone listening to us. Thank you.
A very insightful session there and some thought-provoking opinions, Mr. Hanan and Mr. Azam, thank you. I'm seeing a little lackluster in the audience. I'm aware Lahoris begin their day at 2, 3 p.m., but come on guys, wake up, all right? And we hope you're enjoying these segments as much as we are. Our next session is from Haseeb Khan, Vice President of Technology at Texcell. With his extensive expertise in driving innovation and shaping technological strategy, Haseeb has been a pivotal figure in advancing Texcell's vision. Please join me in welcoming him to the stage. A huge round of applause, everyone. Show some energy.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. So, can we have the slides? First of all, it's been a great pleasure here, being fourth time on this stage in a row. So I thank Future Fest for giving me this opportunity. And this session, by the way, anyone who does not understand Urdu here? 1, 2, how many? It's okay? Oh yeah. Okay. So ये जो session है, ये primarily students के round है, who are going to enter in the tech space soon. और इसका end का portion जो है वो towards experienced लोगों के बारे में भी है कि what are more opportunities in the tech space. So yep. So I am a developer by myself. I have been into this space for over 20 years now. So that's my toString. toString is a computer science function that when you call it, it gives bio of the person or anything about the object. So my full name is Mohammad Haseeb Khan. People call me HK. I am the VP of Technology and founding member of Texcell. Texcell is a software company that started from a university lab with 4 people. Now it's a 1,000 people company. And this has all been done sitting through Pakistan from a university lab. So if Texcell can do it, anyone can. I am the chief evangelist of Better Tech. Better Tech is a channel which hosts podcasts, talks, web series, and everything. And I do hosting there as well. You can check it out. I am an intrapreneur, not an entrepreneur. इसके बारे में भी हम थोड़ा सा बात भी करेंगे आगे. What's the difference between the two? I do active speaking. I do volunteering stuff a lot. Besides that, I was rated as the top developer in the world by Odesk in 2010. Besides, I won the first Chief Software Architect competition, which is a global competition, having software architects from all over the world. So I was the winner of that as well. So मेरा role Texcell में project management, acquisition, delivery support इन चीज़ों के round है. और I have worked on projects for Yahoo, AOL, Intuit, Groupon. इन सब के projects के ऊपर I have been lucky enough to work on that. मेरा interest in enterprise and emerging technologies में है. इसके अलावा I have done my BS honors from Government College, second batch 2004, and then I have done my MBA from LSE. Texcell की ये कुछ चीदा highlights हैं. We won the most innovative app award from London Financial Times. Besides that, our first customer who was working with us on the day 1 is still our customer. So out of these 16 years, they still work with us, which says a lot about quality of the work that we do. Besides, Pakistan में software sales का कोई trend नहीं था. मतलब लोगों के मामे चाचे बाहर होते थे, वो फिर business भेजते थे, फिर project बनता था, deliver होता था. Texcell was the company who, under the leadership of Umair Javed, who is the CEO, set up the first institute in Pakistan, जिसका के focus software sales पे हो. And now that people are following the footprints, we are taking it to the next level, and he is the man behind that whole vision. And we are looking for people to join us in this. Besides that, we are also doing an AI incubator, जिसमें AI startups को भी incubate, and then we take them through the journey. So, students की अगर बात करें तो जब आप मैट्रिक करते हैं पाकिस्तान के अगर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में बात करें तो आपके पास कुछ चॉइसेस होती हैं. स्पेशली अगर आपने साइंसेज पढ़ी हो या आर्ट्स पढ़ी हो, बट यू हैव टू मेक अ चॉइस विद योर करियर. डॉक्टर भी बनते हैं लोग, बड़ा ज़बरदस्त प्रोफेशन है ये. रिश्ता विश्ता बड़ी जल्दी हो जाता है, लड़कियों का भी लड़कों का भी. उसके बाद अगर ये ना हो तो कुछ लोग फाइन आर्ट्स करते हैं, आर्टिस्ट होते हैं, कुछ इंजीनियरिंग करते हैं. दीज आर इंजीनियर, वो फैंसी वाले जो इंजीनियर होते हैं ना, टोपी वाले, और वो सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियर नहीं कंप्यूटर वाले, बट सही इंजीनियर जिनको लोग कहते हैं. कुछ लोग जो है वो अकाउंटिंग एंड फाइनेंस पढ़ते हैं, CSS भी करते हैं बहुत सारे लोग, वेरी नाइस, सीधा कलेक्टर बनते हैं आप। आई मीन इट्स अ बिग थिंग, नीली बत्ती वाली गाड़ी मिल जाती है, यू नो, ग्रीन नंबर प्लेट, एवरीथिंग। फिर बिजनेस एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन की भी एक कुछ फील्ड होती है, ये भी बड़ी ज़बरदस्त चीज़ है। तो यू कैन ज्वाइन दैम एज वेल, बी द बिग ब्रदर। बाकी जो फिर कुछ जो लोग बच जाते हैं मेरे जैसे, वो कंप्यूटर साइंस भी पढ़ लेते हैं। इन सब में से जो कुछ बच जाता है ना, वो कंप्यूटर साइंस पढ़ता है। बेटा, तुम्हारी फुप्पो का बेटा फेसबुक में काम करता है, उसकी $2 लाख सैलरी है, यू एंड अप इनटू कंप्यूटर साइंस, मैनी ऑफ द पीपल। अच्छा, उसके बाद भी इनमें से कुछ बहुत सारे लोग बच जाते हैं, वो क्या करते हैं, वो कुछ भी पढ़ लेते हैं। कहते हैं बेटा कहीं दाखिला नहीं हो रहा, चलो आओ कुछ भी पढ़ लो। तो वो भी एक कैटेगरी होती है। अब सिंस एवरीवन गोज थ्रू दिस, मेरे ऊपर भी ये मतलब जर्नी तो आई थी, आई हैव बीन थ्रू इट, सो आई वांटेड टू बी दिस। ठीक है, आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू बी अ मीडिया पर्सन, हमेशा से, बट आई एम द ओनली सन इन द फैमिली। 3 छोटी बहनें मेरे अब्बू कहेंगे बेटा तुम्हें गोली शोली कोई मार देगा, मैं क्या करूँगा, वगैरह वगैरह। एंड आई डिड नॉट एंडेड अप बीइंग अ मैथ्स गाय। आई एंडेड अप इनटू कंप्यूटर साइंस विच वॉज माई सेकेंड चॉइस। तो इस फ़ोन को आप देखें, एप्पल का आईफोन, यहाँ से निकल के मेरे हाथ में आ गया टू बी अ डेवलपर। सो नॉट ऑलवेज यू get to get your first choice or your first love, लेकिन you end up doing well if you are passionate enough. So this was just a story to tell you कि अगर आपका एडमिशन किसी जगह पे नहीं होता या किसी डिसिप्लिन में नहीं होता, it's not a bad thing at times. यूनिवर्सिटी से ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद जब आप स्टूडेंट होते हैं तो आपके ऊपर थोड़ी सी चीज़ें आपको थोड़ी बहुत पता होती हैं। जब आप ग्रेजुएट होते हैं तो आप कहते हैं मुझे सब पता लग गया है। फिर आप जाते हैं, थोड़ा सा आपको रियल लाइफ एक्सपोजर मिलता है जहाँ पे लोग आपको कुछ बताते हैं कि आपको कुछ नहीं पता, एंड देन यू बिकम एन एक्सपीरियंस्ड पर्सन जो दूसरों की हेल्प करता है। ठीक है, तो दिस इज़ द टिपिकल जर्नी। अच्छा, अब अज्यूम करते हैं कि आप यूनिवर्सिटी में गए, अपने प्लान के मुताबिक सब कुछ हुआ और आप ग्रेजुएट हो गए। ग्रेजुएट होने के बाद आपके पास क्या चॉइसेस होती हैं? जॉब कर लें, ऑफिस जाएं, टाइम पे आएँ, काम करें, वगैरह वगैरह। ये पता नहीं क्यों, इज इट वर्किंग? इसको फिर मैनुअली या तो फिर आप आगे कर दें। इट्स आई थिंक इट्स, हाँ जी। दूसरा है ये अब्बे का बिजनेस। ये चॉइस अगर मेरे पास होती तो मैं यही कर रहा होता। जिनके पास है ये बहुत अच्छी चॉइस है, इस पर सोच लेना चाहिए। फिर फ्रीलांसिंग भी आजकल बड़ा एक इन ट्रेंड है, जिसमें आप देखें बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं, बच्चा रो रहा है, पीछे कोई तोड़ रहा है, उसी में आप कॉल कर रहे हैं, एंड आई मीन यू हैव टू नेविगेट स्टफ। फिर हमने आजकल ग्लोरीफाई स्टार्टअप को भी किया हुआ है। मैं बड़े आलू छोटे आलू अलग अलग करता हूँ, मैं स्टार्टअप खोल लेता हूँ। ये भी फेज़ आता है लोगों पे, तो ये भी एक चॉइस है, लेनी चाहिए। इसको हमने बहुत ज़्यादा ग्लोरीफाई कर दिया है कि मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनूंगा। मैं इसके स्पेलिंग भी नहीं आते किसी को, लेकिन लोग कहते हैं मैं एंटरप्रेन्योर बनूंगा। तो थोड़ा पढ़ के आप अपने एक्सपीरियंस के मुताबिक इस चीज़ को करें। तो अज्यूम करते हैं कि आपने अपने करियर में ये सोचा कि मैं जॉब करूंगा आगे। नो, नहीं जी, साथ छोड़ दिया इसने जी। ऑफ कर लिए, ऑन, ओके। आप फिर मैनुअली इसको चला लें या तो, हाँ जी। अच्छा जी, तो जब आपका जॉब के बाद आपका कंप्यूटर साइंस में करियर स्टार्ट होता है ना, तो पहले 2 साल तो आप ना कोडर होते हैं। कोडर होता है जिसको छोटे मोटे काम करने आते हैं, नीला कर दो, पीला कर दो, लाल कर दो, डिलीट कर दो, ये कर दो, वो कर दो, ये कोडर होता है। 2 साल बाद आप बनते हैं प्रोग्रामर हु नोज हिज स्टफ। छोटे मोटे प्रोग्राम बनाना, डेटाबेस से डेटा निकालना, ये वो इस तरह की चीज़ें आपको 2 साल बाद आती हैं। उसके बाद 3 साल बाद बनते हैं आप डेवलपर, जो कस्टमर की नीड को समझ के सॉफ्टवेयर कंपोनेंट में मोल्ड कर सकता है या कर सकती है चीज़ों को। ठीक है, ये 3 साल बाद जाके फेज़ आता है। फिर आपके करियर में एक मोमेंट आती है जहाँ पे यू कैन बी अ सॉफ्टवेयर आर्किटेक्ट, अ सॉफ्टवेयर डिज़ाइनर, और अ डोमेन एक्सपर्ट। लेकिन ये चीज़ 5 साल बाद, 6 साल बाद जाके आती है, 6 से 10 साल में। 10 साल के बाद आप मैनेजर बनते हैं। ये जर्नी है किसी भी सेन सॉफ्टवेयर हाउस की जहाँ पे पाकिस्तान में ऐसे लोग काम करते हैं। दिस इज अ टिपिकल पाथ। ये तो बहुत बड़ी मसले की बात है। जब 10 साल में आप किसी को कहेंगे कि यार इधर आओ ज़रा ये काम कर देना, मतलब बड़ा शेम। 4 साल आपने पढ़ाई की, 10 साल आपने काम किया, फिर ये ज़िंदगी में मौका आया है कि मैं कहूँ कि यार आओ ज़रा ये काम तो कर देना। बहुत मुश्किल है ये तो। आप देखते हैं कि जब बच्चे ग्रेजुएट होते हैं वो क्या सोचते हैं, मतलब उनकी क्या सोच होती है। जो रिसोर्स आता है ना यूनिवर्सिटी से, वो सीधा डेवलपर ही आता है। वो कहते हैं सर मैं कस्टमर की रिक्वायरमेंट भी समझूंगा, आप घर जाएं, आई डू एवरीथिंग। यहाँ से काम शुरू होता है। उसके बाद 3 साल बाद वो आर्किटेक्ट होता है ऑटोमेटिकली। वो कहता है सॉफ्टवेयर डिज़ाइनर भी कुछ नहीं है, डोमेन एक्सपर्ट को तो कुछ आता ही नहीं है, सॉफ्टवेयर आर्किटेक्ट से जो है ना ज़रा अच्छा टाइटल है तो ये मैं लेता हूँ। फिर वो बनता है मैनेजर 3 साल बाद सीधा, कि अब तो जी मैं ये होना चाहिए। इसके बाद क्या होता है, जब करियर यहाँ पे तो ख़त्म हो गया था लास्ट स्लाइड में, फिर ये बनते हैं लोग, बिल गेट्स, इलॉन मस्क। लड़कियाँ अपने आप को शेरिल सैंडबर्ग भी समझती हैं। शेरिल सैंडबर्ग बाय द वे वाज द एक्स COO ऑफ फेसबुक, so she ran the show for Zuckerberg, he was not the guy, she was behind it. अच्छा इसके बाद क्या होगा, 10 साल बाद ज़िंदगी तो ख़त्म नहीं होगी, फिर क्या बनेंगे। This is the most powerful person on earth, ठीक है। तो this is the true picture which I have seen after doing thousands of interviews. तो ये लोगों के जहन में होता है, but people who understand and appreciate the fact they can do better for themselves. टेक नेक्स्ट करेंगे जी, फिर इधर से कर दें आप। अच्छा जी चल गया। अच्छा आप इधर बहुत सारी बात सुनेंगे, AI की भी सुनेंगे, इसके बाद आप ब्लॉकचेन की, फुल स्टैक की, इन सब चीज़ों के बारे में बहुत ज़्यादा आपको मौका मिलेगा बात सुनने का। वैसे कर दें फिर इसको आगे चला दें, इफ़ इट डजेंट वर्क। हाँ, मशीन लर्निंग है, डेटा साइंस है, इसके अलावा फुल स्टैक डेवलपमेंट है, IoT है, ऑगमेंटेड रियलिटी है, डेटा साइंस है, ब्लॉकचेन है। ये सब चीज़ें आपको ना अपने करियर में कहीं ना कहीं आपके साथ इंटरसेक्ट होंगी। बट इन सब में से जो सबसे मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट चीज़ है ना, वो है फाउंडेशन। तो आपने सोचना ये है कि उन सब चीज़ों के पीछे एंड पे चलता एक फॉर का लूप ही है, या इफ़ कंडीशन चलती है। जिनको उसका पता है दे कैन डू बेटर फॉर देमसेल्व्स, बाकी तो सारा उसके ऊपर सिर्फ रंग रोगन है। तो people who are studying, they should focus on increasing their foundation. चला दें यार इसको, अगर चल सकती है तो। अच्छा, करियर चॉइसेस में आजकल के जो डेवलपर्स हैं उनके पास ये सब चीज़ें हैं, फ्रंट एंड, बैक एंड, मोबाइल, UI UX, टेस्टिंग, डेवऑप्स, नेटवर्क्स, ये सब चीज़ें आप कर सकते हैं। दे आर ऑल इक्वली गुड डिसिप्लिन्स, बट द थिंग इज दैट यू हैव टू बी मोर देन एवरेज ऑन दिस। ओके, so I would say I would stop here. Any questions, I'll be happy to answer. No questions? Okay. Thank you very much for having me. I hope it was an insightful session. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we are thrilled to welcome Umar Farouk, co-founder and CEO of Possibilities, a leading platform focused on bridging the gap between talent and opportunity. With his innovative approach and passion for empowering individuals, Umar has played a key role in reshaping the tech landscape. Please join me in welcoming him on stage, and we encourage you to ask questions. A round of applause, please.
Hello. Well, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I am Umar Salimi, a corporate trainer and organization development consultant. It's really an honor to talk about a very important and crucial topic, the sustaining businesses in emerging markets. So I would truly like to keep this session a highly engaging. For example, if I ask from you, like what truly makes a challenging to sustain the business in emerging market? What do you think? So can we have a mic? So what do you think? What truly makes the business a real challenge to thrive in emerging market? Anybody would like to share? Anyone? Yeah, please. So can we have a mic, please? Yeah, please. So many people are doing the same things. Like there is a lot of the competitors. So yeah, you can be the right. It can be the one thing. Anyone else would like to share, please? Yeah, please.
Finding the target audience?
Finding the target audience. Okay, so you need better clarity and need a better direction to put the all resources over there. Yeah, it can be.
Environment instability and political instability.
Yeah, it's a very important factor, like a political instability, economic problems. So all definitely will be surrounding around you. So anyone else, last opinion? So please. Either.
The biggest challenge is, I think, making your customers find you.
Making your customers?
Find you.
Find you, right. So there's a push strategy and there's a pull strategy. So it's a very difficult to pull the customers towards you. So most of the things like the businesses normally do, like as you said, it's a very difficult in an emerging market to set apart as compared to the competitors. As you said, truly right, most of the businesses follow the push strategy to follow the clients, but very few know how to innovate and how to pull the target audience towards the business. That's a truly a great thing. So if I share with you a little story of a rise and a stumble of Careem in Pakistan. So it was a 2015 when I used to live in Islamabad, and I saw a billboard, a big billboard. I was traveling from Rawalpindi to Gujarat, and I saw a big billboard in a way, and that was a very strange slogan. And at that moment, the Careem was actually launching the business in Pakistan. So I surprisingly saw the billboard and asked to myself, what is that? What is that? So is it a Careem, a very strange name? So after a few months, that basically the Careem slogan became a talk of overnight in every family, in every event, and the mobile app was actually a part of everyone mobiles, smart ends. And that was the years of 2015. And in that moment, if we see the market insight that the Careem was actually utilizing, 75 million mobile broadband users in Pakistan by 2017 was expecting, and Careem leadership was targeting that actually the consumers. And then after that, for the customer insight, for a family, it was a convenience. For a millennials, it was a lifestyle. And for the woman, it was a security. And that's the reason why in 2018, 71% market share was actually grabbed by the Careem. Why? Because of the number of the factors. One factor was the customer sensitivity. So inside Careem actually pulled the target. As you said, the Careem actually pulled the whole target audience and attracted. And then Careem launched a customer-sensitive packages for the whole audience that actually grabbed more share. And moreover, Careem target audience, like Careem leadership, also engaged the customers in a really, really meaningful way. Like all the captains were actually getting the more than 100K in that moment, like a 2017, 2018, that was a very handsome amount of the money that the captains, the cab captains were actually generating from the Careem. So that was a most of the time a glamorous year for a Careem, and Careem took the 71% market share. But then, 2019, a gloomy year for our Careem management and business. Like what happened in 2019, so when the business actually scaled up unexpectedly, more than the expectation, then the Careem management actually sensed that and then started reducing the captain's share. And when the captain's share started reducing, there was a sense of the frustration, a feeling of the negativity, and then the loyalty of the captains started reducing. And in that moment, the InDrive and the Uber actually moving into the market as well. So Captain Careem was actually putting more efforts to generate the incentives, to generate the commission, and that was actually sensed by the competitors. And when a better packages were introduced for the captains, then all of them actually dragged into the competitors. So one important thing here is, to sustain the businesses, it is really, really crucial to retain your top talent, to retain your top vendors, to retain your top partners. It is really crucial to be a partner with your suppliers, to be a partner with your employees, not to take the credit of their strengths, and if you do, then they will surely be moving towards the competitors. And then what the second thing happened at the customer side, when the customer was actually taking the ride and the fare was actually done, like for example, 100K for moving from this destination to this destination, and when the ride was actually ended, then the fare turned into the 1500, for example, then the consumer was a shocking state that what is that? Why is that? Like I committed with the Careem with 100K and why? Sorry, 1000K, and why it is the 1500K? And in that moment, again, a negative sense towards the client as well. So that also reduced the 40%, according to the survey, the client got the negative feelings towards the Careem, which further reduced the market share. And what happened in 2022? In a very shorter period of the time, the Careem acquired by the Uber. So if a Careem acquired by the Uber, so what key lessons we can extract from here? The customer centricity is a key. So keep your customers, keep your suppliers, keep your employees really, really happy. That is actually the heart of your business. And second is a clear organizational strategy. You must first need to create the infrastructure, then you need to put the investment, and then you need to scale up. If you only putting all these things first, like if you are just scaling up and you don't have the backup plan, then you really have the chances that all these things turned down into your favor and you will derail your image. So that's a clear organizational strategy with a clear focus must be over there. And in next way, agility and adaptability. So I was amazed to see this case study that why the Careem didn't sense that there is a frustration in the suppliers, there is a frustration in the client, and there is a frustration in the captains. If the Careem has sensed that, why the Careem didn't adapt according to the market requirements, according to the consumer behaviors, according to the what was actually sensing. And last is the leadership connectivity. So you need a very, very strong leaders in order to sustain the businesses in today's market. And what kind of the leaders you require in emerging market? So there is a lot of turmoil in political instability. There is a lot of turmoil in the economic stability. So you need more and more emotional intelligence. When you are prepared, because a lot of the things will be happening unexpectedly to you. And if you are not prepared accordingly, then, and if you don't have a strong nerves of the emotional intelligence, resilience, then actually you wouldn't be able to lead the business in that turmoil. And the second one, again, the agility. You will thrive and you will survive if you are agile and adapt enough. And thirdly, you need an inspirational vision. If you don't have the inspirational vision, then most of the organizations will be complacent, and you will not be able to drive that into the innovation and to drive that into beyond their comfort zones. So in a limited period of the time, it was really difficult to handle all these very crucial topics with a detail. I tried my best, and thank you very much for giving me this active listening, and it was a great pleasure to have a talk with you. Thank you very much.
Some very fascinating analytics there. Thank you, Mr. Umar. And following up, we have yet another Umar. Mr. Umar Akram is a partner at Effortless Ventures with a decade plus of experience in lucrative investments and building up startups. He'll be moderating a segment on challenges faced in building next-gen businesses. Please welcome him on stage. Put your hands together for Mr. Umar.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम थैंक यू आप लोग आए हम लोग कुछ स्टार्टअप्स के बारे में बातचीत करेंगे हमने अंदर बैठे डिसाइड किया कि अंग्रेज़ी तो हम बोलते रहते हैं तो थोड़ा सा उर्दू में भी इसको हम अटेम्प्ट करेंगे तो आज का जो पैनल है वो है चैलेंजेस इन बिल्डिंग नेक्स्ट जनरेशन बिजनेसेस इसमें हमारे पास स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स हैं सबसे पहले मैं इनवाइट करता हूँ रोज़मर्रा के फाउंडर अली सिकंदर को रोज़मर्रा पाकिस्तान का फर्स्ट ऑनलाइन प्लेटफॉर्म है गिग इकॉनमी के लिए अली सिकंदर अली सिकंदर के बाद हमारे पास पैनल में महफिल के सीईओ फाउंडर यासिर खान हैं महफिल एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग प्रोडक्ट भी है और एक स्टार्टअप भी है सो बेसिकली व्हाट दीज गाइज आर डूइंग इज के disrupting the venue business as Airbnb did for lettings, short-term lettings. Ali Sikandar from Rosemara. और महफिल के फाउंडर एंड सीईओ यासिर खान, रिमोट प्लस और साइलेंट डिप्टी के अमार तारिक, और लास्ट हमारे पैनल पे हैं लेक्सा, जो पाकिस्तान का फर्स्ट चैटबॉट है लीगल एआई के लिए। रबीत फ्रॉम लेक्सा।
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
Walaikum salam. Am I audible? Yeah. How are you?
सबसे पहले मैं अली आपसे स्टार्ट करूंगा। आपकी स्टोरी बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग है। एक तो ये है कि आप अभी भी लम्स में पढ़ रहे हो, कंप्यूटर साइंस, यू हैव 1 year लेफ्ट,
Yeah,
1 साल,
1.5 year. Yeah.
1.5 year लेफ्ट, और रोज़मर्रा के नाम से आपने अपनी स्टार्टअप को शुरू किया। ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया? क्योंकि देखो पाकिस्तान में फाइवर भी चल रही थी, अपवर्क भी चल रही थी, मुख्तलिफ पेमेंट गेटवेज के थ्रू लोग हुक्स क्रुक्स के थ्रू अपनी पेमेंट रिसीव भी कर रहे थे, जो फ्रीलांसर्स थे। ये रोज़मर्रा स्पेसिफिकली आपने क्यों डिसाइड किया पाकिस्तान में बिल्ड करना?
So, Umar, the thing is, Pakistan is filled with talent, right? And opportunity भी बहुत ज़्यादा है. The only thing that's missing is the gap that's in between, which connects the both, right? तो उसमें the idea that came to me was about gig economy, right? अब gig economy में होता ये है कि आप छोटे gigs करते हो, which accumulates, और वो आपकी टोटल एक जो सैलरी होती है, जो पाकिस्तान में एक एवरेज बेस सैलरी होती है, उससे ज़्यादा बढ़ जाती है। तो उससे होता ये है कि आपके खर्चे भी निकल आते हैं, एंड साथ ही साथ आपके जो एक्स्ट्रा एक्सपेंडिचर्स होते हैं वो भी हो जाते हैं। सो दिस आइडिया वाज प्राइमरीली फोकस्ड ऑन बिल्डिंग दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ इकोसिस्टम फॉर पाकिस्तानीज़, क्योंकि हम अगर फॉर एग्जांपल लाहौर में हैं, कराची में हैं, इस्लामाबाद में, दीज आर द मेन बिग सिटीज़ ऑफ पाकिस्तान, राइट? बट हम इससे बियॉन्ड सोचते ही नहीं हैं। And like there are so many talented people in Quetta, Peshawar, Mansehra, Sawabi, बहुत backwards इलाकों के भी, and we have freelancers from those areas as well, जो महीने के 2-2, 3-3 लाख रुपए भी कमाते हैं, right? तो इसमें totally जो concept है, that's to onboard those specific talented people, both white collar, for example, you are a graphic designer, you are a web developer, आप कोई भी स्किल है, सो इट्स अ मार्केट प्लेस ऑफ स्किल्स। जो क्वेश्चन आपने फाइवर और अपवर्क का किया, फाइवर और अपवर्क का सबसे मेन इशू मेरी नज़र में, बिकॉज आई एम अ स्टूडेंट एंड आई कैन रेजोनेट विद मैनी सिटिंग ओवर हेयर एज वेल, कि मैंने भी 3 साल कोशिश की थी फाइवर अपवर्क पे फ्रीलांसिंग करने की, राइट? आई डिडंट अर्न अ सिंगल पेनी। अब उसमें होता ही है कि फाइवर और अपवर्क पे काम करने के लिए आपको पहले पैसे इन्वेस्ट करने पड़ते हैं। सो यू हैव टू इन्वेस्ट लाइक $10,000, $20,000 का आपको इनिशियली प्रोजेक्ट अपने आप को ही बेचना पड़ता है, ताकि आपकी पोर्टफोलियो, आपकी प्रोफाइल उनके AI एल्गोरिदम्स के थ्रू थोड़ी ऊपर आए, एंड देन यू गेट अ सेकंड प्रोजेक्ट, अ थर्ड प्रोजेक्ट। अब व्हाट हैपन्स ऑन रोज़मर्रा इज़ दैट कि आप फॉर एग्जांपल आपकी कोई पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस है, राइट? वो तो चलें ठीक है, बट व्हाट इफ़ यू आर अ बिगिनर लाइक मी, What if you're a beginner like many sitting over here, you're a student, आपने अपने साथ साथ खर्चे निकालने हैं, तो फिर आप क्या करोगे? और आपके पास पैसे भी नहीं इन्वेस्ट करने के लिए।
नहीं, ये देखो, ये बात बिल्कुल ठीक है, जो आपका एंगल है ना वो सही है, और इनक्रेडिबली आप लोगों ने 15,000 का यूजर बेस किया है विद इन लाइक अ क्वार्टर से भी लेस, लाइक 2-3 महीने के अंदर 15,000 का आप लोगों ने किया। और इंटरेस्टिंगली विद इन कपल ऑफ वीक्स आप लोगों ने 2,000 जॉब्स अपने प्लेटफॉर्म पे सर्व किए हैं। सो डेफिनेटली अपॉर्चुनिटी भी है, और आप लोग ग्रोथ पे भी जा रहे हो, कंट्रोल ग्रोथ पे लेके इसको जा रहे हो, और इवेंचुअली पेमेंट को जब आप अपने रेल्स को सही उसको सॉल्व कर लोगे, ये पाकिस्तान के अंदर आई थिंक दिस वुड बी, क्योंकि बाहर का है, बाहर से काम। अब लोकल को मैं क्या करूँगा? फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे वेब डिज़ाइनर टाइप चाहिए, ठीक है, मैं रोज़मर्रा पे गया, लेकिन मेरी बीवी को शेफ़ चाहिए या ड्राइवर चाहिए, वो मैं कहाँ से ढूंढूंगा? सो यू आर एक्चुअली बिल्डिंग अ होल प्रोडक्ट फॉर एवरीथिंग बेस्ड ऑन द गिग इकोनॉमी। इनक्रेडिबल, इनक्रेडिबल। यासिर,
अस्सलाम वालेकुम।
वालेकुम सलाम। महफिल,
Yes.
और क्या ज़बरदस्त आपने ये आइडिया निकाला है। मतलब कि ठीक है, डिस्ट्रप्शन को हम देखते हैं वेस्ट में भी, सैन फ्रांसिस्को में भी हम देखते हैं, लंदन में भी देखते हैं, जर्मनी, फ्रांस, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को देखते हैं, डिफरेंट आइडियाज़ को अटेम्प्ट कर रहे होते हैं, लेकिन कभी सोचा नहीं था कि एक नीश के अंदर इतना ज़बरदस्त P2P प्लेटफॉर्म आप क्रिएट करोगे महफिल के नाम से। थोड़ा सा आप ऑडियंस को बताओगे कि महफिल है क्या?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम। अच्छा, महफिल बेसिकली एक प्लेटफॉर्म है, जस्ट लाइक Airbnb, बट व्हाट वी डू इज़ दैट वी केटर फॉर द इवेंट्स। सो लेट्स से कि आपके पास आपका घर है, आपका गार्डन है या आपकी रूफटॉप है। आप अपने गार्डन और रूफटॉप को लिस्ट कर सकते हो हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे फॉर समबडी टू रेंट इट आउट फॉर इवेंट्स। तो लोगों ने यहाँ पर हमारे प्लेटफॉर्म पे अपने गार्डन्स, अपने रूफटॉप्स अपलोड किए हैं, और इसके थ्रू काफ़ी लोगों की बर्थडेज भी हुई हैं, कुछ शादियाँ भी हुई हैं, कुछ मेहंदीज भी हुई हैं एट अ वेरी अफोर्डेबल रेट। सो दिस इज़ व्हाट हैपेंस ऑन महफिल।
अच्छा, मोनेटाइजेशन के क्या चैलेंजेस होते हैं?
अच्छा, मोनेटाइजेशन बेसिकली जो एक जिसकी शादी हो रही है, राइट, सो उसके लिए तो एक 50,000 रुपये का लोन एज़ कम्पेयर टू 7 लाख 6 लाख रुपए का बैंक्वेट। सो इट्स विन विन सिचुएशन, राइट। सो इट्स वेरी अफोर्डेबल एंड इट सेव्स अ लॉट ऑफ मनी। और जिसका घर है, राइट, वो 50-60 हज़ार रुपये में अपना गार्डन दे रहा है, 40,000 रुपये में अपना रूफटॉप दे रहा है। सो देर आर नो चैलेंजेस एट द मोमेंट फॉर मोनेटाइजेशन बिकॉज इट्स वेरी वेरी अफोर्डेबल। जहाँ पर आप इकोनॉमिक्स की बात करते हैं, वेर इट कम्स टू अफोर्डेबिलिटी, जो चैलेंजेस तो काफ़ी कम हो जाते हैं बिकॉज बोथ द पार्टीज आर, कोई अर्न कर रहा है और दूसरा सेव कर रहा है, राइट। सो जी।
तो यासिर, आपने पहले एक बिजनेस शुरू किया, उसको आपने $10,000 से $1 million तक, यू वेंट टू द फूड बिजनेस। फूड बिजनेस से ये जो छलांग मारी है, आई नो यू आर टेक्नोलॉजिस्ट, यू लव टेक्नोलॉजी, ये जंप जो मारी महफिल की तरफ।
अच्छा, बेसिकली मैं मेरा एक्सपीरियंस शुरू से ही टेक्नोलॉजी का था, बट जस्ट टू, मेरा कोई फैमिली का बैकग्राउंड कभी बिजनेस का था नहीं। सो आई वांटेड टू अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट बिजनेस इज़, राइट। एक छोटे से पैसे मैंने इकट्ठे किए अपनी जॉब से, और कराची में मैंने इस वक्त ओ माई ग्रिल के नाम से एक रेस्टोरेंट खोला फॉर लेट्स से कि $10,000 मैंने उसको स्पेंड किए थे। एंड फ्रॉम दैट 10,000 जर्नी टू बूटस्ट्रैप अ बिजनेस टू मेक इट मल्टीपल ब्रांचेस, मैंने मलेशिया में जॉब की, वहाँ से पैसे बनाए और वहाँ से ब्रांचेस खुलता गया। सो द हार्डशिप ऑफ establishing your own business, और किस किस तरीके के प्रॉब्लम्स आते हैं आपको बूटस्ट्रैपिंग के दौरान, so it taught me a lot of lessons, right? So my passion was always technology, so I sold the business 3 साल पहले and started working on what I wanted to do.
थैंक यू। अमार, आप यूरोप में होते हो, पाकिस्तान में भी आप पिछले 3-4 साल से एक्टिव हो, मेनली आप फाउंडर्स के साथ काम करते हो। सो यू स्टार्टेड वर्किंग विद अ टेक्नोलॉजी कंपनी ऑन कंटेंट मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम, जब रिंग बैक टून्स बहुत बड़ी चीज़ थी 2004 में 5 में। उसके बाद आपने शिफ्ट किया, एक आपने multi-million Danish krones कंस्ट्रक्शन कंपनी बिल्ड की, टेक्नोलॉजी से कंस्ट्रक्शन, और उसके बाद अब आप फाउंडर्स के साथ काम करते हो, टर्न अराउंड, मैनेजमेंट, उन चीज़ों पे। सबसे अच्छे फाउंडर्स की क्या खुसूसियात होती हैं? What are the characteristics of like an ideal founder when you work with these guys?
Well, I would say grit, not giving up, and also being able to see mistakes really, really fast, and then grow from them, basically.
Grit
And then also knowing how to spend money wisely.
सो ग्रिड मतलब कि बिजनेस है, आप बिल्ड करते हो, कई दफ़ा ऐसे होता है कि इन्वेस्टर्स आपका राउंड क्लोज नहीं हो रहा, मार्केट ने आपको पुश बैक कर दिया है, डिमांड आपकी प्रोडक्ट की उस तरीके से नहीं हुई जिस तरीके से आप चाहते थे, को फाउंडर इशू है, यार मेरा को फाउंडर लीव कर रहा है, उसने 2 साल लगा दिए, हम बूट स्टेप कर रहे थे, अब उससे तो बहुत हो गई है। ये ग्रिट उसमें आप कह रहे हो कि सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि उसकी फाउंडर की ढिठाईपन, मतलब कि आप उस चीज़ के पीछे पड़े हुए हो कि मैंने इसको स्केल करना है, क्योंकि आपने कोई अनटैप डिस्कवरी कर ली है मार्केट के अंदर जहाँ आप एक बिजनेसेस बिल्ड कर सकते हो। मतलब कि जो कुछ मर्जी हो आपने डिसिप्लिन के साथ काम करते जाना है, आपने हार नहीं मानी, आप ये बोलते हो ग्रिट से।
As long as you know that you've solved a problem with whatever strategy or business you have, then I think you have to keep going. A little bit like he just said, shared with us that he built a business with $10,000 because he believed that, I mean, I'm sure there are hundreds, if not thousands of businesses in Karachi that were doing grilled food. But he believed that he was doing something and he kept going and he created a space for himself in a saturated market. So
रबीत, लेक्सा पाकिस्तान का पहला लीगल चैटबॉट है और अभी तो मार्केट भी क्राउडेड हो रही है, हम देख रहे हैं मार्केट के अंदर काफ़ी मूवमेंट्स हो रही हैं। लेक्सा के 4,500 यूज़र्स हैं, 4,500 यूज़र्स हैं जो आपके प्लेटफॉर्म को यूज़ करते हैं। अब मुझे ये बताओ, ये जो लॉयर्स हैं ये तो किताबों पे रेफरेंस करते हैं, मतलब कि कोई भी बात हुई, अच्छा यार फलानी बुक था, दैट क्लॉज उसको निकालो। डिजिटाइजेशन ये मार्केट के अंदर क्या हो रहा है, आपके जो यूज़र हैं कैसे आपकी प्रोडक्ट के साथ रिएक्ट कर रहे हैं, पहले कि आपने ये क्यों सोचा कि आप ये बनाओ प्रोडक्ट, सेकंड मार्केट आपको इसका क्या रिस्पॉन्स दे रही है?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन। मैं खुद बाय प्रोफेशन एक लॉयर हूँ। आई ग्रेजुएटेड 2 years ago और जब मैं ग्रेजुएट हुआ, आई एम यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ लंदन ग्रेजुएट, तो उसके बाद मुझे जब पाकिस्तानी हैंड लॉ के ऊपर रिसर्च करनी थी, सो हैव टू, और आई वाज इन अ नीश, आई जॉइंड मेडिकल लॉ फर्म। अब मेडिकल लॉ फर्म में आपके पास जो दवाइयों के फार्मूलाज बनते हैं, सो यू हैव टू चेक दैट फार्मूला अंडर फॉल्स अंडर द लॉ और नॉट, ठीक है, विच इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट डिफिकल्ट टास्क, क्योंकि हर दवाई का फार्मूला अलग है, फॉर्मेशन का प्रोसेस अलग है, एंड नाउ यू हैव टू जस्टिफाई फ्रॉम द ड्रैप एक्ट कि भाई वो उसके अंदर फॉल इन कर रहा है या नहीं कर रहा, एंड यू हैव टू डू अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च। मतलब एक एक दवाई के ऊपर हमें वी कुड हैव लाइक 2 weeks 3 weeks इट्स एक्सटेंसिव रिसर्च, बुक्स ऑफ बुक्स, तो उस चीज़ को हमने बोला कि यार ये प्रॉब्लम है, नॉट इवन मेडिकल लॉ बट जनरली भी, यू कांट फाइंड अ सिंगल स्टैचू, अ सिंगल पार्लियामेंट्री लॉ जो कि आपको सेल्फ एक्सप्लेनेटरी हो। द पार्लियामेंट लैंग्वेज इज सो मच डिफिकल्ट दैट अ न्यू यंग ग्रेजुएट एंड अ ले पर्सन कैन नॉट अंडरस्टैंड इट फर्स्ट हैंडली। तो उसकी वजह से हमने बोला कि यार देयर शुड बी समवन, मतलब एआई के थ्रू या फिर देयर शुड बी सम प्रोसेस जो कि आपको बहुत स्टिमुलाइज करके बताए, जो कि आपको स्टिमुलाइज करके बहुत आसानी से एज अ ले पर्सन गाइड करे कि यार अगर आपको फॉर एग्जांपल मुझे चालान भरना है, ठीक है, अब मैं भी लॉयर हूँ, मुझे अपनी इंटीमेशन फाइल करनी है, विच इज द प्रोसेस टू रजिस्टर इन अ कोर्ट, तो मुझे वो फाइल करना है, या फिर मुझे पिटिशन फाइल करनी है, मुझे एफआईआर दर्ज करनी है, तो कैसे करें? तो यू कैन हैव अ जस्ट लेक्चर ऑन, आप साइन इन करें, यू गिव अ क्वेरी एंड आपके पास विद इन सेकंड्स आंसर जनरेट हो जाता है। सो दैट इज द थिंग, फर्स्ट थिंग। द सेकंड थिंग, डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ द डेटा इज वन ऑफ द बिगेस्ट चैलेंज दैट लेक्सा हैज फेस्ड इनिशियल ईयर्स, क्योंकि हमारे पास जितना भी 70 सालों का डेटा था जजमेंट्स का, वो सारा का सारा किताबों में था, और हर लॉयर छोटे से बड़ा वो यूजुअली बुक्स का ही रेफरेंस देते थे, ठीक है, और एक दो थे लाइब्रेरीज थी, इंटरनेशनल ई लाइब्रेरीज थी, बट लेकिन वो इतनी इफेक्टिव नहीं थी, आपको वहाँ पे भी जाके 40 पेजेस की जजमेंट ही पढ़नी है। सो द फर्स्ट थिंग कि हमने उसको, वी इम्पोर्टेड अ लॉट ऑफ स्कैनर्स, वी जस्ट हैव अ 200 people टीम जिन्होंने दिन रात बैठ के स्कैन किया, वी हैव मेक चंक्स एंड देन वी ट्रेन एआई ऑन दैट थिंग। सो द सेकंड चैलेंज राइट आफ्टर द डेटा कलेक्शन वाज द एक्यूरेसी। अब एक्यूरेसी लॉयर्स के लिए की फैक्टर विच इज नॉन नेगोशिएबल, तो उसके ऊपर फिर हमने काम किया, एंड आफ्टर 8 to 9 months ऑफ एक्सटेंसिव ट्रेनिंग देन वी अचीव लाइक 80 to 90% ऑफ एक्यूरेसी।
आपने तकरीबन 200,000 रेज किए जो बनते हैं पाकिस्तानी 6 करोड़।
जी,
आपने 6 करोड़ रेज किया। पाकिस्तान के अंदर अभी स्टार्टअप्स के लिए वेंचर कैपिटल एनवायरनमेंट फाउंडर्स की साइड से कैसी नज़र आती है आपको?
That's a tough question, but I think बहुत messed up because पाकिस्तान के अंदर there is no such process of कि ख़ास तौर पे in such industry जहाँ पे आपका कोई footprint नहीं है ना ही कोई competitor नहीं है अब जो हम तीनों हैं we are disrupting those market and we are creating a whole new niche we are not only the disrupting the market but एक पूरी niche create कर रहे हैं तो उसके लिए आपको VCs का trust gain करना VCs को onboard करना investors को onboard करना is pretty much very difficult और हर इन्वेस्टर का अलग माइंडसेट है हर वीसी का अलग माइंडसेट है द डाइवर्सिफिकेशन बहुत ज़्यादा है ठीक है एंड आई थिंक सो वो उस प्रोसेस पे हमें काम करना चाहिए वीसी पे एंजल इन्वेस्टर्स पे और एक प्रॉपर प्लेटफॉर्म एक प्रॉपर चैनलाइजेशन बननी चाहिए कि अगर एक स्टेप स्टार्टअप आ रहा है तो शुड हैव अ प्रोसेस ओके ABCDEF सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग तो दैट्स समथिंग विच एज अ नेशन वी हैव टू वर्क ऑन
यासिर आप पाकिस्तान के अंदर वीसी सीन को कैसा देख रही हैं इज द मनी फ्लोटिंग इन स्टार्टअप्स रेज कर रही हैं और आपके फंड रेजिंग के क्या प्लान है महफिल के लिए
अच्छा बेसिकली आई थिंक द मनी इज नॉट फ्लोइंग इन दैट्स द crust of it at least at this year and I think एक इन्वेस्टर ट्रस्ट तो शेकअप हुआ है ख़ास तौर से कि बिकॉज पाकिस्तान से कोई रियल एग्जिट्स नहीं हुए राइट व्हाट आई फोरसी अबाउट महफिल के लिए मैंने व्हाट वी हैव डन इज़ दैट के वाई कॉम्बिनेटर YC एक बहुत बड़ा प्लेटफॉर्म है उधर बेसिकली अभी नेक्स्ट सीजन के लिए हम लोगों ने अप्लाई किया है सो व्हाट एट द सेम टाइम के हम जहाँ पर लोकल इन्वेस्टमेंट भी सीख कर रहे हैं हम इंटरनेशनल इन्वेस्टमेंट्स भी सीख कर रहे हैं बट व्हाट वी फील इज़ दैट के इंटरनेशनली इज़ गोना बी बिट ईजियर एज कम्पेयर टू कन्विंसिंग अ लोकल इन्वेस्टर सो वी प्रॉब्ली आर गोइंग टूवर्ड द इंटरनेशनल राउट
ये मैं पैटर्न देखता हूँ लॉट ऑफ द टाइम्स दैट स्टार्टअप फाउंडर्स दे वुड प्रेफर टू रेज फ्रॉम आउटसाइड बिकॉज देयर इज कैपिटल अबंडेंस देयर than people taking risks and betting on the markets of Pakistan. महफिल अगर आप ग्लोबल पे देखते हो आप पाकिस्तान से बिल्ड करते हो एक स्टार्टअप लेकिन एक पाकिस्तान से आप एक स्टार्टअप बिल्ड करके उसको ग्लोबली स्केल भी कर सकते हो इट्स पॉसिबल देयर इज नो ब्रेन अराउंड दैट तो जो महफिल है इसके कंपेटिटर्स आपने क्या ग्लोबल मार्केट में देखे
अच्छा बेसिकली एज जो महफिल कॉन्सेप्ट है बिल्कुल इसके ऊपर तो नहीं है महफिल इज़ वेरी यूनिक ऑफ इट्स ओन लेकिन हाँ पीयर स्पेस इज़ वन ऑफ देम व्हाट दे डू इज़ दैट कि वो जो लोकल रेस्टोरेंट्स हैं कैफ़ेज़ हैं उनके एरियाज़ लिस्ट करते हैं हमारा मॉडल इज़ वेरी डिफरेंट वी एम्पावर द हाउस ओनर्स टू अर्न मनी विच इज़ एक्चुअली मोर देन द रेंटल इनकम और जिसको इवेंट करना है वो he saves a lot of money. So to answer your questions, there are none at the moment.
क्योंकि मुझे इसमें सही डिस्ट्रप्शन नज़र आती है मतलब कि एक नई कैटेगरी डिज़ाइन होती है जिस तरह Airbnb था उससे पहले आप हॉस्टल्स में ठहरते थे आप होटल्स में जाके ठहरते थे उन्होंने आके एक नई कैटेगरी क्रिएट की कि मैं अपने घर का पोर्शन या पूरा फ्लैट में रेंट पे दे सकता हूँ इसी तरीके से ऊबर की आप एग्जांपल ले लें अगेन कैटेगरी डिफाइनिंग बिजनेसेस उन्होंने बनाए अली ग्रेट जॉब एट रोजमर्रा मैं आपकी प्रोग्रेस को देखता आया हूँ पिछले 5 मंथ्स से और रबीत की प्रोग्रेस को मैं तकरीबन साल से देखता रहा हूँ आई एम एडवाइज़र एट नेशनल इंक्यूबेशन सो आप मेरे पोर्टफोलियो में थे उस वाले बैच में अली के साथ मैंने रिसेंटली सो आपके नज़दीक क्या चैलेंजेस हैं फंड रेजिंग इन्वायरमेंट के जो मैंने बाकियों से भी पूछा अभी पाकिस्तान के अंदर स्टार्टअप के
उमर सबसे इनिशियली जो मैं पर्सनल चैलेंज फेस करता हूँ दैट बीइंग अ स्टूडेंट फाउंडर राइट एंड आई एम अ वेरी प्रो ऑफ स्टूडेंट एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप बिकॉज दैट्स द पॉइंट इन योर लाइफ जब आपके ऊपर और कोई रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी नहीं होती राइट यू हैव योर एकेडमिक्स गोइंग ऑन उसके अलावा there's nothing else going on in your life. So you have two options basically. Either you just do academics and have fun in your universities, or you do something of your own side by side that you can self-sustain once you graduate, right? So that was the biggest challenge that I faced of not being a seasoned founder. This term I heard a lot. Because आपका obviously experience, अब जो यहाँ पे मेरे साथ sir बैठे हुए हैं, आप बैठे हुए हैं, you have a lot of experience. मैं एक नया entry हूँ एक नई ecosystem में, but I don't think that's something that should limit a founder to raise.
आप ये कहना चाह रहे हो कि जो VCs हैं, there is an environment के first time founder still pursuing the education, उसके लिए बहुत मुश्किल है investment raise करना.
Yeah, and especially in Pakistan, हम like पूरी दुनिया में like देखते हैं if you are a Stanford graduate and like you apply to any VC, आपका वो एक stamp ही काफ़ी होता है कि
हाँ, लेकिन देखो ना इसमें difference ये है कि अगर आप स्टैनफोर्ड में पढ़ रहे हो या आप MIT में पढ़ रहे हो, LSE में पढ़ रहे हो, इंपीरियल में पढ़ रहे हो, कुछ भी है, आप वहाँ से जब फाउंडर्स आते हैं हमारे पास सिलिकॉन वैली में, सो दे कम, अगर मैं उसको $1 million $2 million का चेक हमारा फर्म उसको लिख के देगी, दे विल क्विट. तो अगर आपको आज कोई VC $1 million का चेक लिख के देता है और कहता है कि अली आप लम्प्स को छोड़ के इस टेक्नोलॉजी बिजनेस को बिल्ड करो, तो आप लम्प्स को छोड़ दोगे?
डेफिनेटली. अगर मैं अपने एंड पे देखूं तो मैं तो छोड़ दूंगा, क्योंकि आई एम अ प्रो ऑफ दिस थिंग के entrepreneurship is not something that you learn out of school. It's inbuilt in you. It's inbuilt in everyone, I guess. You just have to find that specific nerve where it hits on. अब पाकिस्तान में if I talk about, ये पाकिस्तान में society का एक मसला है कि it's not something looked upon, right? Leaving your academics. But I've seen tons and tons of examples, not just technological startups, even traditional startups, जो एक step लेते हैं, एक risk लेते हैं. Obviously, we've all heard that bigger the risk, bigger the reward. तो this is something I believe in, but उसमें ये नहीं है कि आप पढ़ाई छोड़ दें. Obviously, there's a thing to, you know, graduating, आपकी degree भी है काफ़ी, there's a stamp on you that you're qualified enough, right? So I think raising money at the right time is also the right thing.
टाइमिंग तो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है किसी भी बिजनेस के लिए कि मार्केट की कंडीशंस क्या हैं जब आप अपनी प्रोडक्ट को लेके जा रहे हो. VC एनवायरनमेंट कैसी है, इकोनॉमी ऑफ स्केल कैसी है, एंड देन यू प्रूव कि आपकी यूनिट इकोनॉमिक्स भी काम करती हैं, सारी जो फंडामेंटल्स होते हैं. लेकिन मैं बहुत स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीवर हूँ रोज़मर्रा का. आई जेन्युइनली बिलीव कि अगर पाकिस्तान के अंदर कोई फर्स्ट फ्रीलांसर प्लेटफॉर्म जो डोमिनेंट मार्केट का शेयर कैप्चर करेगा, और विद इन 5 years वी वुड हैव इंशाल्लाह ग्रेट सक्सेस स्टोरी फ्रॉम पाकिस्तान. ठीक है, फाइवर भी है, अपवर्क भी है, लेकिन हमें सपोर्ट करना है हमारे लोकल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को जो इतनी यंग एज पे रिस्क ले रहे हैं, और सिर्फ रिस्क नहीं ले रहे, विद इन कपल ऑफ मंथ्स वो प्रूव भी कर रहे हैं कि देखो मेरे पास 15,000 यूज़र है, 2,000 जॉब्स है, ये प्रोसेसेस इन प्लेस किए हुए हैं, और ये बाय द वे प्री प्रोडक्ट लॉन्च है. जस्ट थ्रू कम्युनिटीज व्हाट्सएप प्रोडक्ट तो आप लॉन्च करोगे.
या सो लाइक आई वुड लाइक टू लाइक शेयर द स्टोरी जो हमने इसके पीछे लाइक इस प्रोडक्ट के हमने पीछे सोची थी. सो हम लाइक स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम में देखते हैं कि फर्स्ट यू बिल्ड अ प्रोडक्ट एंड देन यू गो आउट इन द मार्केट एंड सी कि अच्छा वो प्रोडक्ट चलता है कि नहीं, एंड देन यू डोंट गेट अ प्रोडक्ट मार्केट फिट. व्हाट वी डिड, we found the hackiest way to actually launch a business in Pakistan. Everyone is connected with everyone on WhatsApp. And I genuinely believe that WhatsApp is the best way to launch a business. What we did was start from one university, one WhatsApp group of that particular university. We expanded to 18 universities across Pakistan, 18 different groups of 18 different universities and then different cities. तो उससे क्या हुआ कि हमारी एक community build हो गई. And now once we launch our product at the end of January, shifting that community to that platform is a piece of cake. And हुआ ये कि हमें already पता चल गया कि there's a market to this idea, there's a market, there's supply, there's demand as well. You just need to bring in tech.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you know, जो अच्छे एंटरप्रेन्योर्स होते हैं ना, वो कभी जिस घबराते नहीं हैं, ये वो वाला घबरा रहे नहीं, घबराते नहीं हैं जो अच्छे फाउंडर्स होते हैं। मतलब कि ग्रिट आपके अंदर होती है, मार्केट कंडीशन नहीं है, अच्छा यार पाकिस्तान में वीसीज की इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं, अगर आप एक अच्छे फाउंडर हो, आप अपने रास्तों को तलाश करोगे और आप अपनी मंजिल की तरफ पहुंचोगे। हार नहीं माननी और रियलिटीज़ को फेस करना है। There are certain realities as an entrepreneur, it's your responsibility to face those ones. There's also time when to stop, as an example, to do that.
Exactly.
Thank you so much कि आप लोग आए, आपने सबके साथ अपनी stories share की. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You.
An admirable amalgamation of some very accomplished and distinguished personalities. We thank you for such thorough discourse on identification and resolution of these aforementioned challenges. And here I'd like to quote that invention is driven by ideas, whereas innovation is driven by insights. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Osman Paracha, a distinguished legal expert who has played a pivotal role in resolving international arbitrations worth over $12 billion for Pakistan. With a rich background that spans contributions at CERN Labs and a federal judicial clerkship in the United States, he brings a wealth of experience to our stage today. Let's give a warm Future Fest welcome to Osman Paracha.
Thank you for that very kind introduction. There is a car that is speeding down a highway late at night. It's a self-driving car. Uber made it. It has someone on the steering wheel, but the person on the steering wheel has more confidence in the system that is driving the car. The car detects something down the road. It appears to be an object. It is 7 seconds away from it. At 6 seconds, it thinks it's a bicycle. 5 seconds away, it thinks it's an open road. 4 seconds away, it thinks it's a human. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second, it is confirmed that it is a human, a woman who is crossing the road, and the car has 1 second to respond. It braces for impact. It protects the passenger. It hits the brake. If this was a human, you would almost feel sorry for it. The brakes deploy, but it is too late. The car crashes into the victim and results in fatality. It comes to a screeching halt. The alarms blaze. But the person who was responsible to be on the steering wheel had too much confidence in this self-driving car. This relates to an actual case that happened and which resulted in, of course, a death, and the person who was driving the car responsible for it. My name is Mohammed Usman Piracha, and I have a background in computer science. My bachelor's is from NUST. I then went and studied in different law schools in the United Kingdom and the United States. As was shared with you in the very kind introduction, I had the pleasure of also contributing to the NUST CERN Labs, which, of course, CERN Labs being that credited with the discovery of the Higgs boson particle. I went on and completed my academic career with a master's in law from an Ivy League university. From then on, I went on to practice and work in the legal industry in my third jurisdiction, which was Pakistan. I helped settle out of case the RICO dispute, and I have contributed on international forums, which include the UN, the OIC, the World Investment Forum, and such. So the case that I just shared with you, thank you. The case which I just shared with you is the one right at the top. And as you can see, it revolves around a human who relied a bit too much on self-driving cars, automated, something which you could expect an AI solution to do. And then let's talk about examples that perhaps relate more with what you will encounter on a daily basis. So for example, we have a second case, Ivanka. It revolves around a lawyer who used ChatGPT to prepare their case and presented it before the court, only to realize that the cases that they quoted were all created out of imagination. There was no basis on that case ever being in existence, that they were pleading before the court in defense of their client. And the court, once perplexed, of course, and then coming to the realization that this was all a hallucination, asked the lawyer, who felt quite embarrassed, to be honest, to have trusted the AI, that he had explicitly asked, "Are you sure these cases are correct?" Response, "Yes, they are." But they weren't. Similarly, we have a pending case at this point in time right now between OpenAI and one of the largest publishers of the world, the New York Times. And the claim is that OpenAI has trained its models on copyrighted materials of the New York Times. So whatever result that the OpenAI is going to give is essentially in breach of intellectual property and copyright, because that, or at least some of it, belongs to publishers like the New York Times. And what does this mean for you? Where will we lie amongst this landscape that hasn't taken shape or form? Are we relying too much on these systems to make decisions for us? And how do we work through this something which sometimes could look like a minefield and ensure that we don't end up facing liability? Like, say, for example, the lady who was behind the steering wheel in that self-driving car. Like, say, for example, the lawyer who was found in a very difficult situation, having relied too much on ChatGPT, or perhaps anyone who would use something out of a platform, such as OpenAI, that right now is in court to prove that it is not in breach of IP. So in that unique circumstance, I will say that we have existing laws, but these laws are not built for non-human actors. The legal frameworks we have are lagging. We know that the advancements in AI are evolving faster than the laws can adapt. We also know that there are different approaches with regards to how different jurisdictions want to evolve anyway. The EU does not like risks. US and China are okay with risks. They feel they need to strike a balance, but if the laws are too stringent, then innovation will suffer. And Japan is somewhere in the middle. So how do you work your way around a landscape that doesn't frankly exist, and with whatever patches you see, they're not even in harmony? So I have a few tips for you, but of course, given the restraint of time, I will try and make it as brief yet beneficial. First, you must remember that you have to use platforms that can give you the basic assurance that they are providing you information which is not disputed. So for example, Copilot, Microsoft Azure, they say that for their commercial customers, anyone who is a commercial customer and has adhered to the user's agreement, terms of use, if they find themselves in a lawsuit with regards to intellectual property breach, Microsoft will take up their legal costs because they're that confident that if you haven't breached their terms and you are a commercial customer, they are confident they can prove that they are not in breach. Using the right platforms. Number two, as you must have developers in this audience or even content creators, you have to remember that you have to define explicitly when anyone uses your product or your creation, who is it that owns it? Explain that clearly. If the ownership lies in your platform, then they need to know. If otherwise, they need to know. And similarly, for liability as well. So for example, if there is a patient who is relying on a doctor, who is relying on a certain solution that provides healthcare and transcripts on how patients need to be treated, then essentially, who is responsible to ensure that the patient is getting the best treatment? Is it the solution that is giving prescriptions, what medicines the patient needs to take? Or is it the doctor that is reading those prescriptions and then is advising what needs to be done? So you have to be clear at the outset when you build a tool to explain to your customers who bears ownership of the output and who bears liability of the output. And similarly, you will also note that there are going to be cases where different parties will be working disconnected from each other in different parts of the globe, and they may just come to the same conclusion because they're interacting with the same medium. Two people sitting far apart, working and using Copilot, Microsoft Azure, putting out liability clauses, prompting the system to get the same result, will not know that they're both working towards the same outcome. And in such a case, it is important that you bring your creativity into whatever output you are delivering. So essentially, the human in the loop features will mean that you as an individual are prompting where you are adding your creativity. If you are writing a code, that code needs to know, anyone who reads that code needs to know where is it that you have personally intervened to write lines of code. And not only do you do that, you also document it. So that tomorrow, if there is a lawsuit, you can say, not only is this creation built on a platform that grants me the assurance that I am not in violation of intellectual property laws, not only have I my liability and my ownership agreements in shape, but that also that this creativity is mine, and I have logs to show that. So with all of that coming together, you have a very strong case to prove that whatever you are delivering is yours. So the challenge, of course, is you have to work in different jurisdictions at the same time. And if your solution is one which is working in different jurisdictions, then you have adapted yourself for whatever surprises may come. Here is a different challenge now. Why are the humans the most dominant species on the face of this planet? Intelligence. We don't run as fast as cheetahs. We don't hit as strong as rhinos. How do we do it? Intelligence. If there is a system that is more smart than we are we comfortable with letting it take the reins? Now I'm talking about the landscape that is in the international realm. For those of you who have a mathematical background, game function is finding out probabilities. If we know what probabilities there are for a certain output and we have the capacity to process them quickly, we can find cures for diseases in a very efficient way. We can find vaccines for viruses, but someone who has a malevolent intention could also manufacture those viruses using those technologies. Are we comfortable with giving the reins of this intelligence to people who may have malevolent intention, or systems who are more intelligent than us. Because at this point in time, not only is ChatGPT, as in GPT-4, more smart and multiple times more smarter than Einstein, but that the lines of code it is starting to write now are some of the best that any coder could write on the face of this planet. So we have come to an Oppenheimer moment. Those who have seen the movie know what that means, but this is the moment where we have to stop and understand that some things may just not go in the right direction. It's like playing a game of Tetris. If you place a block in the wrong position, everything else subsequently does not fall into place, and the game speeds up, and then there's disaster. We don't want to be in that situation. So, what do? We rely on you, the people. Because it is true, and I have negotiated for Pakistan at the UN, I have represented the OIC at the World Investment Forum. I can assure you that regulators anywhere in the world are slow to respond. So, if you are aware and understand what is at stake, and you are listening carefully to what the circumstances are, people like what Elon Musk is saying, or what the godfather of AI is demonstrating by their actions, then your awareness will create the momentum for positive change. Because otherwise, my concern is that right now, we are in that position where we are seconds away from impact, and we are still trying to figure out what it is that we are about to hit. We have those 7 seconds. We don't want to end up at 1 second and then hit the brakes. Thanks for your time.
The seamless integration of AI into Pakistan's tech sphere is so crucial to drive progress, and I think it's necessary that we acknowledge Mr. Osman's AI company that has played a core role in pushing that. We thank you for your time and perspectives from the forefront. Moving on, it fills me with immense pleasure to introduce Florian Filippo Walter, the Pakistan representative at the German Emirati Joint Council for Industry and Commerce. Please join me in welcoming him to Future Fest 2025. A huge round of applause, please. Would you like the mic?
Yes, please. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, innovators, and visionaries from around the globe. I'm Florian Walter, representing the German Chambers of Industry and Commerce here in Pakistan. Today, I will be talking about diversifying trade relations and unlocking new pathways for Germany and Pakistan through the IT sector. The German Chambers of Industry and Commerce Abroad, short AHK, is a savvy government organization supported by the firm commitment of the Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Climate Action, which is basically the equivalent to the Ministry of Commerce here in Pakistan. We are a global network and representing Germany's industry worldwide. Today I stand before you not just as a representative, but as a bridge builder, dedicated to forging new pathways between the two countries, Germany and Pakistan. My purpose here today is to ignite a conversation, a transformation that goes well beyond the well-established paths of textile and machinery. Today, I'm here to talk about potential, Pakistan's potential, Germany's potential, and our collaborative potential to strengthen and reshape our economic landscape. For years, the trade relationship between Germany and Pakistan has been heavily reliant on the textile industry, which accounts roughly for 85% of Pakistan's exports to Germany, and machinery, which accounts to roughly 45% of Germany's exports to this dynamic country we are in, Pakistan. While these industries represent the backbone of our trade relationship, they represent but a fraction of what we can achieve together. Each visit to Pakistan's factory brings me face to face with our shared success. Machineries proudly bearing the label made in Germany, still running flawlessly after decades of usage. This reliability, this durability speaks volumes. But it also whispers a question: what more can we achieve together? Last year at GITEX in Dubai, where Pakistan was celebrated as the tech destination of the year, we glimpsed a future ripe with possibility. The show, the event, was not just a showcase, but a revelation of Pakistan's rapidly growing talent and technological ability. This is something we at the German Chambers Abroad, together with the people of Pakistan, want to utilize. As we gear up for GITEX Europe, which is going to happen in May in Berlin, we stand at the threshold of an era where we need to support, to accelerate Pakistani innovation to new heights. For this transformation, we need collaboration. And this can only be done if we work together. We see a tremendous opportunity here, for example, walking around Future Fest yesterday and also today, speaking to individuals. You are the individuals, the young, bright minds that can make the difference. You're the ones that are advancing the country, that are advancing Pakistan. As I see it, we can use Future Fest and GITEX in Europe as a stepping stone. We can build on the success of GITEX in Dubai, where, as I said, Pakistan was celebrated as the tech destination of the year. We can utilize that. But how do we utilize that? By diversifying the economy. Diversification, and why we need diversification. Diversification means resilience. Diversification means opportunity. And yes, diversification means sustainability. The GSP Plus status by the European Union is not just a privilege. It's a call to action. It's a call to broaden our horizons, and it is a call to strengthen our economy by embracing a multitude of sectors. One of them, the IT sector. So as I stand here today talking to you, I want to highlight that we are open to forging these new pathways. So whoever you are, whatever industry you are in, please come up to me, come up to us, and we are more than happy to have a discussion on how to advance the economic ties between Germany and Pakistan. As many of you may know, Germany and Pakistan share a great relationship that has lasted over 70 years, which is, in my opinion, a testament to itself. The recent boom that we have seen in tech startups and financing reaching unprecedented highs is a true testament for this fertile ground. So let's use that together. Let us not only be driven by commerce, let us not only be driven by partnerships, let us be driven by shared values and shared success and shared visions. Before I close, I want to appeal to you that together, let's build on the success. Let's accelerate the dreams of thousands of innovators, not only here at Future Fest, but around Pakistan. You are here, and this is the first step to creating a difference. I'm very much looking forward to working with each and every one of you, and are happy to have the discussions after this conversation. So together, let's build stronger and more diversified economic ties between Germany and Pakistan. Thank you so much.
It's very heartening to see actual relative progress and the faces behind those who are fostering development in the field of e-commerce in Pakistan. Please put your hands together in welcoming Jawad Paraja from IBM. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much for having me in this conference. It's a pleasure to be here and speak to you all about a very interesting topic that I will be presenting, and something that can make any one of you in this hall a millionaire overnight. And it's not an exaggerated statement at all. I'm sure after this session you will love to look into this whole topic. Is there any presentation? I did send it. Can you check it? Salman se check kar le. Hello. Okay. So I've been part of IBM for last 15 years. For the last 15 years, I've been inventing technologies. I'm one of the top technology inventor of Pakistan now, with 20 plus patents filed in USPTO. And my area of inventions is in AI, IoT, blockchain, smart contracts, risk level management. And one of the things that I've been advocating heavily in my session is the importance of inventing. हमारे यहाँ क्या होता है कि बहुत दफ़ा हम लोग discussions जो करते हैं वो innovations पे कर रहे होते हैं, but invention is the key aspect that I want you all to learn from here. I wish कि ये presentation चल जाए. It would be more interactive. Do you have the presentation now? Okay. सलमान से बात कर लें. सलमान, वो प्रेजेंटेशन इनको नहीं मिली. प्रेजेंटेशन नहीं मिली इनको. ओके. सो जब वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 ख़त्म हुई, वर्ल्ड वॉर 2 के ख़त्म होने के बाद दुनिया में जो बड़े सिटीज़ थे, दे वर रबल्स. लंदन, बर्लिन, many of the European cities, many of the other cities around the world, they were turned into rubbles after 1947, 1948. The world then went through a drastic change in terms of how they operated. And what came after the World War was something that was foundational for the entire world. World War II के बाद जो one of the biggest invention happened was transistors. कितने लोगों, आप लोगों में से कितने लोगों ने heard about transistors? What transistors are and what transistors are not? So and thank you. Transistors are the basic technology of the computers. Computers are built upon transistors. The computer that you use, the cell phone that you use, the processors that we have are built upon transistors. So transistors invent हुए, तो computer invent हुआ, तो software invent हुआ, तो आज हमारे पास cell phones भी हैं, mobile phones भी हैं, हमारे पास AI भी है, and everything developed around that. So the basic invention that led to computers was actually transistors. उसके बाद one of the key inventions that happened was heart transplantation. दुनिया में हार्ट की जो सर्जरीज हैं, हार्ट का जो ट्रीटमेंट है, that was invented after World War II. और आज आप देखें, there are millions of people whose lives have been saved through this invention. Then world saw us going to the moon. There was a fight between Russia and US to get to the moon. So the world invented spaceships and rockets that took the people to the moon and back to the earth. So there has been a massive transformation that has occurred in the last 70, 75 years, and that was all because of the invention. लोगों ने patents सोचे, लोगों ने ideas सोचे that were then documented in the US PTOs and the Pakistan PTOs and stuff like that. आप में से कितने लोगों ने पिज़्ज़ा बॉक्स के अंदर एक 3 टेबल देखा होगा जो कि पिज़्ज़ा के बॉक्स को चिपकने से बचाता है? कितने लोगों ने देखा है? That 3-leg table is somebody's invention that has been patented in US, and the inventor is making millions out of it even today. So, presentation nahi aayi abhi tak? Okay. So, anyways, let's leave the presentation. So, उसके बाद हमने ये देखा कि जब लोगों ने पेटेंट करने शुरू किए, वर्ल्ड केम टू अ स्टेज जहां पे नंबर ऑफ पेटेंट ज्यादा थे एंड द पीपल वर स्ट्रगलिंग टू मेक अ सोल्यूशन आउट ऑफ इट, विच इज़ अ वेरी हेल्दी थिंग. क्योंकि होता क्या है कि हम आज पाकिस्तान के एनवायरनमेंट में इनोवेशंस पे बहुत बात करते हैं. हम वी टॉक अबाउट इनोवेशंस इन एवरी कॉन्फ्रेंस, वी टॉक अबाउट इनोवेशंस इन एवरी स्पीच, बट टेक्निकली इनोवेशन इज अ बाय प्रोडक्ट ऑफ इन्वेंशन. एडिसन ने एक बल्ब इन्वेंट किया, एक येलो बल्ब इन्वेंट किया. एज अ रिजल्ट ऑफ दैट बल्ब आज हमारे पास एक ब्लू बल्ब भी है, ग्रीन बल्ब भी है, ऑरेंज बल्ब भी है, रेड बल्ब भी है. दीज आर ऑल इनोवेशंस. एक इन्वेंशन होती है तो एज अ रिजल्ट ऑफ दैट देर आर hundreds and thousands of innovations. When I enter any conference, it generally says innovation concept. When we say innovation conference, we are technically standing at stage number 2. क्योंकि हम inventions की बात ही नहीं कर रहे. जब हम बात ही नहीं कर रहे तो हम inventions तक पहुंचेंगे कैसे? Technically inventions के बाद innovations होती हैं. अब हमारे यहाँ challenge ये आता है कि पाकिस्तान पेटेंट ऑफिस में, and these are the numbers for 2022. Pakistan Patent Office में 2022 में around 850 patents फाइल हुए, and out of 850 patents we only had 40 technology patents, even less than 40 technology patents. And it hurts me to say, not a happy moment at all, it hurts me to say कि वो जो 40 patents technology थे उसमें से 10 तो मेरे अपने थे. So it's a sort of a shame कि हम इस चीज़ पे तवज्जो ही नहीं दे रहे. If you compare ourselves, the Pakistan, with Malaysia, let's say, Malaysia files 8,000 patents in a year. Indonesia files around 6,000 patents in a year. And if you talk about the bigger economies, India files 64,000 patents a year. US files 6 lakh patents a year. China files 1.5 million patents a year. So we have been missing on the invention boat a big time. And that is one of the reason that we today lack the momentum that is required to take our startups forward. One of the things that startup need to do is to invent. मैं अक्सर forums में ये बात करता हूँ कि अगर आपके पास कोई idea है, startups के पास कोई idea है, so the first thing you guys need to do is to actually patent yourself, get the patent done for that idea, so that अगर आपकी product बाद में नहीं भी चलती, and if there is a technical glitch into it, you can still make millions out of that whole scenario by just selling, commercializing, transferring, licensing that whole patent. Intellectual property works more or less the same way as any other property works. You can rent your home, you can sell your home, you can put your home as an Airbnb. Similarly, if you have an idea, you can get that registered in Pakistan Patent Office. And if somebody requires that technology, she would come to you to ask your permission to get that thing transferred, licensed, rented, whatever the thing is, to you. And you will continue to get the loyalty. I am fortunate to have one of the top inventors of Pakistan, Anwar Saab. He has more than 50 patents to his name, mashallah. And we have been advocating this whole concept of bringing the invention part to our community. अगर हम ये जो 40 टेक्नोलॉजी पेटेंट हैं, if we can convert those 40 technology patents to let's say 2000 or the 3000 next year, I'm pretty sure the world will take us very seriously. So the whole concept or the whole thought behind this discussion was to provoke this thought to you all, you being a student, you being a startup, you being a entrepreneur, you guys need to invent, you guys need to patent, you guys need to come up with novel ideas that can move the world like the world was moved through transistors, like the world was moved through heart transplantation, the world was moved through other technologies. Thank you very much for listening to me. It was a pleasure speaking. Thank you.
A strong point made there, highlighting the importance of patents and driving innovation as opposed to simply benefiting from it. Thank you, Mr. Jawad. Introducing our next segment, a panel talk on AI agents in 2025, unlocking new opportunities and transforming industries, for which our moderator is Ansar Muiz. Please welcome him on stage with a round of applause.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum ji. Thank you for joining us for this panel discussion. My name is Ansar Mughis, and I'm representing Dow PropTech in this event. But more particularly, this panel discussion is supposed to be about AI agents and their impact in the upcoming near future. I would like to invite my panelists, Mr. Babar Arshad. I'll have them introduce themselves as they come in as well afterwards. Then there is Zainul Abidin. Thank you. Please continue with those warm applauds. And then there is Mr. Zohair Kidwai. assuming, yeah. Assalamu alaikum ji. I hope you're all doing good. As you are all aware, we're glad to have you for this discussion on anything and everything on AI agents and their impacts. I'm sure a lot of students here would want to know how it'll change, how it'll impact things for them. If I can request all of you to briefly introduce yourself. If you can start with Babar first.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Babar. I am a tech entrepreneur who has a non-technical background. So मैंने tech पढ़ा नहीं हुआ, but I landed into tech honestly by chance, and now I'm loving tech for the past decade or so. I have a couple of full-time gigs. One is a services company, one is a product. So like a lot of builders over here probably, I'm earning through services and trying to build products for long-term growth. I also do some pre-seed seed investments in modern tech-based startups. तो especially इस साल पाकिस्तान में जब मैं आया हूँ, I'm based in Dallas by the way भी, तो मैंने बहुत सारे young अच्छे startups देखे हैं जो अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं. So my goal is to help them, mentor them, give them money where it's needed to help them launch off, the pre-seed sort of amount. And from the AI side, we've done some really interesting work in our already existing products, which I can talk about, if you get a chance.
Sure, thank you. Zain, if you can go next, please.
Am I audible? Yeah. Okay, so I'm Zain. I built this company back in third semester NUST. I just get into NUST in 2K17 and started trying to build some stuff in 2K18. We are three brothers. We love to build products. We build Imagine Art in 2K19. Right now it's the top 2 grossing app around the world. And it comes to web, we are the top 5 AI image and video generator in the world right now, with more than 5 billion active users.
Brilliant. For these two, at least, I think a very humble introduction. I'll make sure they tell more about themselves. Mr. Zohair Kidwai, can you please?
Yes, thank you for inviting. I'm a product owner. I work for regulated markets for developing products for smart manufacturing solutions. There's a huge market out there. Like हम conventional systems पे बहुत ज़्यादा काम करते हैं, but smart manufacturing systems के ऊपर across Pakistan, there's not much work being done. In fact, मैंने काफ़ी industries में काम start भी किया, especially regulated market as pharmaceutical. इसमें हम solutions develop करके export. I work for an organization and we are doing it internally. But what I see is कि हमारे पास बहुत opportunity है that how we can leverage like website development, CRM is there, but ये niche is still far unexplored in Pakistan.
So brilliant, thank you very much. So I'd like to start the discussion with at least setting the ground for AI agents and just understanding what they are. If I may ask Zain, for example,
sure.
If you can take us through what AI agents are to start with, so that we can have a understandable constant discussion. Definition for the discussion. Okay, so
the very young audience out there and very non-technical, I'm pretty sure about their faces from their faces. So this one thing is let's talk about AI agents. You're seeing the wave of generative AI. You have seen what's happening with images. You have seen with what's happening with videos out there. So if you have to see what generative AI did it's it helps you to create all images from single prompt. You can just talk. You can create your own email. You can create your own document from just a simple prompt. I'm this is the very basic, naive, easy work of all AI. Let's suppose if I have to write an email, just use GPT and write an email. That's a very basic work, team. What the future look like is there are a lot of ways of how this agent's gonna work. But let's talk about the operator out there. So let's suppose you have to buy some food, some groceries, some fruits and stuff like this, and you have to go to the Google, you search on it, you click on it, you figure it out what it is about, and it's a very hard and manual process, very rigid work. So what with the new way of working is way too different. 5 years back, if you are not a visual designer, you cannot create an image. But now everyone in this room can create images. Last year you can't create any single video. but now you can create a video from a single prompt. What the future look like is like, even when you, if you have to buy all these groceries and stuff like this, you can just ask a one single operator to do that stuff and it will do it for you. So if you ask me personally what AI agents is, it's like for me, it's like an automations with AI and with all of your work. All your tedious tasks is going to be replaced in the future in 1 or 2 years. I can bet on that.
Thank you. Zohair bhai, if I may move the discussion to you now. Are you seeing, so in whatever you do, how are you seeing the impact, for example? And how are, in your opinion, AI agents different from, for example, other technologies that we've been saying?
Yes. So AI is a great help to us. Like when we talk about the regulated markets, एक product development, if I talk about the pharmaceutical industry, तो एक product, उसका impact that's being evaluated, वो data हमें internet पे available नहीं होता. Training our LLMs, like our internal LLMs being trained on that data, and then building the accuracy of the product. आज से कुछ अर्से पहले तक कितने products, recalls, products की values impact होती थी, क्योंकि LLMs या ये वाला concept of prediction, analytics वाला product था नहीं. आज हम LLM को internal data के ऊपर train करके जो efficiency of our products, efficiency of our volumes, efficiency of our investment deliver कर पा रहे हैं, that is unmatched. And in future, what we are doing is that we are building these solutions. अब ये हम industry wide जो data है, for example, एक product कोई company बना रही है, Y company बना रही है, collaborating the data into one LLM and then driving the efficiency. So like the shared efficiency will make the future far, you can say, beyond like what we have experienced before.
Brilliant. Sir, briefly, अगर आप कोई अपने जो अभी आप existing काम कर रहे हैं उसमें कोई example दे सकें very briefly कि किस तरह आपने वो किया, how the impact, तो I think सबको understanding में
हमने एक solution develop किया with a Pakistani vendor. Basically, जितनी भी आपकी production machines होती हैं, इन पे efficiency calculate होती है. Mechanical term इसे कहते हैं OEE, overall equipment efficiency. हमने इसमें सॉफ्टवेयर और हार्डवेयर बेस्ड एक टूल बनाया जो कि कैप्चर करता है हमारी प्रोडक्शन डाउन टाइम्स को. ये सोल्यूशन हमने पहले पाकिस्तान में इम्प्लीमेंट किया और आप ये देखें कि अच्छा सोल्यूशन हर जगह जाता है, हर जगह उसकी रिक्वायरमेंट होती है. टुडे वी हैव डिप्लॉयड दिस सोल्यूशन इन चाइना, इन जापान, इन यूके, ऑस्ट्रेलिया. लाइक मोस्ट ऑफ द हमारी जितनी अपने प्लांट्स हैं, अदर प्लांट्स और ऑफ साइट्स हैं, इसके ऊपर हम डिप्लॉय करें. तो जो डाउन टाइम्स, ये रीजनिंग हमारे पास आ रही है, फीडिंग टू द LLM, हम प्रिडिक्ट कर पा रहे हैं कि हमारे डाउन टाइम्स कहाँ होंगे, हमारी इन्वेस्टमेंट्स, हमारी ट्रेनिंग ऑफ आवर प्लांट टीम्स और एफिशिएंसी ड्राइव करना. देखिए क्योंकि प्लांट के ऊपर एनर्जी की कॉस्ट होती है, हमारे लेबर की कॉस्ट होती है, प्रोडक्ट की कॉस्ट होती है. टू एफिशिएंटली यूज दैट, दिस डेटा इज ग्रेटली फीडिंग टू दैट.
Brilliant, thank you. बाबर, मैंने intentionally आपको skip किया था शुरू में in this order. I wanted to have your view on कि आप, because आपका background, you've been involved in some startup investments as well. आप कैसे देख रहे हैं? आप बहुत सारे startups को evaluate करते होंगे, आप वो करते होंगे. So one, आप impact कितना ज़्यादा इसमें देख रहे हैं कि कितना सब कुछ change हुआ है, and two, how do you, how does that play in that evaluation, for example?
हाँ जी, before I answer your question, I have a quick question for the audience. यहाँ पे कितने लोगों को AI agents का पता है या कभी सुना हुआ है? By show of hands, please. और कितने लोगों को AI का पता है या सुना हुआ है कि AI कुछ है?
और मैं एक क्वेश्चन ऐड कर दूँ.
हाँ जी.
कितने लोगों को AI और LLM में डिफरेंस समझ में आता है? Brilliant. I think we need to have more of these hands.
So I just did this to come to my point, which was कि I think we as a tech economy are little lagging behind when it comes to modern advancements. AI agent एक बहुत next gen, एक बहुत modern तरह की चीज़ है जिसके बारे में हम सुन तो लेंगे शायद, लेकिन हमें इस्तेमाल करना नहीं आएगा. मेरी नज़र में from a non-technical standpoint, software or system which is helping you study an environment, learn, make a decision and implement a decision, वो एक AI एजेंट है. आप उसको अपनी नज़र में आसान लफ्ज़ों में एक बहुत स्मार्ट असिस्टेंट भी समझ सकते हैं जो कोई टास्क कर रहा है आपके लिए. From my standpoint, I have been involved in some startups. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, I've not seen a lot of AI-based startups. But yes, there's learning happening. There's learning models people are building, and I'm helping them improve that. For example, I'm working with a e-bike startup based out of Lahore. जिसकी जो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक बाइक्स लॉन्च करना चाहते हैं एंड दे वांट टू रिप्लेस अ लॉट ऑफ दीज बिग राइड कंपनीज विद इलेक्ट्रॉनिक बाइक्स, उनकी राउटिंग में हम LLMs और AI यूज़ कर रहे हैं. आई एम वर्किंग विद अ फिनटेक कंपनी जिनको डेटा स्टडी करने में और उस डेटा को स्टडी करके किस तरह मॉडल करना है उसमें हम AI इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं. बट अगेन एज आई सेड फ्रॉम अ इन्वेस्टमेंट स्टैंड पॉइंट, if I am an investor who invests in AI startups only, it's a little further than what we are at right now.
But short question, do you or will you ever in the short medium term incorporate that into your decision? अगर एक startup AI को या AI agents को leverage कर रहा है और एक नहीं कर रहा, is that going to be a, you know?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल बिल्कुल. I think I would love to see more AI driven or having a bit of AI in their processes, startups, because in the end that's going to reduce your cost. और as an investor वो बहुत एक incentivizing चीज़ है.
ग्रेट. अच्छा, इसमें जैन आपकी तरफ मैं आ जाता हूँ. सो जिस तरह बाबर ने मेंशन किया कि इट्स गोइंग टू रिड्यूस योर कॉस्ट फॉर एग्जांपल, इसमें एक कंसिडरेशन आती है एंड आई एम श्योर आप लोगों के काम में भी, आई नो वायरो एक बहुत अच्छा स्केल्ड बिजनेस है. ये वाली इम्प्लिकेशन भी आएगी इसमें, एथिकल और वो वाली इम्प्लिकेशंस भी आती हैं एंड दे विल बी डिस्कशंस अबाउट देम रिप्लेसिंग जॉब्स, रिप्लेसिंग ह्यूमंस. इज़ दैट समथिंग जो बिकॉज वी आर in the end discussing the impact it's going to have on workplaces, is that something that has come that you've come across in your work, and how do you think it will evolve?
So let's talk about this thing is, let's suppose let's talk about customer support. What happened with the customer support, a lot of people are from technical backgrounds, is like आपको response आता है, आपने उसको response करना है, ठीक है. वो एक set of principles हैं. अगर कोई बंदा कंप्लेन कर रहा है, उसको ये आंसर देना है. कोई बंदा कहता है मुझे अब आपने सब्सक्रिप्शन बाय की है, मुझे रिन्यूअल वापस कर दें. दिस ऑल आर वेरी सिंपल सेट्स ऑफ क्वेश्चंस, सेट्स ऑफ स्टेप्स. आई फील लाइक जो कस्टमर सपोर्ट है ना, दैट गोना चेंज, दैट्स द ओनली वन थिंग दैट विल बी रिप्लेस इन 1 year 2 years. यू विल नॉट फाइंड एनीवन हु विल बी वर्किंग इन कस्टमर सपोर्ट. ये जितने सारे कॉल सेंटर्स हैं, इसमें क्या है, these basic traditions, आपको ये बताना है ये चीज़ अवेलेबल है, ये चीज़ नहीं अवेलेबल, ये चीज़ यहाँ पे राइट नाउ अभी शॉर्टेज हो गई है, वट एवर इट इज़ द केसेस. सो इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द कस्टमर सपोर्ट, इफ़ यू टॉक अबाउट लेट्स सपोज सेल्स, व्हाट इज़ सेल्स? आप स्क्रैप करते हो कोई डेटा, उसमें आप देखते हो कि यार उसको आप पिच करते हो, उसको ईमेल करते हो, फिर वो बोलता है कि व्हाट अबाउट लाइक कैन वी डिक्रीज द कॉस्ट और नॉट, और कैन वी डिक्रीज द कॉस्ट. तो आप ये देखें कि like I'm pretty sure about this thing is customer support, sales, even God knows, like even the social media handling. आप एक पोस्ट कर रहे हो, उसमें क्या है, देखो आपने हैप्पी बर्थडे पोस्ट करना है, वो प्रॉम्प्टिंग है, एंड देन इस टाइम पे स्केड्यूल करना है, इस टाइम पे पोस्ट जानी है. इट्स ऑल मैनुअल बटन्स, देयर इज नो क्रिएटिविटी आउट देयर. तो जो चीज़ क्रिएटिविटी से कनेक्ट नहीं करेगी वो रिप्लेस होगी, और डेफिनेटली विल बी रिप्लेस. यू विल सी आउट देयर इवन सिर्फ कस्टमर सपोर्ट के ऊपर 4 स्टार्टअप्स वाईसी से निकले हैं सिर्फ कस्टमर सपोर्ट के ऊपर. अभी रिसेंटली आई एम जस्ट टॉकिंग टू देम, उनकी बात सुन रहा था, तो दे हैव क्रॉस $10 million MRR. तो what it seems like कि it's gonna help, customer supports. Trust me, Viro right now is trying to build the agent for the customer support, because हम हायर करके थक गए हैं. Finding the right person is so hard. AI can do your job in a response time उसको under 1 second ला सकते हो आप. So that's one thing is, when you talk about it, let's say what's ethical and non-ethical out there. I feel like देखिए, like अभी भी बाहर जो हैं, यहाँ पे गाड़ियाँ हैं, यहाँ पे घोड़ा गाड़ी वगैरह तो नहीं है ना, तो things will gonna evolve a lot. हम लोग लाइफ आज जी रहे हैं, वो बहुत बेहतर लाइफ जी रहे हैं as compared to 100 years back. After 100 years, we will be living much better life, all of us. Trust me, all this tedious work, जब आप लोग मोस्टली, आप में से बहुत से लोग उठेंगे सुबह, तो वो काम हो चुका होगा आपके उठने से पहले. आई कैन बैट ऑन दिस, लेकिन दैट्स गोना हैपन, डेफिनेटली इट गोना हैपन, बिकॉज इट्स मोस्ट ऑफ द टास्क आर ईमेल्स का रिप्लाई करना है. इट्स वेरी टीडियस आउट देयर. तो there's a when the generative AI comes, everyone's talking about this normal formal stuff, whatever it's going on. मुझे लगता है कि सेफगार्ड्स बिल्ड कर लेते हैं. अगर हम बात करें भी OpenAI ने भी, तो GPT-4 के ऊपर ऑपरेटर लॉन्च किया, जो उन्होंने मॉडल लॉन्च किया अभी, इस पर वो सिंपल कंप्यूटर लेवल पे जो उसको सिखा रहे हैं कि यार बटन्स कैसे क्लिक करना है, कीबोर्ड की तरह इनपुट कैसे करना है, माउस से क्लिक कैसे करना है. आप सोचें कि एक कंप्यूटर पड़ा हुआ है और वो खुद ऑपरेट कर रहा है और आपके वो सारे काम कर रहा है जो आपने करने होते हैं दिन में। तो उसको उन्होंने जो बिल्ड किया उसको बहुत सेफ्टी वेबसाइट्स पे लगा दिया। लेट्स सपोज आप वहाँ से कोई गन्स खरीद नहीं सकते, आप लॉग इन साइन अप किसी और प्रोफाइल पे नहीं कर सकते। तो आई थिंक सो ये गार्ड ड्रिल्स तो ओवर द टाइम बनेंगे, बट इट्स वे टू एक्साइटिंग टाइम फॉर ऑल ऑफ अस to just go through it. I just feel like, you know, we are the third tier country और हम टेक्नोलॉजी को ना डाइजेस्ट करने में बहुत टाइम ले लेते हैं. It's very unfortunate. I feel like everyone in Pakistan, everyone who is in the tech side out there should explore this thing. This is very simple to do stuff and you will be seeing more and more you know, possibilities of AI agents.
Thank you. Ji Zohair bhai, sorry.
I would like to add one thing. AI is the reality. This transformation is the reality. You cannot shy away from this. So ये jobs, ये सारी चीजें replace होंगी. They are getting automated. So we have to skill up. आप इस discussion में अगर अपना like if you are wasting your efforts and energy, like the reality is there. Look around. I was reading a journal, Wall Street Journal था, जिसमें Harvard के 23% जो recent graduates of MBA हैं, उनको जॉब मिलना मुश्किल होती है. सो लाइक यू विल सी दैट दिस इज कमिंग एनी टाइम सून और इसकी स्पीड ऑफ चेंज इज वेरी फास्ट. सो रादर देन दैट फोकस ऑन स्किलिंग अप व्हाट इज देयर, व्हाट्स कमिंग. इन फैक्ट क्योंकि अब लर्निंग समथिंग इज सो ईजी, द कोर्सेज आर सो अपडेटेड, सो वी हैव टू लर्न एंड गो बाय द स्पीड दैट्स चेंज.
Definitely. Babar, would you like to add something?
Yeah, just a quick thing. आपका सवाल जो था कि यार AI will replace jobs, इसके बारे में क्या sentiment है? Again, really asking everybody out here again. किसी को डर है यहाँ पे कि यार कल को AI मेरी job खा जाएगा? Anybody over here? Developers? Anybody who thinks कि यार AI will take up my job?
आप जरा ऊपर कर लें ताकि ज़्यादा नजर आ जाए.
ठीक है.
ये भी कम लोग हैं वैसे.
हाँ, कम लोग हैं और ज़्यादातर वो लोग हैं जिनको AI का ज़्यादा पता है. It's going to be a reality. AI will take up some jobs. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि AI is like a super car. एक बहुत तेज़ गाड़ी है. आप एक मेहरान से एक फिरारी पे जा रहे हैं फ्रॉम अ टेक्नोलॉजी स्टैंड पॉइंट. सो यू आर गोना बी द ड्राइवर स्टिल. इंसान ड्राइवर रहेंगे बट उसको ड्राइव करने के तरीके डिफरेंट हैं. फ्रॉम आवर स्टैंड पॉइंट, इफ़ यू आर क्रिएटिव, आई थिंक क्रिएटिविटी एंड ह्यूमन कनेक्शन इज़ व्हाट्स गोना स्टैंड आउट इन द नेक्स्ट फ्यू ईयर्स और डेकेड्स. जो इंसान अच्छा क्रिएटिव है, जो ह्यूमन कनेक्शंस पे काम कर सकता है, ये वो चीज़ें जो AI कभी हमसे ले नहीं सकता. बहुत मुश्किल है. So I think most people will succeed in the next decade or so.
Perfect. इस पे वैसे मेरी अपनी डेफिनेशन कोई 10 साल से जब LLMs नहीं थे लेकिन AI थी, वो ये रही है कि anything, वो मेरे एक पहले CEO ने मुझे कहा था कि anything जिसमें तुम रिपीट काम कर रहे हो, it will be replaced. अब तो LLM से सिर्फ आसानी हो गई, but I would want everyone to understand as well कि LLM और AI में डिफरेंस क्या है. अच्छा, इसने हमें बड़े अच्छे पॉइंट पे एक लेके आया कि I had another topic that I had listed कि now that we understand कि ये हो रहा है, for example, आप किस तरह देख रहे हैं कि human AI relationship आगे को कैसे जाएगा. So how do we integrate or rather, you know, upscale humans to stay in the process and where can we better utilize them? If any one of you wants to take that, I'll. Zain, if you want to.
So let's talk about, you know, what's happening with AI agents right now. आपके पास एक Lindley platform है. What it does is कि अभी आप सिर्फ जाएं और आप ही बोलें कि मेरे पास जो भी email आती है ना, जिसमें let's talk about sales की emails होती हैं, उसको मुझे ना ये वाला reply करना है. और फिर उसके ऊपर जो भी reply आएगा उसके साथ मैं एक Notion का page connect कर दूँ और वो Notion के page से observe करेगा कि यार what would be the right fit for my business, और वो आपको ऑटोमेशन कर देगा. तो देयर आर सम जेनेरिक प्लेटफॉर्म्स बिल्डिंग अप ऑन टॉप ऑफ दैट कि वो आपको हर तरह की ऑटोमेशन प्रोवाइड कर देंगे. सिंपल जीपीटी होगा, सिंपल एक ग्राफ स्ट्रक्चर होगा कि यार इफ एल्स और एक पूरा माइंड मैप होगा. दिस इज़ वन, यू नो, जेनेरिक AI एजेंट्स. वन थिंग इज़ लाइक व्हाट ऑपरेटर इज डूइंग आउट देयर कि वो पूरा का पूरा कंप्यूटर है, वो इनपुट ले रहा है, उस पर OpenAI ने अपना पूरा मॉडल इस लेवल पे बनाया है कि वो उसको कंप्यूटर सिखाने के इंसान कैसे कंप्यूटर यूज़ करता है और वो कैसे करता है, और वो सिंपल स्क्रीनशॉट्स लेता रहता है और वो स्क्रीनशॉट देखता रहता है कि यार इंसान से पहले वो पूरा, यू नो, ट्रेन हुआ कि इंसान किस तरीके से वर्क कर रहा होता है एक लैपटॉप के ऊपर, कंप्यूटर के ऊपर, एंड देन इट्स वर्किंग ऑन दैट कि वो खुद माउस को लेके जाता है, खुद क्लिक करता है. कभी भी राइट टाइम पे अगर आपको लग रहा है कि यार ये थोड़ा सा गलत डायरेक्शन में जा रहा है, तो आप उसको स्टॉप करके आप उसको कंट्रोल कर सकते हो उस कंप्यूटर को. So there's a, Lindley, there's operator kind of stuff like OpenAI will be shooting more and more agents out there. I feel like, there's always like the way you told us, that human will always be the wheel driver out there. He will be the one who's controlling this separate spaces. But like, the only thing that excites me is, I was super, super excited about this operator announcement. Sam is talking all about it. Like, we're not releasing AGI nowadays, but it will be in the longer run. So I was always think about, what could be the interface of it? Because like, AI agents, आप drag and drop करोगे, it's very complex. आप अभी जो GPT लॉन्च किया वो एक LLM बेस्ड स्ट्रक्चर के ऊपर है. तो I always feel like, agents का जो user experience होगा ना, that need to be a little different. That need to be something, could not be a textual based. I'm not sure, like that could not be a graphical based structure because I can't put 100 things. One more thing is very interesting about, what agents is. There's a one trajectory out there. It's like Sana AI. There's one company out there, they have taken more than, $400 million investment right now. And what they're doing is, like, let's suppose कि आपके पास सारा Slack का data होता है, user का सारा data, सारी companies का data connect कर लेता है. And what they did is कि अब let's suppose कोई बंदा onboard होता है किसी company में, वो HR से 50 सवाल पूछता है. तो all those questions could be in Notion out there, वो किसी एक पेज में हो सकता है, और वो उस bot से coordinate करे. अब मैंने information शायद आप मेरे, अब मैं आपका product manager हूँ, आपने मुझे कोई information share की, अब आपने मुझे शेयर कर दी, मैंने किसी पेज पे डाल दिया, अब मेरा हर बंदा जाके वो पेज नहीं पढ़ सकता. There would be a chatbots within the organizations that could be very good interface out there, कि पूरी organization के एक central chatbot होगा that will be talking to everyone out there. So I feel like कि जो human और bots के connections में जो interface होने वाला है ना, that could be very interesting thing. That's the thing, only thing that excites me to look at OpenAI updates in the night.
Brilliant. मैं आपकी तरफ फिर लेके आ रहा हूँ. I want your view on जो भी आप कहना चाह रहे हैं वो तो आप कहिएगा, लेकिन also on this के क्योंकि आप we are talking mostly SaaS. आप are more on the operations side, तो I'd like that view as well. एक बीच में मैं जैन की बात पे सिर्फ ऐड कर दूं कि ये वाले जो बॉट्स आप बात करें ना, जो ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की इंटरनल ऑपरेशंस को स्मूथन कर रहे हैं, ये हमने फॉर एग्जांपल डॉप प्रॉप्टेक में ऑलरेडी बना लिए. जैसे HR के जो why do we have to go to HR to ask कि यार मेरी ट्रैवल पॉलिसी क्या थी for that matter, या वो तो we are already building internal and external bots as well, but that's already for example very soon happening. Last question, Zoid Saab, if you can add and then we'll conclude.
Just one thing, like जो हम डिस्कस करते थे कि AI और ह्यूमन रिलेशनशिप, वन कॉन्सेप्ट अब आप देखें कि पहले हम टेली डॉक्टर्स देखते थे. इन वेरी लाइक रिसेंट फ्यूचर्स आप देखेंगे कि कम्प्लीटली AI ड्रिवन डॉक्टर्स. एक डॉक्टर आज की तारीख में देखें वो अपनी नॉलेज से एसेस करता है, उस वक्त उसका मूड, उसकी खुद की सिचुएशन क्या है, बेस्ड ऑन दैट उसका असेसमेंट कैन बी इम्पैक्टेड. जबकि AI ड्रिवन डॉक्टर जो होगा दैट विल हैव लाइक ह्यूज डेटा, आपकी अपनी रिपोर्ट से उसको ऑलरेडी फेड हो चुकी होगी इन्फॉर्मेशन कि क्या पॉसिबिलिटी है. सो व्हाट वी आर हेडिंग इन मेडिकल इंडस्ट्रीज प्रिवेंटिव क्योरिंग रादर देन आज जो हम आगे जाके जो क्योर करते हैं, अब हम प्रिवेंटिव क्योर की तरफ जा रहे हैं. सो लाइक इट्स अ two-edged sword, I would say. Both end, like for doctors it's a challenging thing, but on the back end for the humanity you will see great changes, like more longevity. So obviously again it's back to how quickly you are adapting, how quickly you are scaling up your skills. Otherwise, it will be all gone very soon.
Thank you very much. I think we've run out of time here, but I thoroughly enjoyed the discussion. I really hope that every one of the audience benefited, and thank you for your time.
Thank you.
A lucrative and probing exchange of dialogue. Our thanks to Mr. Ansar and our panelists. I am honored to introduce and welcome our next speaker, Dr. Wael Bedda, the Secretary General of the Succeed International Entrepreneurship Organization, affiliated to the Islamic Chamber of Commerce and Development. Previously, he served as the founding director of the AASD Entrepreneurship Center. With over a decade of experience and leadership at the helm of one of the most impactful ecosystem players in the MENA region, he has been instrumental in fostering innovation and entrepreneurship across diverse geographical areas. Please welcome him warmly on stage.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Assalamu alaikum. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm very pleased to be here in Pakistan. It's my first time, basically. I've been to many countries, but I love to be in Pakistan. And so many thanks to Arjus for inviting me to this event. And congratulations for his wedding. It was one night before the event. This is very uncommon. I've never seen that before. So he's very brave to do it one day before such a big event like the Future Fest. At the beginning, I would like to give you an idea about myself. I'm from Egypt, basically. So, I serve as the Secretary General of an international organization focused on entrepreneurship affiliated to the Islamic Chamber of Commerce called Succeed, Saleh Kamil's Sustainable Entrepreneurship Organization. I got my PhD in entrepreneurship from Cardiff Metropolitan University. I used to lead our family business for almost 16 years in the food distribution business. And I used to serve as the founding director of one of the leading entrepreneurship centers in the MENA region in Egypt, affiliated to the Arab Academy for Science and Technology. So this is in brief about myself. And since I come from Egypt and from the MENA region, I would like to start with giving you a quick idea about the landscape, the ecosystem, the startup landscape in Egypt and in the MENA region in general. As you can see here in this graph, the top or the leading sectors that got investments, VC funding in Egypt last couple of years, fintech was the leading one, e-commerce, transportation, retail, and healthcare. $217 million of investments were invested, of VC funding were invested in fintech startups. And when you look at the MENA region in general, according to Magnet, you can see in this map, most of the sectors, for example, in Egypt, most of the investments were tech-related investments and tech-related startups. In Algeria, for example, e-commerce is really leading. In Saudi Arabia, logistics is a very exciting business, and most of I would say a lot of the VC funding goes to logistics and e-commerce business. UAE technology, Morocco, e-commerce and fintech in Morocco. So the startup landscape in the MENA region is very diverse. It's not one size fits all. It depends on which country, and it depends on the dynamics of the country, and it depends on the partner. But this is in general. But when you zoom in to any of these countries, you'll find all of the startups in each and every single country, like the case in Pakistan. So for example, in Egypt, most of the companies, most of the startups are tech startups, logistics, fintech, health tech, prop tech, and some deep tech startups, but deep tech is not so common. But at the end of the day, many of them are service-based or services. We have amazing young talents, tech talents, like the case in Pakistan. And if you see the investments or VC funding in the MENA region, you will see that, and it's common sense. Most of the VC funding were attracted by Saudi Arabian startups, followed by UAE, followed by Egypt. Maybe 2019, the case was different, but Saudi Arabia, since after the COVID, they changed their strategy significantly, and they have policies, and they have government regulations, and they have PIF and VC funding to support entrepreneurs to come to Saudi Arabia, and it worked very well. $2.9 billion were invested in the MENA region for startups, 2024 last year. This is for the investment, the landscape in the MENA region in general. I have some advice for entrepreneurs. I see many entrepreneurs and many founders of companies are sitting here in this hall. So the first one is just to start your business, because I've been working with hundreds of startups for the last 10 years. Most of them, if not all of them, the business that came to life most probably is not the idea that was originated in the beginning. So most probably throughout the journey, they changed their idea completely. 100%. They changed the idea, they changed the team, they changed the business plan, they changed everything. So having this loop of analysis, paralysis, and you want to come with a very comprehensive action plan to launch your business, most probably it will not work. Just start, take action, and pivot and change, and take action and change, and take action and change. The Instagram, if you know the story of Instagram, when it started in the beginning, he used to work with Google, and he left Google Global to launch his hardware company. And for a full year, it didn't work. And then he closed this company, and he opened a second company, and it failed, and he opened a third company, and this third company was Instagram. The third company, the third attempt. You just start. This is one thing. Second thing, there are 5 factors for any business or any startup to be successful. Having an amazing team, a very good idea, a comprehensive business plan or business model, having access to funding or investment, VC funding, and the right time. Which one you think is the most important for any business to be successful? Idea? Who says idea? Okay. Who says investment, access to money, funding, VC funding? Only one. Who says the team? Team. I see the majority goes to the team. It is absolutely important. Who says the right time? Yes. So what's very interesting, definitely all of them are very important. But 4 of them you can change. You can change the team, right? You can have some access to funding in a way or another. You can change the idea, you can change the business model, but you can never change the right time. You can never change the time. I mean, maybe 10, 15 years ago, it was not the right time for solar panels in some countries where the energy cost was very low. So solar panels were not really an interesting business in some countries. Now it could be a much more suitable time, and you don't have control over time. This is one thing. Followed by the team, because when you ask any investor, they always say, we invest in teams, we invest in founders, we invest in founding teams. In some cases, some founders get VC funding, millions of dollars, pre-launch, so they did not even launch the business, but they get $2 or $3 or $5 million because they have a track record of building companies. So having this successful team is very critical. But the thing is, and as an advice in the team and the team dynamics, is how to build the team. This is very critical and this is very important. Especially, I see some young entrepreneurs. Is there any university student here or fresh grad? Perfect. So usually at the university, you have your graduation project, and there is a group of 7 or 10 members in this project. And when the project is exciting, you decide to do it as a business. But think after 5 years from your graduation, the 7 co-founders, their life most probably will change. Someone will travel, someone will get married, someone will work in a company or a bank or a multinational company. So maybe 1 or 2 only will be focused on running the business, while 4 or 5 will leave the business. If you start from the beginning, 7 co-founders with equal ownership or equity, this is not fair, and your company will not go far. So we always advise to have clarity of roles from the beginning, from day one. Who's doing the sales? Who's doing the technology? Who's running the company? And against what kind of equity? Should not be equal. It could be 15% to one co-founder, 30% to another one, and 50% to a third one. It depends on the talents and depends on the valuation of this talent and how critical the role is. And having this equity as vested equity. So vested equity, not to get the equity from day one, maybe to get your share of the company after 3 years. So year 1, you get 5%. Year 2, you get 5%. Year 3, you get the third 5%. So you get your 15% equity in the company within 3 years. This would make it easier and will make you more committed and will make everyone in the company more committed. And the third thing in the team dynamics is the right partners, how to choose the right talents to work with you and the team. Are you familiar with the multiple intelligence? Multiple intelligence. Anyone here likes mathematics or good at math? Yes, you should. It is usually, I would say, people say that people who are good at mathematics are the smartest, right? This is our perception. Yes, people with, usually they have a high IQ track, but there are 7 types of intelligence. You know, Cristiano Ronaldo, if he's good at mathematics or bad at mathematics, would that make difference in his career? No, not at all. So you need to make sure what kind of business you're in and what kind of talents you need. Do you need people who are bodily smart or who has kind of interpersonal intelligence or intrapersonal intelligence? You know, the developers and coders usually have this interpersonal intelligence. So choose the people who are very close to you. Think internationally. When you go to when you see any company in the United States, most of the startups, they say, I want to test in the US market and go global. This is their orientation. This is their vision from day one. Many other countries, their dream is to scale within their country. It's a matter of orientation. It's a matter of mindset. So thinking global is not a big thing. I have a model in internationalization. This is my model. I've studied many startups, most of them raised millions of dollars of investment. If you can see, scaling internationally, you need to have very strong partnerships, networking, and PR publicity, and direct sales. 4 out of 7 are related to your interpersonal skills, not related to how much money you invest to be internationally oriented. So it is very important to think internationally and very important to have this kind of interpersonal skills. Even if you don't have it, you need to acquire it. One last advice is AI, artificial intelligence. I'm sure that there is a session about AI, 2 sessions from now, about using AI and how to use AI in your life. Not only to build your AI product as an AI engineer, but how to use AI in every single aspect of your business. How to use AI in marketing, in content creation, in segmentation, in building product, in operations, in everything, almost everything. And what kind of tools? Low cost, in some cases better efficiency, even in building tech products. How to build a tech product? 2 or 3 years ago, you could build a tech product, low code, no code. But now you can build it via AI. So the next generation of businesses are AI related. I will show you only one thing about AI. You have many tools to use, but you can check aitoptools.com for most of the AI tools that you can use in everything in your life. It's updated every day because there are thousands of AI tools. Every day you can see it. And I will stop here. Thank you very much. I would love to connect if anyone has any potential collaboration with Egypt, the MENA region. It would be a great pleasure. Thank you very much.
It seems that we're looking at a significant shift in the investment trends and behavior of the technological landscape. This can prove to be immensely beneficial for aspiring entrepreneurs across Pakistan, should it be utilized properly. I hope you all were paying attention. Thank you so much, Dr. Wael. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Samad Salim, the visionary CEO and founder of DigiTrends. With over a decade of experience in building innovating platforms for healthcare and other industries, he has been instrumental in driving digital transformation across various sectors. Under his leadership, DigiTrends has become a leading digital solutions provider, delivering award-winning services to multinational pharmaceuticals worldwide. Let's give a warm Future Fest welcome to Mr. Samad Salim. A big hand, if you may.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum. I don't think so I need this. Okay, this is my slides. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good to see you everywhere. My name is Samad Salim. I'm CEO of DigiTrends. First of all, I would like to thank Arzesh, who is a close friend of mine, and I'm working with him for this Future Fest from last 3 years, and every time it's even bigger than before. And I think he's not doing this for money. He is one of the heroes of Pakistan who is doing a lot for the community. And people like him, we should help him, we should appreciate these kind of people. So हमें इस तरह के लोग और मिल सकें जो कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री के लिए, IT इंडस्ट्री के लिए, यूथ के लिए without any personal benefit इतना काम कर रहे हैं. और ऐसे लोग जो हैं वो बहुत कम हैं पाकिस्तान में. इस तरह के लोग बहुत ज़्यादा होने चाहिए. तो first of all, I wanted to say special thanks to Arzesh for conducting this Future Fest every year for us. And he has done a lot of Pakistan, like Saudi Bridge, Yango, so many successful case studies with him. And I still believe he has a long future ahead with some great initiatives. So, coming back to my introduction, my name is Samad Salim. I am CEO of DigiTrends. And my today's topic is how to scale in Saudi. Fortunately, we are working in Saudi from last 5 years. Before this gold rush came into the market, we were fortunate enough that we got the opportunity, and we are the only company in Pakistan, and we are the only company in Saudi who has developed a remote patient monitoring solution for the leading government hospital of Saudi Arabia, King Saud Hospital. And we developed remote patient monitoring solution for them, which they are using from last 5 years now. And more than 200,000 patients have been facilitated with our solution, which is developed completely made in Pakistan. And they have a lot of respect for our company over there. And we are, alhamdulillah, working with all the major hospitals in Saudi, major pharmaceuticals in Saudi. And now we are working with the leading banks and asset management companies in Saudi. This journey of last 5 years, because most of the IT companies here in Pakistan, they are more keen, they are more focused towards US market. And that's the biggest market in the world, there is no doubt about it. But unfortunately, they are in soft recession from last couple of years. And I hope things will get better in US now. So when you want to work in US, the things are very simple over there. You have to come up with your online branding, and you can use Upwork, you can use, you can do PPC marketing, you can do a partnership over there. So online thing is like workable in the US market. But when it comes to Saudi, it's entirely a different market. You have to develop physical face-to-face. You have to like do face-to-face meeting. You have to develop relationship with them. That's very important for the Saudi market. First of all, I would like to give you a brief why Saudi market is something is wrong with this. First of all, I would like to tell you why Saudi market is, you should not avoid this market now. Saudi is going to invest around $3 trillion in next 5 years, and they will be injecting that money inside the kingdom. So if I give you an example, if you know this road belt, which is China is developing the corridor, it's around $1.5 trillion, and that is they are investing outside of China, not inside of China. But they are going to invest $3 trillion inside of the United Kingdom, and they are more inside of Saudi Arabia, and they are more focused towards made in Saudi product. So any product, any innovative idea, if you have currently in your mind or on your paper, or you're working, or you have the MVP, this is the right time to go to the Saudi market and talk to Saudis, and then they can bring it on with their branding, of course, with partnership with Pakistan. So there are two kind of companies, or there are two ways to enter into the Saudi market. And Alhamdulillah, by the grace of God, I have successfully implemented both of them. One is if you are a service-based company, if you develop solutions, you deal with corporates. So one is that you open your company, or you partner with someone over there, and you develop solutions and you sell services to the Saudi market. The other one is the startup. If you are coming up with just some startup, if you have some MVP, if you have some mobile application and you want to launch it into the Saudi market, that's a different thing. So Digitrends, as being a service company, as being a product company, working in last 5 years with the leading, as I told you, leading hospitals, pharmaceuticals, and banks and asset management companies of Saudi. Digitrend Ventures, the other company of mine, who invest in startups, and we invest through technology. We don't give cash to the founders. We select founder, we have our validation system, we have our domain experts, and we invest through technology. So two of my startups has, alhamdulillah, enrolled in Saudi Arabia in last 1.5 years. One is Superwoman, which we launched here in Pakistan, and we rebranded by the name of Super Nisa in Saudi Arabia. The other project is Mohandes. Mohandes means engineer. It is also an AI-based product. So first of all, I would like to know, audience I'm talking to, how many are you are from the startup, or how many are you from the service business? So first we will go for the service business. How many are you have the company, IT companies over, and you want to go or you want to explore? Very good. Okay, and now I want to know how many have you the startup and you want to, okay, okay. Nice, so it's like equal thing, completely. Very good. So first, let me start, which is my core actually. Let me start from the service business point of view. Again, what I was telling that in Saudi, there is no online sales concept. They believe in face-to-face meetings. They believe in personal relationship. They believe in references. So what you have to do is, first of all, now there is like Dubai. You don't need any Saudi. You don't need any kafil to open a company in Saudi Arabia. And we have a special desk, which I believe our community helped a lot in this. And in MISA, that is the investment ministry of Saudi Arabia, we have a special desk over there for Pakistani investors. And if you want to open your company in Saudi Arabia, you can talk to MISA on a special desk. And I have experienced that, and they are really helpful. You can get your own company without any kafil. Every opportunity, if you come across that you want to establish your business in Saudi Arabia, and you can afford it, then you should not miss this opportunity. This is the gold rush over there. As I told you, they're going to invest $3 trillion in next 5, 10 years over there. So, and this market is still, they prefer Pakistanis over our neighbors, over other nationalities. They still prefer to work with us. They respect us because of our culture bonding. And we have good relationship with them for over the years. So if you want, if you can open your company over there, this is the time. You should contact MISA, you should start the process. And if you think this is a very expensive deal because you need around somewhere around $40,000 to $50,000 to open a company in Saudi, then there's a way which I adapted. What I did, I start visiting Saudi, I start partnering with Saudi people, and you have to go very niche. Like, if you're working on healthcare, you have a success story. If you're working in e-commerce, you have a success story. Focus only your success story, your successful product over there. Reach out to them through LinkedIn, through face-to-face meetings, through events, and try to build a partnership with them. If you will have a Saudi partner on board, that's a different ballgame. But if you can partner with your company who is doing already good business in Saudis, this is the easy way to engage in that market, to get some potential lead, and then you can, of course, come up with your own entity, which should be your prime object, that your prime goal, that you should come up with your own entity without any you can say kafil or Saudi agent, like Saudi partner, because in that way you will have the complete power to make decisions, and this is the right time to open the company. So coming back to my presentation, it's not wrong. Yes. So we have the gateway. Saudi is a gateway of Middle East. Like, things are changing. First, if you notice, all the head office used to be based in Dubai. I have a company in Dubai. Everyone, the second home is Dubai, but now Dubai, we are having difficulties in visas, and India has dominated that market, unfortunately. Moving from Dubai to Saudi is the right time, that Saudi will be the gateway of the Middle East, the complete MENA region from in the future. So that's one thing. If you want to set up your company, you can reach me anytime. The second point is the startup thing. There's DigiTrends is partnered. Again, DigiTrends is the only company from Pakistan who is partnered with fintech Saudi. If you go to fintech Saudi, that's a government entity. You can see our name over there. We are supporting and facilitating fintech startups over there from Saudi market. So if you have a startup and you want to go to that company, go to that country, please visit Garage. We are partnered with Garage as well. Garage is like an NIC of National Incubation Center of Pakistan. You will get a good support from there if you want to come up with your startup. And again, there are many events, like we are going to the Leap. Arzesh is creating a group, and there are other groups going to the Leap as well. We will be there. I have limited time. So anything you want to know more about how to scale in Saudi, how to introduce your startup in Saudi, or how to open your company in Saudi, or offer your services business, you can connect me after this session. And you can connect me at Leap, or in that time as well. We will be there for 10 days, me and Arzesh and every whole our team. So we will be, it will be our great honor to serve you, to help you, and to build, because we have a same aim, Arzesh, me, everyone, we are working on the same thing, that we want to bring more remittance to the Pakistan, because I believe IT is the only solution, IT industry is the only solution in Pakistan who can help Pakistan to come out of this problem which we are currently in. And Arzesh is doing a great job. Again, thanks to Arzesh, and thanks to Future Fest, and thank you so much for the opportunity.
A very judicious perspective on the Saudi market and the opportunities it may hold. Thank you, Mr. Samad. Next, we have a segment which is a book discussion, for which I would like to introduce our two speakers. Brian Moynihan, apologies, is the founder and CEO of Dreamspace LLC. He is also specializing in generative AI, augmented AR, and so on. And our next speaker joining him is Adnan Iftikhar, the Chief Executive of Catalyst Consulting and a seasoned educator with 25 years of experience. His diverse teaching portfolio includes various subjects, and currently he is dedicated to empowering young people to create meaningful impacts and solve global issues through collaboration and communication. Let's welcome them on stage. They've authored a book on AI. A huge round of applause, please.
Hello, everybody. Hello. I met Brian three months ago, and we met in a space where we were online, where we're talking in an incredible AI community, and when I presented myself, when I introduced myself, he reached out to me immediately because he felt that there was a connection. And that connection led us to meet every single day for 6 weeks. 6 weeks we met together online because Brian lives in North Carolina, I live in San Francisco. We met for 6 weeks, and in those 6 weeks, we created this, AI culture shift.
Yeah. And so it's been great. Since the first conversation we had, I really felt there was a connection between us and our background and our interests. And we're both from the USA, but we're 3,000 miles apart. He's on the West Coast, I'm on the East Coast. So it was a pleasure to do that. So yeah, today we're going to be talking about the book that we wrote, which is called AI Culture Shift, and basically the ideas behind it. And also a little bit about the process of how we did it, because we think that there's a lot to learn about how AI is changing things in culture now, and then also how other people here could write books and go through that process.
Exactly. The power of AI is something that is still being developed, that is still being figured out. And as we are moving through this culture shift, we're still figuring out what to do next, how to do things in a more effective manner. And Brian really talks a great deal about being efficient and being effective. And we're still waiting for some slides to show up, so if that could happen, it would be amazing.
So I don't know if we can get our slides up on the back.
Slides, please.
So a little bit about us. So I'm Brian Moynihan. I have a background, I have a few things about me. One of them is that I have 3 master's degrees. One of them is in business, an MBA. One of them is in information science. And the third one is in Buddhist studies. I studied religious studies. And those 3 things, I think, come together in a really interesting way and sort of inform my work. I think about that as business, technology, and on the Buddhist side, it was really kind of about anthropology, understanding what people value. It's the people side of things. And where those 3 things come together, I think is really important. So if you understand your people, your users, even your employees and your partners, if you understand the business and the technology, that's where those 3 things balance together. That's what makes the big difference. So where a lot of people are talking about AI from a technical point of view, what we're doing in our work is about the cultural side of things. So that was the first thing, 3 things about me. The second thing is, in general, I've had a diverse career. I've worked in education, I worked at a university for a long time, I've worked in healthcare and done a number of things there. But broadly, I think the thing that brings it together for me is the idea of emerging tech for good. So whether it's for healthcare, education, empowering people, whether it's using virtual reality, AI, wearables, it's always, what can we use this emerging tech for good? And then finally, innovation networks. So innovation networks is one of the two key frameworks that we put into our book. I brought a framework with me, the innovation framework, and Adnan brought one of his own. And that was sort of the core of our book that we then spun and expanded.
Thanks, Brian. I'm going to just do a really quick introduction for myself. So my name is Adnan Iftikhar. This is an image that was created by Midjourney. So I like to quote at the bottom, cite at the bottom if I used an AI tool to make it. This is an anime version of me. He looks much cooler than I do, so that's why I put him up there than I do. But that's me as an anime version. And I'm the CEO of Catalyst Consulting. There's three things I want you to know about me. One, I grew up on 4 different continents. So I saw education in a lot of different spaces, including in Karachi, including in Quetta, including in Paris, and in Mauritius, and of course the United States as well. I was an immigrant to the United States, and when I first came to the United States in the 90s, right, I handwrote all of my papers. I was so scared of technology that I handwrote my papers. From that, I went to writing a book about AI, right? So if I can do that, anybody can do anything, right? And then thirdly are my initials, Adnan Iftikhar, AI. So basically, I am AI. I was destined for this work. I'm destined to be here, and this is what we talk about. Now one of the things I also want to talk about here is that there's a process that both Brian and I, we debated this afternoon. Just a few hours ago, we were finishing our slide deck. We debated putting this in here. But I think it's very important that we step outside the comfort zone. So we're going to do something that neither of us has done on a keynote stage before, right? We're going to do something that's going to be very uncomfortable. And so I just want to show you that magic can happen wherever you push yourself to be uncomfortable. Okay, are you ready?
Right, yeah.
Yeah, can you give us a round of applause to give us a little bit of excitement and readiness for this? Okay, this is one of these things. All right, you ready, Brian?
Let's do it.
All right. Okay. All right. That's it. No, I'm just kidding.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Good night. No.
So this is just to say that if somebody standing on stage can do something that's that uncomfortable, right? I'm a little shaken right now. I'm kind of like, what just happened? But if I'm able to do this, and also I want to say, Brian and I met for the first time 2 days ago.
In person. Yeah.
In person. In Lahore. So we're both living in the United States, but where did we meet for the first time? In Lahore, and we came here for Future Fest. So just wanted to put that out there too. Lots of uncomfortable things in this space. But I want to talk a little bit about, as we continue this conversation, and Brian, interject whenever you want to, the difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, right? Because here we are in this age of AI, this next generation that's starting 2022, 2023 is now being called Generation AI, right? Gen AI. And the difference between artificial intelligence and human intelligence, I like to think about thinking about the brain. What is a human brain, and what does it do that's good, and how does it work, right? So one of the things that I think about is online, right? I go online and I look for certain things. These are 3 facts that I found online, right? We use 10% of our brain, right? Our brains are really good at multitasking, and brains can keep track of thousands of things at one time. What do you think about that? What do you think about that, audience? Come on, let's get some audience participation. What do you think?
I got a thumbs up.
Thumbs up? Does that sound good? Anyone disagree with anything? No? So part of things, right? Like I just want to say that this is actually, those are brain myths. The actual facts are that we actually use 100% of our brain, right? We can only think of 3 to 5 things at one time. We can't keep track of multiple things. And our brain can only single task. We can only do one thing at a time. So that's what our brain is good at. That's what how our brain functions. And we still are learning a lot about our brain, but the more that you know about the brain, the better you get at understanding how well you can use it in different aspects.
But wait, you found all that information online, right? That means, so it must have been right. It must have been correct. Yeah.
The other thing I want to say is that just because I'm up here talking, right, doesn't mean that I'm right. Check my sources. Check your sources. That's digital competency. That's AI competency. Check your sources. Don't believe something just because somebody's saying something. Don't believe it, right? You have the power of AI. You have the power of Perplexity. You have the power of Google to be able to check your sources. So use that and be conscious of all of these different things. All right. So I lied up here in front of you, right? When I was telling you those things that I found. So AI hallucinates and humans lie. AI can make mistakes, humans can make mistakes. And this is something that we're going to develop and talk a little bit more about later on in the presentation. Because for us to really know why AI hallucinates and why humans lie is a deep question, right? Why do you think AI hallucinates? Anybody know? Do you know what AI hallucination means? Lack of data. That's a really good one. What else? What was that? Making errors? It does make errors, 100%. But why? Data modeling? Anything else? Roll and check? Anything else? Trained on wrong data. We're coming back to that. The thing is, in essence, AI is trained to please you, right? It is trained that it wants to give you an answer to everything. Because if it doesn't please you, it goes against its coding. So naturally in the coding, it wants to please you. So it will make stuff up because it wants to make you happy. Now, why do humans lie? The same reason. Because they don't want to look bad in front of the other people. They're afraid. Or they don't want to displease you. And that's why humans lie. So a lot of similarities in that regard, but there's a lot more nuances with humans than there is with AI. Now I'm going to pass it over to Brian, and he's going to talk a little bit about his framework, and then we're going to come back to this in a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. So when we're thinking about AI and culture, Adnan and I came together and we had these conversations. And the first thing, we knew we wanted to write a book together. We knew there was something we were getting at, but we didn't know right away what that was. So we started with conversations, and we recorded them, just talking back and forth. And from those transcripts, about a week, about 5 days of talking, and we talked about various different things, we used AI to try to help us figure out what we were talking about and said, what would be the best framework to put this together? And it suggested, well, you know, Brian has this framework that he's been working with for a while around innovation networks. And Adnan has another framework that he's been working with for a while. And why don't you make those the core of the book? And then we used that to sort of outline our first version of the book in terms of chapters. And then we changed that and iterated. We talked to a lot of experts and brought in their opinion, including Arzish. And that's sort of the process of how we wrote the book. So this is what I brought to the table in terms of a model I've been working with and I think is important. And it's about innovation networks. So typically you hear about an organization where you hear, we could do this top-down or bottom-up. So top down, there's like the leadership will say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to centralize it. We're going to have a team. Somebody's going to be in charge of it. This is our goal. Here's our funding. Let's go. And that has a lot of benefits because you've got the funding, you've got the high level vision of what you're trying to do, but it also has some drawbacks. Sometimes the person at the top of the organization doesn't have the whole vision of the organization. Sometimes that's not what people are enthusiastic about, or where places where people are seeing opportunity on the ground.
And Brian, where does this come from? Where does this show up? Like in terms of a top-down hierarchy, where do we see that in the universe right now?
I mean, I think it could work in just about any organization. I was working at a university for a long time, and I was seeing it at the university level. But I think it could work within a company. It could work at a nonprofit. Various different organizations in a government organization. This top-down and bottom-up is kind of.
But it's a pretty traditional model.
Yeah.
It's seen in a lot of places, and in Pakistan, it's used quite often as a top-down model, right? Yeah.
And the other model is bottom-up. And so a lot of times you'll find within an organization, there's some people, little pockets of people who see something, and we're seeing this with technology in particular. And like I said, I worked in wearable devices, I worked with virtual reality, and now with AI, where you see these people across the organization, and they see something in this technology. They're excited about how they could apply it, but they can't get anyone higher up from them to pay attention to it. They can't get the funding to do what they need to do. It's not their job to do it. So those things fall apart over time. The bottom-up model also have problems.
And so what's the solution, Brian?
Thank you for asking. I think a solution to that is the innovation networks. So if you think, instead of thinking about an org chart, where there's a hierarchy, you kind of zoom out and you say, okay, rather than think about these people in our organization in this hierarchy, why don't we think about them as nodes, dots in a network? And we could say, these people are our resources. These are the people who are doing interesting things. And here's some money that we can grab. Here's some resources we have in terms of money, or departments, or partners outside of our organization. And you look at this network and you say, how do we best connect and support that network? And suddenly everything changes. Because from the top down, rather than saying, we're going to centralize this, we're going to tell everyone what to do, the leadership instead takes a step back, sees what they have as assets, and say, how do we best connect all these things together? And better than that, how do we make it even better? So we can connect these nodes, we can train people in things they need to do. If you're trying to do AI at your organization, I hear the same stories again and again. The IT won't let us do it. So can we have a sandbox? Legal isn't happy about it. How can we try to make sure that we're doing this in a responsible way, et cetera? And so this idea of innovation networks is about thinking about networks and investing in those first. And but there's still definitely a role for the people on the bottom up to play an active role for their enthusiasm. And there's definitely a role for top down for the vision to come from above and the funding to come from above and removing obstacles.
And do you think all three of these can live in the same organization? All three of these ideas?
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And how does it play out in terms of where this shows up in the world, or what the impact can be?
I think the impact is huge. So if you think about a network, if you imagine just like dots on a piece of paper, like all the dots of a node, you can imagine one network where they're barely connected at all. It looks like a subway map, right? There's a couple people in the middle who are clustered, but mostly it's kind of lines that go out, and some people are off by themselves. You think of another map where all those things are very densely connected. Those are two completely different networks with all the same resources. The connections make all the difference. And actually why this is such an impressive thing, and why Arzish, what he's built is so impressive, because he's taking all these things that are here, all the potential that's here in Pakistan, and making it even bigger, and then connecting it to global networks, to Saudi Arabia. We're here from America.
Mm-hmm. Totally. Thanks.
So we can go to the next slide. So one other model that I came up with is this idea what I call the Mount Fuji model. So if you think about Mount Fuji, it's kind of shaped like a giant triangle. And it has, essentially, think about it in 3 layers. On the bottom layer, you've got the regular people doing their jobs, right? These are the people sort of where the bottom up would start. On the top, you've got the leadership, but also maybe subject matter experts who are going deep and very focused into a specific area. I think that the way we can bring these things together is through a middle layer specifically designed to connect those. So the middle layer is thinking, okay, here's this network we're trying to build out. How do we connect the ideas and the funding and the support that we can get from above and all the energy and connection that we get from below? This is something I did at the University of North Carolina where I worked. by trying to find these ways to bring people together. So you can bring people together in events like this. You can bring them together in online communities. You can have a grant funding program where you say, we have so much money to give to this, we're gonna accept ideas and we're gonna fund the best ideas. And then what happens with that middle layer is that they start to see where there's potential below, but maybe those people don't have the technical expertise that they need, but they have a great idea. And above, they were like, wow, that person's in our organization. I didn't even know they were there, but they're full of enthusiasm and they're so smart and they've identified a problem I didn't even know. And so that's where the middle layer is really crucial to tie those together.
Now, you were mentioning something about quantitative versus qualitative. Like, how do you figure out that this person adds something of quality to the team that you can't really quantify? And where does that fit into the picture?
That's a good question. One of the models that I like is, it's essentially, if you know about chess players, if a chess player comes, you could be ranked 1600 and you'd be one of the best in the world. You could be ranked 800, you'd be in the middle and at 0. When the way that chess ranking works is, if you play against a good player and you lose, you only lose a little bit because you expected to lose against a good player. If you lose against a bad player, you lose a lot. And vice versa. If you play against a really bad player and you lose, you're going to lose a lot of points. If you win against a good player, then you win a lot. So with these ideas, you can take a bunch of ideas, there are these processes to do so, and use that same statistical model and quickly start ranking ideas qualitatively, qualitative ideas, and then giving them actual numerical values that you can use to
Quantitative markers.
Quantitative, yeah, qualitative.
Perfect.
Quantitative.
Perfect.
Thanks. And so this is that vision of the 3 levels that I was talking about. So the foundational base, the more specialized peak and the leadership, and that key integration layer. 2 other things that we added to our book that I think are pretty crucial. One of them, if you're thinking about accelerating AI across organizations, one of them is the rise of the chief AI officer. We're borrowing this from a wonderful thinker called Connor Grennan, and he talks about the role of the chief AI officer as someone who is thinking across the organization, thinking about the strategy, fostering collaboration, and then balancing the text. That role is not just a technical person. It has to be a people person, someone who understands how to bring out the best in people, how to use their emotional intelligence. And the other side of that is about AI governance. So governance is about thinking, what are the good things that we could do with AI, and what kind of risks and problems might AI cause? One of the things we see too often is people are all like, AI is good, and somebody else will say, AI is bad. And like, neither of those point of views are very helpful. It really needs to be a balance of thinking, of balancing good and bad. And governance is doing that at the organizational level, and how you can bring that together.
Excellent. Thank you, Brian. I'm going to talk a little bit about the IQ, EQ, AQ model, which is part of the idea that, that there is the difference, like as I was talking before, the difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence, right? So you have IQ, and what IQ, the I part, stands for not just intelligence, but also information, right? I have information, you have information, you have information. Other people in this room have information, but if we take all the information here and add it together, all of our brains, and then we compare that to the information that AI has, which model do you think has more information? What was that? AI, right? AI. AI has a lot more information. It has pretty much the sum of human knowledge available to it. So no matter how many people come together, right? The AI will have a lot more information. So that is a place where we can rely on AI in a lot of different ways, as long as we put the human intelligence on top of it, right? Because we know AI hallucinates. We know AI will make mistakes. So we have to use the human intelligence on top of it to make sure that it doesn't do those things. So that's one part of it. The second part is the EQ. So when you think about IQ, it lives on top over here. EQ, the emotional intelligence, the emotions and feelings, right? We all have emotions and feelings. AI is a machine. It does not have emotions and feelings. This is a huge differentiator between AI and human intelligence, right? This is where we shine, right? The one thing to realize is that AI can make us feel something, right? AI can make us feel something, but it doesn't feel. But it will have some impact. Now, I've had some conversations with people who talk to AI and who will say, how's the weather? Like, how are you doing today? And have these conversations where they're as if they're talking to another human being, which is incredible to be able to do these kinds of things. At the same time, you have to realize that the AI is still a machine. So that's the other part of it. So EQ is incredibly important, and EQ is where we can differentiate ourselves. The next is AQ, and AQ stands for action, adaptability, and agency, right? Those are the different things that we can do. How many of you know that AI writes code? Raise your hand. A lot of you know that, right? How many of you have used AI to write code? Raise your hand.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Awesome. How many of you have written an app with AI? So we went, there's a Rehan School student up there. Nice. So we went from about 50 people saying that they have used AI to write code to about 10 or 8 people saying they've written an app using AI, right? So if you know you can write an app with AI, there's a difference between knowing something and actually doing it, taking action. And who can take action? Humans can take action. AI cannot take that action. When you do these things, you learn and you can express those actions in a way that you will experience the project, the product, and make that. Now, how old are you over there? How old are you? Rehan School student. कितने साल के?
10?
9 years old, 10? 11 years old, right? 11-year-old student has created an app using AI and published it, right? If you don't know about Rehan schools, please check them out. They are the first AI school in the world. The first school that uses AI first in the entire world. There's another student right there as well. Excellent. Look, so many of those students are here. And if you haven't visited the booth, please go visit their booth as well. Really, they have like the AQ in action happening at that school. It's really wonderful to see. So I've talked a little bit about this in terms of diving into IQ, diving into the different things around IQ. The one thing that I want to mention in this as well is that continue to use the human intelligence on top of things. One of the things I do, like I said before, right? Why does AI hallucinate? All of you said a variety of different things around training data and LLM and making mistakes and all of those things, and I added to it that AI is there to please you. If you add this prompt at the beginning of any prompt when you talk to an LLM, it will reduce hallucinations by a tremendous amount. Don't be afraid of displeasing me. Just tell it. Tell the AI, don't be afraid of displeasing me. And as soon as you say that, hallucinations will drop, right? It won't be 100% accurate, but it will be closer to 100% accurate. That's one of the ways to get around some of these things. At the same time, you want to check your sources. Who has used Perplexity before? Raise your hand. There's like 5 of you. If you have not used Perplexity, you need to use Perplexity, right? ChatGPT now has sources as well, but Perplexity will give you the sources. So when you ask it a question, it will give you the sources where to go. Who still Googles things? Who uses Google for search? Okay, that needs to switch. You need to start using AI for search, right? Because Google is slow. Google, you have to go into it and then you have to click different things and you have to use too much of your brain to figure out which one it is. With AI, it accelerates the process. AI stands for accelerated intelligence, augmented intelligence. When you're using a Perplexity, which is an AI search engine, you can get exactly what you need along with the sources to figure out what you need to do. For those of you that haven't used it, use it now. Make sure you check my sources and make sure that I'm correct by fact-checking me. Okay? All right, so that's about IQ. Then EQ, right? We talked about this, that this is the differentiator, right? This is what makes us relevant. Humans still have a purpose because we have EQ, because we have emotions, because we're the ones that created AI, right? So continue to think about these things and continue to focus on communication skills, continue to focus on emotional skills, emotional intelligence. And how do you raise your emotional intelligence? By being more in community, right? Who has a mobile phone? Raise your hand. Who spends more than 4 hours on their mobile phone per day? Many of you. Some of you are lying, but that's okay. The thing is, right, that is a form of communication that is very one-sided, right? There's only 2 industries in the world that refer to their clients as users: software engineers and drug dealers, right? So when you tap on Instagram, right, when you tap on Instagram, you make Mark Zuckerberg richer. Every time you tap on Instagram, you make Mark Zuckerberg, you make a billionaire have more money, right? So thinking about those things and making intentional choices is part of using your emotional intelligence to make the difference between, am I gonna connect with somebody online or am I gonna connect with a human in person? And what is the purpose? What is the difference? We had a purpose of connecting online that led us to meeting in person, that led us to being on this keynote stage where we did acrobatics on stage in front of you, right? And talking about these things. What is the purpose? Be very intentional about it. Then there is AQ. We just talked about this. Some of you have, have written code, have done all of these things. Some of you that know that you can create code. I found out about this about 2 or 3 months ago, and I started using Cursor AI. In 1 month, I made 12 apps that I published online, right? The one that took me 4 hours to make and publish was in the top 10 for an NVIDIA developer contest. I was in the top 10 and it took me 4 hours to make it and publish it, and I did not write a single line of code, right? But I used my brain, I used my human intelligence to talk to it, because you don't need to write code now. As long as you know how to talk, as long as you know how to communicate with the AI, using simple, direct language and talking to it about iteration, you can do anything. And I'm not saying, hey, look at me, I did this. If I can do this, right? Anybody can do this, right? You have to put in the time.
It's incredibly empowering. You start with the idea, and then you're going to get something back, and you probably have to then use your human intelligence to say, is this good? Is this is this going to make sense for what I'm trying to do? Is this going to work? Does it have good taste? Is this something that I want to put out into the world? But there's the back and forth that goes with AI. And if you start with your intention, AI is really about a mindset. You start with, what am I trying to solve? And then you ask yourself the question, how can AI help me with this? And it's continually asking that question. It's never coming to a definite answer, because you're going to have new problems and it keeps changing capabilities. So definitely agree.
100%. And just another little story, just another little thing about this. So when we wrote this book, right, and I was meeting with Brian every single day. My kids would wake up in the morning and they'd see I'm meeting with this guy every single day, and they could ask me, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm writing a book with Brian. And then they were really curious. So I have an 11 and 9-year-old at home with me, and they were very, very curious about it. And so when the book got published, my 11-year-old was like, can I read the book? I'm like, of course you can read the book, right? You can read the book. But there might be some concepts that might be a little hard for you to understand. So she said, well, why don't we write a book together about some of those concepts? And I said yes. And that book was published 1 week ago on Amazon. So my 11-year-old wrote a novel with me, with the power of AI, with using it intentionally, responsibly, and ethically, because we wrote a section in that book as well about how we wrote the book. And we talked about it. And she got her ideas across. And she was able to do all of these things. And she's a published author at age 11 right now. Right? So if that can happen, anything can happen, right? You just have to take the action to be able to do it. So this is for me, and I'm sure Brian has part of this too, but like, why do I do this work, right? Like for me, there are 3 things in this. Is like, I want to be able to have every human claim their human potential. I want to create a better life and environment for people, right? I want to have a better earth, and I want to bias towards positive actions with impact. This is why I do the work. And time. Last concept that I want to leave you with, and I'm going to turn it over to Brian, is that there's two resources in life, money and time, and you can make more money. Time's not coming back. Time is not coming back. So what are you using your time for? How are you using your time? Are you being intentional about it? Are you being purposeful about it, right? There's three ways to use money. You can spend it, you can waste it, you can invest it. Same thing with time. You can spend it, you can waste it, you can invest it, right? Investing in yourself is the best thing you can do with your time, right? So spend time, invest time with AI so you can accelerate your process, so you can spend more time and invest your time with your family, with your friends, and with the community so that you can be better human beings and improve yourself as you go along.
We can skip forward. So that's about it. So this is the book that we wrote, AI Culture Shift, frameworks to elevate people and transform organizations. And you've learned some of the concepts from there. If you're interested, it's on Amazon. There's a paperback version, and we actually just put out a Kindle version today that's 99 cents. So we wanted to do it for the Future Fest audience. So if you're interested, you can come check out this, scan this QR code, or come see us. So thank you so much.
Thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
But truly, thank you. This has been so inspiring to be in Pakistan, to go to Gift University, to learn about Rayhan School. This is an amazing event, so thank you very much.
Gracious of thanks to Mr. Brian Moynihan and Mr. Adnan for really tackling the themes explored in your book and getting down to the nitty-gritty fundamentals of it for our lovely audience. You're moguls in your respective fields and accomplished and well-versed authors. It was an honor to have been your host. Joining us now is a visionary leader and a true pioneer in the field of market intelligence and industry development. As the face of the OITE group, Mr. Amar Abdullah Babood has dedicated over 37 years to powering innovation and growth across major sectors. His expertise has guided international organizations and governments towards success through flagship initiatives like COMEX Global, GHEDX Global. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Amar Abdullah to the stage with a warm round of applause.
Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for having me here in Lahore, in Pakistan. It's a pleasure for me and my team to be able to meet with all the visitors and companies at this event. I'm here to speak to you today about the real potential for international trade between the countries of Pakistan and Oman. So we work in international trade. Before that, we were mainly focused in Oman, looking at how companies can develop, win business from government and the private sector. We've been around for over 40 years. So we started when Oman was kind of still a developing country in the early stages. Since then, we branched out to connect Omani companies with companies from Iran, from Algeria, from Kenya, and then from the GCC as well. But of course, we're here specifically working with Pakistan over the last few months, connecting with organizations to help us to bring business from Pakistan to Oman and from Oman to Pakistan. specifically in the industries of technology, ICT, digital transformation, but also logistics, supply chain, training, and education. So the way we do it is we research into what's going on in each country, what is the ecosystem when it comes to that specific industry. We find out and connect with who are the main players in that industry, who are the main buyers and sellers in that industry. And we analyze things like competition, pricing, the history of performance of companies in that country, and also looking at the relationships between each country. We've seen that Pakistan and Oman have very good relationship historically, culturally, in terms of religion, even in terms of geography. Oman and Pakistan are very, very near to each other. Actually, after the three neighboring countries of Pakistan, Oman is the nearest country after them. With Pakistan, also you have the China-Pak economic corridor, which is vital for Chinese goods to come into the region, to this region, which connects with GCC. And then in GCC, you have Oman, which have the ports of Sahar, Duqm, Salalah, which are major ports which can connect products and items to Africa and the rest of the world. So I think promoting international trade between these two countries is very important because we complement each other in terms of our strategic positions. You might know that Pakistan has been, or Pakistanis have been very important for our country, Oman, in developing over the last 40 years with the technical know-how and knowledge, the infrastructure that we've built in Oman. A lot of it has come from the know-how and experience of Pakistanis. And I think this is something that can develop further. Unfortunately, trade between the two countries isn't as high as it should be. So this is something we would like to change. We have seen so much potential. And I think having worked with a Pakistani organization for the last few months, the excitement is definitely there. I don't know if any of you have been to Oman before. Can you put your hand up if you've been to Oman before? 1, 2, 3, maybe 3, 4. Okay. Oman is within the GCC, but it's slightly different because we are a seafaring nation. So we've always been quite open to the outside world, mixing with cultures. Baluchistan has a very, very strong connection with Oman. Many Baluchis living in Baluchistan now still have Omani passports. Many people living in Oman, originally from Baluchistan, visit very regularly. So the affinity between the two people is really there. So for us, what we do, we organize large-scale events and exhibitions. We carry out research. We have a big event, COMEX, happening in September. So we've had really good response from companies here looking to find new business in Oman. In Oman, what the government is really focusing on is Oman Vision 2040, where Oman wants to be within the most highly developed countries in the world by the year 2040. So there's big strides to be made when it comes to areas of education, food security, digital transformation of government services, and of course AI is something which now is becoming very big in Oman. Oman was a late developer, so we have good potential to really adopt the newer technologies and start afresh. So we attend many events such as this. We meet with the leaders in the ICT world. And something which really got us excited is that because Pakistan trades or exports agricultural goods, textiles to Oman, we believe that Pakistan has an advantage in agri-tech. So we're specifically looking for companies who work within the agri-tech industry to help Oman to build its food security. We're looking for know-how from Pakistan as well when it comes to health tech or medical tech. Oman is quite a large country. Our population is quite small. In total, we're around 4 to 5 million now. But our people are spread out across the country, so it's very difficult for people living in the countryside to be able to find the healthcare. It's difficult for the government to invest into healthcare services across the country. So we want to bring in experts, any companies specializing in telemedicine, people being able to call, connect with doctors online. And this is something that we see great potential in Oman for sure. So for us, please visit us. We have a booth in this event. We are increasing our trades and links with the country. And the potential of setting up business in Oman, of course, there's 100% ownership. So there's free zones. We have there many incentives for companies to set up in Oman itself. And it's not just the small population of Oman that you will be connecting with. As you know, the population of the GCC, which is an economic union, is 60 million. And with the free trade agreements which we have with countries like the US, now being arranged with the UK and the EU, the markets are growing more and more. So when we connect together, our networks will thrive. The networks that Pakistan can bring and the networks that Oman can bring can really make us genuine partners and strategic leaders in this region. So I encourage you all to visit us. Please do visit Oman. And I think if you're a business company based here, international trade is very important for you because, of course, you want to be strong in your own city, in your own country. But as we know, markets, there is a limitation. So when you start trading with the outside world, the only limit is the size of the world and the number of companies in it. Having international clients, which we've seen when we visited Lahore and Karachi, where Pakistani companies, startups, SMEs are servicing large corporates in the rest of the world. It's a really great thing, and we believe Oman can replicate that as well. So thank you everyone for your time, and please enjoy the rest of the event. Shukran. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Mr. Umar. Our next speaker is Wes Burlas, the current co-founder of DAO PropTech. His segment will be on real-world asset tokenization and in-house implementation of RWAs in real estate. A round of applause, please.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. लगता थक गए सारे के सारे. Good job. आप में से कौन था कल शाम में जब मेरा एक लॉन्च इवेंट था? कोई भी नहीं था. Very good. इसका मतलब ये है कि I can repeat myself. Hi, how are you? So while this is getting up, I'm not going to take a lot of your time. मेरा क्योंकि product जो है वो अवामी है, so I'm going to have a conversation in Urdu. But थोड़ा सा मैं अंग्रेज़ी में एक चीज़ लाज़मी बताना चाहूँगा जिसके ऊपर हम लोग focus कर रहे हैं. That's real world asset tokenization. किस को पता है RWAs क्या हैं? Blockchain से कौन familiar है? Perfect. So you know what an RWA is. Okay, perfect. So for easy understanding, RWA का मतलब जो ये पूरी अंग्रेजी है वो बेसिकली क्या ये रही है कि आपके जो फिजिकल एसेट्स पाकिस्तान के अंदर दुनिया के अंदर कोई भी हैं उनकी एक डिजिटल रिप्रेजेंटेशन है. सो वो डिजिटल रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन टर्म्स ऑफ टोकन्स आ सकती है. व्हाट यू गाइस नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड इज़ कि कभी भी ब्लॉकचेन के अंदर जाएंगे तो ब्लॉकचेन एक अंडरलाइंग टेक्नोलॉजी है. ब्लॉकचेन के ऊपर डिफरेंट यूज़ केसेस इस्तेमाल होते हैं. एक यूज़ केस उसका जो हम सबको पता है वो है क्रिप्टो करेंसी, राइट? क्रिप्टो करेंसी जो हैं वो सिर्फ इंटरनेट नेटिव करेंसी या इंटरनेट नेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स हैं. रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट टोकनाइजेशन की एक प्रोटोकॉल निकली थी 3643 ERC 3643 और वो प्रोटोकॉल जो हैं वो डिफाइन करते हैं हाउ डू यू यूज़ दीज रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट्स इन अ टोकनाइज्ड मैनर. सो रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट्स के एग्जांपल्स क्या क्या हैं? अच्छा खैर ये तो मुझे कुछ और चल रहा है. रियल वर्ल्ड कुड बी रियल एस्टेट, it could be stocks, it could be securities, equities, or it could be cars or anything which is real, tangible, जिसकी आपको representation online चाहिए. Now, why do you need to do this? या फिर आगे जो है जो रुझान इसकी तरफ क्यों जा रहा है? अभी अगर आप लोग देखेंगे तो पिछले 1 महीने के अंदर काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें हुई हैं. डोनाल्ड ट्रंप केम इनटू पावर, जिसकी वजह से इलॉन मस्क जो है ही बिकेम वेरी रेलिवेंट. उसकी वजह से जो है एनवीडिया बिकेम वेरी रेलिवेंट. एनवीडिया के साथ साथ देयर आर अदर कंपनीज दैट हैव बिकम वेरी रेलिवेंट एंड देन दे आर मेकिंग डेटा सेंटर्स अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. ये जो डेटा सेंटर्स सारे के सारे बन रहे हैं, ये पुराने डेटे को खाली प्रोसेस करने के लिए नहीं है. इसेंशियली सिर्फ करना ये चाह रहे हैं, दे जस्ट वांट टू मेक श्योर कि एक कंसोलिडेटेड जगह के ऊपर जो है आपके सारे एसेट्स को, चाहे वो वर्चुअल हो या रियल वर्ल्ड हो, उसको वो कनेक्ट कर सकें. सो अस बीइंग इन पाकिस्तान, पहले तो हम लोग ये कह सकते थे भी टेक्नोलॉजी बड़ी महंगी है, वी कांट सेट अप डेटा सेंटर्स, या फिर हमारे पास जो है डेटा वेयर हाउसिंग के पैसे नहीं है, वो $1 मिलियन का ये खर्चा है, वो खर्चा है. AI की वजह से और साथ में एक्चुअली जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ AI थिंग्स हैव बिकम वेरी डेमोक्रेटाइज्ड. आप में से कितने लोग हैं जो कि चैट जीपीटी को इस्तेमाल करते हैं? वंडरफुल. एंड हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू एक्चुअली अंडरस्टैंड हाउ AI वर्क्स? परफेक्ट. सो सबसे पहले किसी भी चीज़ की फंडामेंटल्स जो हैं उसको समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है. रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट टोकनाइजेशन का सिर्फ सिंपल तरीका ये होता है, जो आपके दुनिया में उसके लॉज हैं उसी को आप रेप्लिकेट कर रहे हैं ऑन चेन. इसका एक पूरा स्पेक्ट्रम बनता है. इस स्पेक्ट्रम के अंदर ऑन चेन खाली रिप्रेजेंटेशन और फिर उसके बाद पूरी ट्रांजैक्शन, इस पूरी चीज़ को जो है एक ट्रांजिशनरी फॉर्मेट के थ्रू आप लेके जा सकते हैं, वेयर यू कैन एसेंशियली सी अ फॉर्म चेंजिंग एसेट गेटिंग फ्रॉम योर रियल वर्ल्ड टू अ टोकनाइज्ड वर्ल्ड, और फिर आपकी सारी रिप्रेजेंटेशन जो है ऑनलाइन हो जाती है. इससे प्रॉब्लम कौन सा सॉल्व हो रहा है? आजकल सबसे बड़ा, इफ आई गिव यू एन एग्जांपल ऑफ रियल एस्टेट, बिकॉज आई ओन अ कंपनी कॉल्ड डाउ प्रॉपटेक एंड वी टोकनाइज रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट्स इन रियल एस्टेट. सो डेवलपमेंटल रियल एस्टेट का प्रॉब्लम हम लोगों ने सॉल्व किया था. ब्लॉकचेन और ये रियल वर्ल्ड एसेट्स जो हैं वो एक बड़ा मेजर प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करते हैं, विच इज़ डबल सेलिंग. राइट? वाई? बिकॉज दीज नेटवर्क्स, ये इस तरह का एक अखबार है या इस तरह का एक लेजर है जो कि पूरी दुनिया में हर वक्त छपा हुआ होता है, हर किसी के पास पब्लिकली अवेलेबल होता है. तो इसके अंदर कोई टैम्परिंग करना या इसके साथ कोई खेलना जो है, इट्स नॉट ईजी. इट इज़ पॉसिबल बट इतना आसान नहीं है. सेकेंडली, जब इसके अंदर से फ्रॉड का एलिमेंट चेंज हो जाता है और जब कम्युनिटी का एलिमेंट बीच में आ जाता है, तो इट क्रिएट्स अ लॉट ऑफ लिक्विडिटी. सो अभी अगर मैं आपको एग्जांपल दूं, एक अगर आपने किसी ने बिल्डिंग लेनी है, तो अगर एक अपार्टमेंट लेना है तो वो तकरीबन आपको 3 करोड़ रुपए का, 4 करोड़ रुपए का मिलेगा. वंस यू टोकनाइज इट, तो वो 30-30 हज़ार रुपये का या 40-40 हज़ार रुपये का भी आप, या 15 हज़ार रुपये का भी आप वो अपना हिस्सा उसके अंदर डाल सकते हैं. बड़ा सिंपल एक लॉजिक होती है, डिमांड की एक सिंपल लॉजिक होती है. डिमांड इज बेस्ड ऑन 2 मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक फैक्टर्स. Well, not macroeconomic factors, but just 2 factors. Number 1 is your willingness, and number 2 is your ability to buy. Right? So let me just ask you this question. अगर 5 करोड़ रुपए का यहाँ पे अपार्टमेंट है, so it's a hypothetical question, you don't really need to answer this. 5 करोड़ रुपए का अपार्टमेंट है, कौन कौन लेना चाहेगा? Probably हर कोई हाथ खड़ा करेगा. किस किस की पास इतने पैसे हैं जो कि एलिजिबल है लेने के लिए? मैं तो नहीं हूँ उसके अंदर. आई एम श्योर काफ़ी सारे लोग होंगे जो कि एलियनेट हो जाएंगे. ये अगर हम लोग डिमांड को मैच कर लें, अब हम लोगों ने अगर एक 30,000 रुपये का फिगर निकाल लूँ, अब आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क यू अ रियल क्वेश्चन, इट्स नॉट अ हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन. हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू एक्चुअली वांट टू बाय रियल एस्टेट, वांट टू बाय एन अपार्टमेंट? गुड. और किस किस के पास जो है वो 30,000 रुपये हैं लगाने के लिए? देयर यू गो. We're welcoming Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhry. We really appreciate you joining us at this auspicious from OIC. Please, I would request you guys to give them a good round of applause. Thank you everyone for joining us today. क्या करना? Foreign delegations आए हैं, तो don't worry, we manage. Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. I really appreciate all the foreign dignitaries coming over here, taking out time to actually bless this whole occasion with your presence. So a good round of applause for you guys again. We're thankful for you guys to join the Future Fest of Lahore this year. This is the 4th version that we're having, and it's been a pleasure hosting you guys over here. What we look forward to, one request that I would have for all the dignitaries that are over here is to give people the option to talk to you guys. Essentially, we will have a lot of people around you. There's going to be a lot of security around you, but you do end up talking to a lot of entrepreneurs. That's going to give them a lot of confidence that there are people coming in from different walks of life and from different countries who are coming here to appreciate what Pakistan is doing. So I really appreciate you guys coming down here. And then if you guys can actually connect with the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem, it'll be great for us. All right, guys. So I was just talking about the real-world asset tokenization part. I'm not going to take a lot more of your time. Essentially, a simple example is that whenever you want to tokenize something, I think my time up ho gaya, so unfortunately I won't be able to show you any slides. But just so that you guys know, because of what Elon Musk and what Donald Trump and the whole paradigm is shifting towards tokenization, all I'm going to request you guys to do is read up on what real-world asset tokenization means. That is the future. If you guys do not know what blockchain is, if you guys do not know what tokenization is, you will be left behind. I'm not going to propagate my company, do whatever you guys want to do about this, but the concept hai, usko samjhein, usko padhein, that is going to give you a lot of confidence. You guys will become very, very relevant for the whole ecosystem. Thank you, guys.
हेलो एवरीवन, इट्स अ रिक्वेस्ट टू यू प्लीज़ जो पीछे बैठे हैं वो आगे आ जाएं ताकि हम लोग इसको एक प्रॉपर व्यू दे सकें. रिक्वेस्ट है प्लीज़ आप लोग आगे आ जाएं काइंडली. थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन. जितने भी हमारे पास एंड पे लोग हैं वो प्लीज़ आगे जो खाली सीट्स हैं उनको फिल कर दें. थैंक यू.
I'm utterly floored and honored to now invite on stage the Managing Director and Co-founder of Ejad Labs, Mr. Azam Malik, on stage to please invite our delegation for their keynote address. A warm round of applause, please.
Thank you, Beta. Thank you. Actually, she's doing great, but I want to get this honor that I want to invite the honorable our guests from the OIC and the Dr. Muhammad Iqbal, who is heading this delegation almost from 50 countries. And I think it's very historical moment that a great people from the great nations here to see the Future Fest and they want to meet the Pakistani youth, talented youth, if I say. It's very true. And I want to invite, it's a very pleasure for me and honor that they are here at the 4th edition of the Future Fest. And inshallah, we will join hands in the next editions of the Future Fest. I want to invite the Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhary. Your claps will show that how we love our guests.
Let me introduce His Excellency Professor Dr. Muhammad Iqbal Chaudhary, who is the Coordinator General of OIC Comstech, and he is leading a delegation from OIC countries. And special thanks to Dr. Zhao, who is heading the Chinese delegation. Lot of clapping for our honorable guests here. Now I will request Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary to share his views, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And ni hao, Professor Zhao Yufeng. See, today is a day of festivity, a day of celebrating many monumental achievements and equally grandeur personalities. We are extremely fortunate to have with us Professor Zhao Yufeng, academician of Chinese Academy of Sciences. Professor Zhao Yufeng is she's an iconic personality, a person which gives you strength and inspiration. She is a leading scholar from China. She was among the first few women inducted in the elite body of Chinese Academy of Sciences. And Dr. Zhao Yufeng, in a very tender age, visited Pakistan as a head of the delegation of Chinese youth. She visited Texla, Islamabad, Lahore. She has this fond memories of sitting with the President of Pakistan. I invite you to come again and sooner because of one most important reason, that we cherish you with the core of our heart. We respect you of what you have done, and we value you for the inspiration which you can give it to our girls, our women, because you have made it. I'm sure they'll be able to make it also. This is a day of festivity, of celebrating 1 million people in 57 countries. A large majority of them are youthful. They are young people below the age of 25. About 55% of them are young people. I know young people have two important attributes. They are vigor. Old people like me, if we wish to walk, we need to think. They walk first and think late. So vigor and energy. Second, this tremendous pool of creativity. You know, the innovation. Unleashing it. Just unleash their creativity and they will change the world. Honestly, they are our heroes today. I often call them bold, brilliant, and beautiful. 3 Bs of Muslim world. And I want to tell you that this is the day of festivity because our dear brother, Mr. Azam Malik, has organized this wonderful event of Future Festival. The name itself reflects the core of the mission, talking about future of the world. I'm not really sure what the future would look like. One thing for sure, that future would be as unbelievable as you can think. Future is going to be much stranger than fiction. Future is going to be very unpredictable. If anything which is certain about future is unpredictability. And that is where we need to prepare our youth. You see, I often think of, when I was passing through this, we think of technologies, and we celebrated the technological development. And something occurred to my mind that our development paradigm, there are several development paradigms. You can invest in huge infrastructure, you can build bridges, you can have highways, you can have big industrial conglomerates. The future of technology, the future of socioeconomic development, according to McKinsey's report 2024. McKinsey is a school, is an institution which is futuristic, which predict the economic gain through various means, and that technology is a very central core of it. The future wealth, prosperity, and development will come from 13 technologies. And these technologies will include IoT, artificial intelligence, advanced genomics, stem cell research, new energy devices. You just name it. These 13 technologies are disrupting and emerging, and they will define the future course of the world. Think of it. None of them requires any extensive capital investment. They're not financially intensive. If they are intensive, only intellectual intensive. So the real asset of our youth is between the 2 years. This is what we need to invest on. We need to invest on their training. We need to invest in their skills. We need to invest in their development, their intellectual and their intellectual development, so they become very useful citizens of it. I was also thinking, I was overwhelmed. I saw so many young people all around it. I was so happy to see them also. At the same time, I remember all of a sudden something extremely important, which recently a TED talk by Margaret MacDonald. She said, the western part of the world, the north of the world. I invite you to kindly see the video called Demographic Winter, Depopulation of the World. Depopulation of the world. World is depopulating. If you think the world is more populated, China, Professor Zhao Yufeng, in next 50 years would have a population of 800 million. Only half of it what you have today. The most of the world in global north will have less population. And we will have aging population. We'll have population which would need caregiving, which would have a population with less of creativity, with no vigor. And we are so fortunate. We have still the highest fertility rate, in the world. We will take over. Our youth will go everywhere. While their villages are empty and the population is aging, they need youth. They need young people. And that is what they are. They are the one who will rule the world. So this demographic dividend against depopulation and demographic winter is what we have as an advantage as young nations. And think of it, this education which we give it to them is absolutely not suitable for the world, because majority of them will live over 100 years of age. All predictions, simulation, all studies show that anyone who is below the age of 30 will celebrate 100 year of anniversary centennial while still active in the profession. Very important. While still working. And this 100 years of a productive life, they will have at least 3 times changing the fields, not the profession. Fields, not the profession. So all of you, if you think that your last degree will give you anything, literally nothing, only first job. After that, what is more important? Your adaptability and flexibility. That is what you float, this is what float you around in next 100 years. And let me tell you that I would meet you when you're celebrating your centennial, okay? So our education has to be changed. There is a need of a paradigm shift. There is a need of a shift where we train not only our children with a good foundational education, but also the capacity to be flexible and adaptable so you can move to new professions. Very, very important. So the good news is that while you have a great future ahead of you, you will have to come back to universities at least 3 times. You know, because your earlier education would be irrelevant and redundant. You also have a challenge ahead of you. You also have a challenge that you would be competing with machines, machines of your own invention. Till the genesis of humanity in the intellectual development, so far what we have developed were all tools. You know, we develop from hammer to plow to atom bomb, we splitted everything, you know. These were all tools. They have strengthened us. They've made us more powerful. What we have done in last 10 years, we invented something which is weakening us. You know, they are not the tools. Artificial intelligence is an agent of change. This is competing with us already. And machines versus human being in next 10 years will be a major problem. You would have to compete with machines with empathy, understanding, intellectual input much larger than this. They are now inventing a machine which will be the brain processing of 2 billion people equivalent in one machine. Think of it. You have to compete with that machine. Before machines make you irrelevant, try to control it. Okay? Try to control it. There is a prediction in the same McKinsey's report that next 6 years, not even decade, in next 6 years, 2 billion people, the workforce, will become irrelevant and redundant. They will no more be required, you know. So if you want to be redundant and irrelevant, please sit back and forget it. But if you want to control the technology at that point of time, I remember I always mention that what is the most predictable thing is that we are the first generation to see the change of absolutely unprecedented magnitude. And we are the last one to control it, okay? So you have to control, you have to make sure that you remain relevant. I want to tell you that in next 5 years, Africa, Pakistan, and all of us will be providing not only the youthful capital, but also the intellectual capital of it. And in this context, what you have done, sir, Azam Malik Saab, Professor Abdul Qayyum Chaudhry, and your team is absolutely phenomenal. I really appreciate you. Before I finish, I would like to tell you that we have with us our brothers and sisters from so many countries. They are the leaders of education. They're the ones who control our future. They're the ones who shape our future. And we're so absolutely indebted that they are with us in this beautiful country of ours. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Moving on to an exciting segment, courtesy of Ejad Groups, I will now be inviting Mr. Fasi Mehta to officiate the launch ceremony for Optima Aad Tower, a monumental development for Ejad Groups. A huge round of applause, everybody. A slight delay. Thank you for bearing with us. I'd just like to extend a heartfelt thanks to Mr. Murtaza Noor. He's a focal person for Comstech. He's accommodated the delegation so wonderfully. We acknowledge their participation and presence and are floored to have you. How is our audience doing today? Are we having fun? Have we benefited from today's talks? Something new to take away? And this was a networking opportunity, so I hope everyone got to chat with each other a little bit. All right. Please bear with us. We'll be back with you in approximately 2 minutes. Thank you so much. All right, perfect. So how many of you are first-time participants for Future Fest? All right, a good turnout. Have you guys had a chance to go by the stalls? Yes? All right, all right. And did you take part in the workshops that are being conducted in the other auditoriums? No workshops? No seminars? We're just here to listen today? All right, all right. Do you have any questions for any of our panelists who are here? Maybe someone from the audience can contribute to a discussion. We could do a cross-discussion moment. All right, okay. We have a distinguished personality from Norway joining us today. Her name is Kristen, and as a representative of the next generation to which all of these innovations and ideas and development is being made for, will be Amna. So a huge round of applause. Please welcome them on stage. If I could please have Kristen and Amna.
Thank you. So my name is Kristin Andersen, and I come from Norway, and I have known Arshish since 2019. And I think you got the idea of the Future Fest visiting me in Norway, where it's a catapult Future Fest. And, but that's a lot smaller than what he's made here. And one of the reasons why I come to these events, and especially Future Fest, is because there's so much talent here. So when I meet this girl, Amna, I'm just like, she is the future. It's so much more fun listening to her than listening to me. So Amna, please say some words about you.
Hello, I'm Amna Shazad, Pakistan youngest developer and Pakistan first youngest data scientist. I'm 12 years old. Currently, I'm working with currently, I'm working on AI chatbot, AI resume builder, and also I got an internship in expert solution, and I'm working as an internship in machine learning and and with my Egypt friend, I'm working with my Egypt friend and Korean friend. I'm working on medical AI chatbot, on also research on medical AI chatbot.
Okay, this is amazing. So it's one thing that she's running. She's also learning and trying to solve problems. And she is teaching us. And she is a female. And we are the future.
We are the future.
So about that, thank you so much for listening, and also make sure to, the future is bright, but you need to give everybody the chance to, to learn.
Yes, I learned.
Yeah. And one last thing. So you told me where you want to go, like.
I want to go Silicon Valley, and I learn, and I want to make on AI and data science, and I want to make a big thing, and that's so helpful for pupils. So I want to go Silicon Valley to complete my educations on Silicon Valley.
I think that sounds like a good thing to do. So hopefully you guys will help her to go to Silicon Valley. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And just quickly on should I say more about no? Yeah, more? Yep. So as I said, so anybody who here have been to Norway? Yep. A few. Okay. So I think about 150 people, Pakistani tech people, have been to Norway during Oslo Innovation Week since 2019. And everybody here also know that it's a large diaspora of Norwegian Pakistanis in Norway. And so interestingly, my first friend was Pakistani, from Karachi, actually. And that's where you're from, right?
I'm from Karachi.
Yeah. So Karachi is, there are several people from Karachi here. So we had Afak Ahmed, we had together Oslo Karachi Startup Challenge, which brought 4 startups from Karachi, and I think it was two from Karachi and 2 from Islamabad, came to Norway for a month. And I wish we could do more of that. So, yeah, what did you say? Oh, cool. Cool. Yes, thank you. So she's already got an invitation, so we're very happy. Thank you.
An announcement for our participants outside. Please come on in. We have a segment prepared for you. गुजारिश है कि आप auditorium के अंदर आ जाइए. Moving on to our next segment, inviting Mr. Fasi Mehta of Ejad Groups. Please put your hands together and welcome him on stage.
Assalamu alaikum.
I think everybody's very tired. I didn't hear back the Walaikum Assalam part. Assalamu alaikum. Good, thank you. So good to see you again, and more charged. What a productive day today has been, and also yesterday. Amazing content, great speakers lineup, such amazing people at the booth as well, and food and whatnot. Entrepreneurs, founders, dreamers, visionaries everywhere, wherever we look. So Ejad Towers is a very interesting concept. I want to talk about it for a bit. But before that, I want you all to make sure that you don't miss the great workshops that are happening tomorrow. For those who are interested in the startup ecosystem, there's a Startup Syndicate Summit tomorrow, don't miss on that. There's an amazing speaker lineup tomorrow, don't miss on that. This is a great opportunity. You just have to dedicate time to learn from these very, very learned individuals who will be here sharing their pearls of wisdom with you all. So, Ejad Towers is not a building, by the way. It's a concept of a great community, and I'll tell you why. I'll give you a few examples. You might have heard the term PayPal Mafia. How many of you heard the term? Okay, a few, all right. So, in the Silicon Valley, there were a bunch of colleagues working for PayPal. When they went out of PayPal, they created even bigger, greater companies that disrupted the way we work, interact today. Elon Musk went on to create Tesla, SpaceX, and so much more. Starlink, and many other things. Peter Thiel went out. I think Palantir was the company. Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn, and others. What happened? We also have a very good other example called the Careem Mafia. People who were the founding team members of Careem went out to create amazing startups, raise a lot of money. Why? What is the common element? The common element is when like-minded people are working together, physically they're sitting together, they're part of an ecosystem that actually pushes them to think the impossible and make it happen. They have access to greater, stronger networks, very, very influential networks. We just heard Kristen here. She's from she came from Oslo. 5 years ago, I think, when we went there, yeah, and we visited this space in Oslo and also in Stockholm called Spaces. You've heard WeWork, right? A co-working spaces concept. There's a similar one is called Spaces, also owned by Regis and others. What was happening was, there is a unicorn office there, $1 billion plus company. There are some fintechs, there's a bank, there are startups sitting, there is a game publisher sitting, there are investors sitting in the same building. They're working, they're eating lunch somewhere together. What's happening? Ideas are brewing. You're exchanging ideas. Arzish is very young, 26, 27, mashallah. I don't know how many of you know this, but I want to share this. Arzish is a product of a similar ecosystem, a similar community. Have you heard of Plan 9? How many? So, almost 12 years ago, Dr. Umar Saif and I founded Plan 9. And back then, when we used to go to the government to ask for funding for such a novel idea, we were laughed at. What's entrepreneurship? You know, what's this term? Today, everybody talks about it, but it's been a great journey since then. And Arzish came to Plan 9. He's incubated there. And from there, his journey of entrepreneurship started. I think Ejad Towers can nurture many more Arzish, can churn many more that can go on to create great companies like PayPal and Careem. And then they will be called maybe the Ejad Mafia. Because this is the concept of the community, that you bring everyone together in one space and the magic happens. You think alike. You're inspired by people. क्योंकि जब आपको कंपेयर किया जाता है किसी ऐसे बंदे से, किसी ऐसे इकोसिस्टम से, जिसके चैलेंजेस और अपॉर्चुनिटीज से आप रिलेट ही नहीं कर सकते, तो आप कहते हैं उसके पास ये था ना इसलिए उसने बना लिया. और जब आप देखते हैं कि आपके साथ उठने बैठने वाला एक सक्सेस की सीढ़ी चढ़ता चढ़ता एक मकाम पे पहुंचता है जहां से आप उससे इंस्पायर बहुत ज़्यादा हो जाते हैं, तो आप रिलेट करते हैं यार ये उन्हीं सर्कमस्टांसेस में से निकला है या निकली है, एंड मेड दिस बिग. आई कैन डू इट टू. because you've seen him or her closely. And when you meet such people, you also share what you bring to the table. What are you passionate about? What you really want to do? A lot of people here would have the itch to do something of their own today. Maybe you're already doing, maybe you want to do more. पर क्लैरिटी नहीं आती क्या करना है. अक्सर सवाल ये होता है मैंने अपना कुछ करना है, नहीं पता चलता क्या करना है. कोई ये बोल देगा कि मैंने एआई में कुछ करना है, बहुत बड़ी फील्ड है, क्या करना है. ये क्लैरिटी तब आती है जब आप जाके उस इकोसिस्टम को और डिसरप्ट करते हैं, उसकी इन डेप्थ अंडरस्टैंडिंग पैदा करते हैं. इस तरह की फिजिकल स्पेसेस आपको इनेबल करती हैं. आरफा सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क और सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क्स इसी तरह. बेंगलोर इंडिया इज अ ग्रेट एग्जाम्पल. इट वॉज सेटअप ऑन द सेम प्रीमाइस. वहाँ पे भी सॉफ्टवेयर टेक्नोलॉजी पार्क्स बने, सर्कल्स बने, सॉफ्टवेयर स्क्वायर्स बने और उनमें सब लोग इकट्ठे आके बैठे. तो उन्हीं में से कोई नहीं कहा, किसी ने जाके कहा कि हमने एक SaaS कंपनी बनानी है, एआई बनानी है. आज लूमा एआई का जो मॉडल है, आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी ऑफ यू आर फॉलोइंग इट, रे 2 is beating OpenAI's Sora model set up by Indian people. They had come from a different background. उन्होंने भी कहीं ना कहीं काम किया. So again, the concept that I want you to leave with, and I want to, don't take more time, as we'll witness this very historic launch, and I wish the team all the best and good luck. The concept is, you have to collaborate as a community. You have to come together. This space is just an enabler. I wish Arzish, the Ejad group, all the best, and I want to thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Join me now in welcoming on stage Arzish Azam, the founder and man behind Future Fest. A huge round of applause, please. This is the man behind the vision that you're seeing happen today.
Hello. Assalamu alaikum ji. Hello everyone. We have a lot of guests from many different countries. First of all, thanks to all of you for joining, and then from across Pakistan. I know that it's much more fun to be outside, especially in such sunny weather, but thank you all for coming inside to listen to this very important announcement and launching. 1 year ago, in this very venue, we announced the vision for building technology parks as the next step in our journey of ecosystem building. We've done now the 4th edition of Future Fest. We've hosted more than, I think, 250 events over the past 7 years. We've helped more than 5,000 entrepreneurs set up their global presence in the US, otherwise, and do international business. And we have witnessed ourselves the impact that technology has on this nation. And it may still not be celebrated as much as it should, but we will keep playing our part. Today, I come on the stage, and we've called all of you to tell you that we're not just building a building, which is what I think a lot of other people do as well, and it's fine. We're building an institution. We studied the model of special technology zone authority. It's an amazing policy by government. But then personally, myself, I happen to have my startup at Plan 9 around 8 years ago, which was in Arfa Careem Software Park. Surprisingly, the startup that I went with in that building is not the one that I came out with, but because of the amazing people and community and learnings that I had in that institution, I created something else. I felt that I like doing this, and ecosystem builders are very important, especially in the knowledge economy. Today, we are here to announce something similar, but a landmark for this nation. We understand that Lahore has Arfa Careem Tower, and there should be 100 more like this, 100 more facilities, physical spaces, community centers, technology parks, where companies come in, they work, their international visitors come, and this way the nation progresses into a more positive future. But maybe we can't build 100, but let us just start with one. And for us, we found an amazing partner in Islamabad who was already en route to build a technology park. We just invited them to come to our event, to come meet our community, and open this venture for all of you. And we would love to share what we're building, how we have envisioned this. And I think all of you who've had the exposure of technology industry, international exposure, obviously Careem, but a lot of international facilities would appreciate what we have designed. We'd love to welcome you if you'd like to partner, invest, get your office, get a commercial space. There's like a little bit of commercial in there, but it is a full-fledged institution. And I won't speak more about the physical construction part because I'm not an expert in that, and I'll call someone else to join me on stage. But before doing that, I want to kind of convey why a physical space is important. You know, all of us have been connected one way or another, and Future Fest is very important because, you know, this is the gathering of Pakistan's technology ecosystem. Many of us don't get to meet probably the whole year, but we come here like, this is our URS, sorry to say, for technology. But, you know, we come here to connect with each other, to help each other out. And we celebrate technology like the peer probably it is, and for this nation, for our youth. And now we want to go beyond events. Yes, we do one Future Fest every year, and it has been impactful. But we want to convert this into living spaces, into institutions that span across the nation. And we want to start in Islamabad. It's the city of knowledge, 40 universities, lots of people. And for us also, yes, I came to Plan 9, but I came from Islamabad. And Future Fest also, for the first one, happened in Islamabad. And so now, as we dive into this new venture, I think it is very appropriate that it is starting in Islamabad, in the heart of Pakistan's political and power ecosystem, so that they can see and witness how the private sector and how the tech community is building its own institutions, as we always have, as you always have. Now, if I may invite on stage Mr. Engineer Mufassir Rayaz, who's the Managing Director of Latitude NX, an amazing developer in Islamabad. They have developed 7 projects. 4 of them are complete. 3 of them are in live construction right now. And they will tell more about this project and their vision of supporting the technology ecosystem. Mufassir Saab, if you are here, please join us.
Welcome. Ji, Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mufassir Rayaz. I'm the managing partner of Latitude NX. This is a company based in Islamabad, which is into constructing buildings. And we have our own team of construction, whole construction team, and all the equipment and machinery. And we have the top consultants in architecture, structure, and for MEP services. So first of all, I'd like to thank Ardish and his team and his father, Azam. He's not here, I think. He's not here? Yeah, I think he's outside. He's not here. And your entire team for arranging this Future Fest. And for this is the 4th consecutive year we're doing it, for bringing together all the tech players, all the industry here under one platform, and providing this opportunity to the entrepreneurs and the tech industry alike. So we are here today to launch our project Optima Aad Tower in collaboration with Ejad Group. And this building is located in Islamabad. It's a IT tower, and it's a 25-story high-rise building. And it contains 4 stories of dedicated parking, and rest of the amenity floors like tech stores, and we have convenience store and restaurants and cafes and banks and financial institutions. In addition, we are providing space for the NICs and co-working spaces and conference halls, meeting rooms, and business center. And rest of the floors are for the IT and tech companies from all over Pakistan. And we have also provided a gym for the in-house recreation for a while. And at the top 2 floors, we have kept executive suites for the executives and the fraternity traveling from all over Pakistan and abroad to stay in the same building to provide us the complete solution under one single roof. That is not the complete missing thing we have not found out in anywhere in Islamabad or in Lahore. So something about the location, we decided about this location, we did a study, we found there is not a single building which have this complete ecosystem and not a corporate tower or IT tower which provides all the facilities in the vicinity and then this whole area. So we selected this location, which is a junction of Islamabad Expressway, GT Road, and there's a motorway coming from Careem, Lahore, and this is a conference point over there, which everything is joining there. So that location is amazing, and that it will help a lot of companies to come into a proper ecosystem, and they can thrive over there. And in addition, we'd like to tell you we've approved, got an approval from STZA. It's a Special Technology Zone Authority, which gives us our building, our zone, special incentives like 10 years tax holiday for all the businesses housed in there, and no duties on all imports. They can own they have their own FC account, foreign currency account. They have their deposits and all the remittances in dollar terms, which again is a huge facility. And they can open their LCs directly from their own account, and they don't have to take any permission or an NOC from State Bank of Pakistan. So at our company Latitude Annex, we prioritize sustainable future, and for this, we have adopted all the green building practices, and we also try to contribute towards our carbon footprint. We try to reduce that carbon footprint also. So we invite you all to be part of our vision, and like we are creating new future spaces, you become part of our vision, and we look forward to a very good collaboration with all the tech companies and IT industry in general. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So now we'd like to show you a quick video that gives you an overview of the project. And before that, I must add that when I went on this journey, even though I have some exposure to the Pakistani market, I really wanted to find the best people to connect with the technology ecosystem, as we always have. And I think we found some of the best ones here. They've delivered, and that's what's important in construction. Unlike a lot of things that were announced and not delivered in this industry, they have delivered. And we would love for you to join us. And like how we have built this ecosystem together as a community, let us build this project as a community. If you have ideas, please come to us. We met a bunch of companies today. They had a bunch of ideas, and we said, done, let's do all of them. And if we run out of space in this one, we'll make other buildings. But I think this one has space for all of your ideas and ambitions. And I will now stop talking, and if we may have the video, please. Thank you so much.
After revolutionizing the tech ecosystem unveiling another architectural Ejad Group is taking a leap forward Optima to create Ejad Tower Islamabad, joining hands with the real estate giant Latitude NX, Behold, who have already built a legacy that stands tall at the edge of DHA Phase 2, Islamabad. Positioned near the Giga Mall arches on Sheikh Zayed bin Nahyan Road, formerly known as GT Road, Optima Ejad Tower, a 25-floor skyscraper, After revolutionizing the tech ecosystem in Pakistan, Ejad Group is taking a leap forward to create an extraordinary initiative, joining hands with the real estate giant. After revolutionizing the tech ecosystem in Pakistan, Ejad Group is taking a leap forward to create an extraordinary initiative, joining hands with the real estate giant Latitude NX, who have already built a legacy of delivering successful projects. Now together, unveiling another architectural masterpiece. Optima Aad Tower, Islamabad, rises above. Behold, the magnum opus that stands tall at the edge of DHA Phase 2, Islamabad. Positioned near the Giga Mall arches on Sheikh Zayed bin Nahyan Road, formerly known as GT Road, Optima Aad Tower. A 25-floor skyscraper is not just a building, it's an idea, a philosophy destined to become the technology hub of Pakistan. The first corporate tower in the vicinity, Optima Aad Tower. Loaded with major tech companies and startups, Optima Aad Tower is a future STZA technology zone. 4 basements are dedicated to car parking, ensuring you can park your vehicles comfortably. Explore tech giants, IT businesses, industry leaders, tech communities, startups, and much more. The spacious corridors lead to bespoke and expansive corporate offices, offering workstations, meeting rooms, sophisticated executive rooms, and dedicated floors designed for corporate companies, including multiple international IT companies. The dynamic office environment, as envisioned in Optima Aad Tower, also features high-tech gym and all other modern amenities. Optima Aad Tower is a living sanctuary with tech offices and luxurious hotel suites for executive stays. Located at the best spot in Islamabad, Optima Aad Tower is 0 kilometers away from Giga Mall and the Islamabad Expressway, 2 kilometers from Bahriya town, and 10 kilometers from Rawalpindi Center. Optima Aad Tower, rise above. For bookings and details, get in touch with Ejad Group.
Very thrilling addition in the urban landscape. Thank you everyone for being such a lovely, lovely audience. Now we're going to circle back to our speaker segment. I am absolutely flattered to introduce MENA. MENA is a neuroplasticity specialist from Los Angeles, California, on a mission to help people rewire their brains. Originally from Afghanistan and born in Pakistan, she's thrilled to be back here sharing her transformative work. MENA has collaborated with notable figures like presidential candidates and best-selling author Marianne Williamson, as well as major companies in the Silicon Valley. Her main thesis is that by leveraging our emotions, we can rewire our brains to create meaningful change. A firm believer in taking bold leaps, MENA's neuroplasticity work has helped people raise millions of dollars, find happiness, and most importantly, live lives that are fulfilling, joyous, and free. Let's welcome her warmly on stage. A huge hand, please, for MENA.
Can you all hear me? Hi. Hello. Thank you for being here. It's so good to be with you. So Since I'm an expert on the brain, I thought I would ask you some brain questions. How many of you are feeling smart today? By show of hands. Oh, look, more of you. Okay, so in Pakistan, intelligence is very important. Do you agree? Yes, education, intelligence. What do you think is the most critical sign of intelligence? Is it creativity? Is it acumen? Is it memory or something else? Turn to your partner and answer that question right now. I want to hear you. Talk to your partners, please. What do you think is a sign of intelligence? What? Sorry? Oh, okay, great. What's one thing you've been very curious about your brain? If you could change one thing about your brain and make it better, what would that be? Just let me know. Memory, that's wonderful. Thank you. What else? What? Nice. What else? Excellent. What is it? Focus. How many of you would like better focus? Yeah? All of us. How about working less and getting more done? I hope everybody raises their hand for that, right? Nice. Look at that person over there. Do you all see him? He's ready. He rose that hand really high. Do you want to learn how to integrate the left and right sides of your brain in 30 seconds? Yes? You have to stand up. Everybody, please stand up. If you really want to learn, you got to stand up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to make you get up. This is, no, stand up. Keep standing. Yes. Okay. This is very weird, but this is called neurogymnastics. Okay? So bring your arms all the way up, all the way up, all the way up. Reach to your tippy toes. Stare at the tip of your nose. Now look at me and do this 6 times. Neurogymnastics. Seriously. Now arms up. This is very strange. Keep your arms like this and now breathe like this. I promise you this is super weird, but it does connect the left and right hemispheres of your brain like this. Like a dog panting. All right, inhale, arms up. All right, give yourself a round of applause. You did it. The hard part of the talk is over. I made you stand up. Thank you so much for doing this with me. Okay, so this was not planned, but I just wanted to get you guys excited. Tell me you don't feel a little more alert. Do you? A tiny bit? He does? Okay, good. In 30 seconds, before you have a business meeting, or before you have an important meeting, or before you see your family, bring your arms in your car, in the bathroom, and just do this. It makes look, he's doing it now. He wants the magic. This will make a big difference. Okay, so my name is Amna. I was born in Pakistan. Yes, isn't that amazing? Woo! I'm Afghani, and when I just moved to the US when I was young. So it's a real honor to be here. And I'm a neuroplasticity specialist. So what that means is I understand the brain and how to better the brain. And I work with people on doing that. So I want to share some tips and tricks with you on the brain. So please stick with me. It's different information than what you've probably learned. It's very cutting-edge research on neuroscience. Now, before I share that research with you, I'd like to begin and tell you a story about somebody that's really impacted my life. About this little girl who helped me do what I'm doing today. This drone is super funky, right? It's a little distracting as I tell this story. So I want you all just to please take a deep breath with me. Perfect. Picture this. There's a little girl. She's 9 years old. She's a very sensitive girl, and she's sitting in the back of a car. There's red everywhere. Red inside the car, the leather seats, her little thighs are sticking inside. Outside, the sun is setting and there's fiery red clouds everywhere. The crazy thing is, she's in this car and it's a strange car. And it's not moving. In the front seat is her mother, frozen. Her lips are pursed. On the other side is a man, and she doesn't recognize this man, but this man is holding onto the steering wheel as if his life depended on it. The air inside the car is thick and stale, kind of like sweat and metallic. All of a sudden, she hears banging on the door and on the window. She hears this banging. And she's frozen. She doesn't know what's going on. Get out of the car! Get out of the car! She doesn't know what's going on. She looks outside the car door, the car window, and she sees it's her uncle. And she gets really anxious. She wants to get out of the car. She peels and runs for the lever. And that strange man in the front seat holds her hand. He looks at her and he says, "Don't you understand? If you get out of this car, you will be kidnapped." Her mom finally breaks her silence, looks at the little girl, and says, "Honey, your dad was going to take you away. And he was never going to bring you back." She thought she was going on a holiday with her father. And instead, she was going to be kidnapped. You see, that's that little girl. Look familiar? That was me when I was 9 years old. And you see, that's me and my mom when we were in Pakistan. They had just immigrated over from Afghanistan. Now, when we were in the States, of course, my mom did something very different that's very taboo in our culture. She decided to divorce my father. And unfortunately, that kidnapping incident was one of many difficulties. He was a scary man, a violent man. And even though at 9 years old she was free from that experience, I felt incredibly trapped. That kidnapping incident made me feel trapped. And you see, our brains are like machines. Our brains are meaning-making machines. The meaning I made up about myself was I must be worthless if my own father wouldn't have enough empathy to keep me with my mom. You see, my mother wanted to divorce my father, and to spite her, he decided to kidnap the kids. I must be so worthless. And because there were multiple incidences of violence and ridicule and abuse, I made up a lot of meanings about myself. My brain was wired for pain. My brain was wired for expecting the worst. And this is a very, very important quote that I want you to know. It's not what happens to us. It's the meaning we make up about it that impacts us. Trauma in it of itself is not a bad thing. Trauma doesn't impact your brain. What impacts your brain is the definition and meaning you make up about it. So I want us to understand that. But because when we're very little, our brains are not fit to take on difficult times. So we as children personalize things. We're so egocentric as children. We think bad things are happening to me. I must be bad. We don't have the logic as children to say, wow, you know, my parent was unfit. We say, it's my fault. That's our safety mechanism, and this is global. Children in Japan, in China, in the US, in Africa, and Pakistan, the way human development is, we will always blame ourselves as children for anything that happens to us. We're not even aware of it. And I'd like to show you a video that exemplifies this. And I want to make sure that the video works. How do we play the video? I think they're going to do it on the laptop. This video is going to describe to you how human beings are wired when we're given limitation and difficulty. This is going to be an example that really clarifies how our brains are wired from the beginning. Now, I want to ask you a question. How many of you, and this might be very difficult to answer, how many of you in your life, while you can't relate to this experience of being in a car and almost kidnapped and then moved to the US, like, I know my story is very specific to me, but how many of you in your life have felt trapped in something or stuck in life? I know some of, there you go. Yes, yes. I know some of us right now may be feeling trapped at work. I know some of us may also be feeling trapped in relationships or with family. Maybe some of you were trapped on the way here in the Lahore traffic. I don't know. How many of you feel trapped by your inbox? Because it's always plotting against you, right? Yeah. See, the thing is, while you can't relate to my emotional experience, all of us have this human emotion of being stuck and trapped. That's the common thing here. But the question is, how do we untrap ourselves? How do we move past the glass ceiling of economic standards, of our personal limitations? What do we do? See, that's the crux of what this talk is about. Do you want to play the video? It's not working? Oh, you can just point to me when it works. We'll just be flexible. So, imagine you watched a very compelling video that changed your life, and now we're going to talk about the agenda of what you're going to learn today. So in this talk, you're going to learn about the science of neuroplasticity. How many of you actually know that big, silly, weird word, neuroplasticity? Anybody? Have you heard of it? Yeah? So, yeah, perfect. Neuro is your mind, Plasticity is this idea that your brain is plastic. At any age, science now tells us that we can change our brain and we can rewire our brain. My goal for you today, honestly, my sincere goal, if you stick with me for the next 25 minutes, if you can bear it, is for you to walk away with a process on understanding neuroplasticity and what you can do tonight for free on your own to begin to rewire your brain. That's my goal for you. I've developed a 6-step neuroplasticity process that I've researched for 18 years, worked with neuroscientists, some of the best people in the US, and it's going to be surprising. I'm going to share it with you at the end. So, I have a little bit of a confession to make. I used to think that feeling trapped or having emotions or feeling stuck or depressed or feeling anxious was for lazy people or, I don't know, other people. Those people, not me, not people like you and me. Do you agree? Having emotions and suffering from anxiety and depression was for people that couldn't manage their feelings. But what I realized is any instance that occurs when we're young leaves an imprint on the brain. And unless we understand what that imprint is, we're not able to rewire it. So that incident in that car became a metaphor for my life. You see, I spent so much time focusing on don't talk, don't trust, don't feel. It wasn't until I found neurolinguistics, the science of understanding your behaviors and emotions, that all that changed. Something really magical happened. From the time the kidnapping occurred, and many other instances, I spent my young adult years, my 20s, feeling horrible, feeling low. When I discovered neurolinguistics, I learned about the root cause of belief systems. And I started to slowly rewire my brain over the years, everything that I'd gone through, the meanings that I made up about myself. I was able to rewire, and the most magical thing happened. By doing my internal work, I was able to work with some of the best companies in the world. I was a minority, I was an immigrant woman, and all of a sudden, these organizations wanted my knowledge. I even started researching and working with some prominent people across the world. Amazing people, presidential candidates, all to understand this one question. Can we rewire our brain? Is it possible, and what does it take? You see, I had this one question. That one incident left me in a situation where if I was able to wire my brain from pain, was it possible that I could switch it? And of course, that's what neuroplasticity is. Your brain is like Play-Doh. Of course, we're able to do it. The question is how? So we're going to jump through the process, but I want you all to know that you can rewire your brain for love, for performance, for wealth. I know it sounds weird. How many of us would like to rewire our brain for wealth, actually? For money. It all stems, there you go, it all stems from our belief systems and understanding what we believe. Now, I want to take a step back and talk about why this is so hard. It all sounds exciting to be able to rewire your brain, and you heard me do it. But why is it so hard? Anybody have an idea of why it's so hard for us to rewire our brain? What neuroscientists are suggesting is that 95% of our thoughts and behaviors are unconscious. Anybody know what unconscious is? Unconscious is this emotion, it's in the back of your brain. It's in the other conscious. It's something you're not aware of. A lot of us in our life, we want control and we think we're in control. But a lot of our behaviors, a lot of our actions are driven by our belief system from this part of our brain. The front part of our brain is called the prefrontal cortex. This part of our brain only controls 10% of our thoughts and behaviors. Maybe 5, really. The other conscious is your computer programming from a young age. How many of you are familiar with software engineering and programming? Yeah, okay, good, finally. Yes, right? You program a software, you give it inputs on how to act and how to behave, right? Because you want it to function in a certain way. That's exactly how our brains work. Our brains are programmed and wired by the input that it's given. But a lot of times when we're little, we don't have positive inputs. We have ridicule, we have shame, we have cultural beliefs. Don't do that. You're not allowed. Don't be ashamed. Don't be shameful for the family name. Don't make me look bad. So we end up feeling smaller and smaller. This is a global stat. Now, I want to share another statistic with you that is really crazy. Do you know that we have up to 60,000 thoughts per day? Like right now, you've had thousands of thoughts. You've been like, who is this weirdo woman talking to me about the brain? Literally, we have up to 60,000 thoughts per day, and 8 out of 10 of those thoughts are negative. So I'm not taking it personally if you're thinking negative thoughts about me or about yourself. Thank you. Yeah. No. The funny thing also, it's not funny, it's actually, maybe it's comical. 95% of our thoughts are from yesterday. Almost all the thoughts you've had today are from yesterday. And in order to build neuroplasticity, we need to calm down our brains enough to absorb different thoughts. I want you all to understand this. You can hear a lot of things, but if it doesn't absorb, it's not going to land. So in order for us to change our brains, we have to allow new thoughts to sink in. Now, how do we allow new thoughts to sink in? What is the magic potion to make our thoughts sink? Anybody have an idea? What do you think is the #1 way to absorb information? Focus, yes. What else? What do you think is the fastest way that you can absorb information? Looking at things, listening to things. What do you think? Huh? Writing it? Okay, what else? Huh? Okay, yeah. Maybe it's this. No, just kidding. Anybody have a final guess? Visual, okay. Let me share a secret with you. The #1 way to absorb new information is to activate your emotional center of your brain. Over 100 years of research that neuroscientists have done and habit formation, what they've realized is that habits take between 18 days and 250 days to build a habit. Now, why does it take some people 18 days, and why does it take some people 250 days to build a habit? Anyone know? Absorption level, exactly. The main distinguisher of you building a habit, if it takes you 18 days, and of you building a habit that takes 250 days, is your emotions. It's called limbic friction. The more emotional resistance you have, the harder it is to implement something. So that's why this is so challenging for us to rewire our brain. How many of us are like actually thinking about our emotions and feelings on a daily basis? Yeah, a little bit. But it's really hard for human beings because why? We're task-oriented, we're busy. We're not leaving space to process our emotions. The more you process your emotions, the faster your brain works. The more your brain changes. I know this is crazy. I want you to remember something. Can everybody read this? I'm going to try something silly and people are leaving, but the ones that are here, I want you to do it with me. What has been wired can be rewired. So when I say what has been wired, I'm going to point to you and you're going to say rewired. What has been wired can be? Yes! This is the main thing I want you to understand. What has been wired? Yes, and I'll teach you how. Lots of build-up. So I want to share some additional stats with you because we have this addiction to misery, especially in the United States. Anxiety and depression in the United States is the highest of many, many countries. Why? Huh? Pressure. Yeah. This is a global statistic that 85% of people at work are disengaged. That means only 15% of people globally are actually engaged? That's nuts. 1 in 5 people experience depression and anxiety. That means 1 in 5 people here in this room have experienced it at some point. What's even crazier is past the pandemic, after the pandemic, depression and anxiety rates have gone up by 20%. Well, what do we do? Unresolved trauma alone costs the global economy $1 trillion in productivity. This is not a personal problem. This is not a weird, hippie Afghan girl saying, peace, love, understand your emotions. Although that's kind of it too. But it's also about understanding that we have a real crisis of emotions on our hands. And particularly, I'm so proud of all the men that are here. Congratulations to all the men, because men suffer even stronger from not accessing their emotions. And thank you for all the women being here, because you'll understand even deeper about the emotions. So I'm going to get into the promised land. What does it look like when we've rewired our brain? Imagine that you can make a mistake without feeling like one. Imagine that you can wake up feeling happy. Imagine that when you get feedback, you don't see it as failure, but you actually see it as feedback. And I actually want to say something. So what we want to remember is what has been wired can be rewired. So I'd like to go into this process now of how we do it. What is the process for us to make this happen? The very first thing is that we want to understand, in order to understand and change our brain, and in order for us to understand our emotions, we want to reflect on our pain. Epigenetics is a scientific term that suggests we inherit our parents' trauma. So researchers have looked at Holocaust survivors and their kids. And the kids had the same tears in their DNA as their parents, even without having gone through the Holocaust. That's generational trauma. Biology tells us that we inherit our parents' pain. And if, I don't know about you, but my family has gone through tremendous pain. And just because they went through pain, I was predisposed to feeling more anxious, to suffering from depression. I want you to do something tonight. Please write this down. If you have a pen and paper or with your phone, write this down. You don't have to do it now. But think about this. Think about your mother's biggest fear. And think about your father's biggest fear. Tonight, when you have a moment to really digest this, and think about your biggest fear, and recognize if they're correlated, you will be amazed. My mom's biggest fear was not being safe. My dad's biggest fear was being taken advantage of. And you know what? I ended up having a fear of being taken advantage of. So tonight, just do that homework. You don't have to know it now, but that's how you know you've inherited epigenetic pain, the generational trauma, and that's controlling your neurology. And if we want to rewire our brain, if we want to rewire our brain for love or rewire it for happiness, we've got to understand what our beliefs are about ourselves. See, beliefs are a lens of the world, right? My culture, our religion, the country tells us what we should believe. But also your brain is programmed with lots of beliefs and some limiting about yourself. So if we want to rewire our brain for happiness, we have to take a step back and understand what is limiting us. That's very, very important. You know, a lot of times people say, you know, focus on your feelings, understand your emotions, but it's hard. Don't you agree? A lot of times people would say to me, Amina, how are you feeling? And I'd say, I don't know, you know? Because the part of your brain that controls language doesn't control emotions. How many times have you been really stressed out and somebody tells you to calm down, right? And you don't even know what to say, but you just feel that anxiety. One of the best ways to understand your emotions is to figure out what you're angry at. Figure out what you're resentful for. Figure out what pisses you off. Writing that down, naming your feelings, does the most prolific thing I've heard of in 2025. In the last 30 days. This is so crazy. When I name a feeling, I'm feeling scared, I'm feeling sad, I'm feeling worried. It moves information from the fear part of your brain to the front part of your brain. Why is that important? The reason it's important is because when you name an emotion, it actually makes the front part of your brain bigger. It enhances your prefrontal cortex. When we feel a lot of emotion and anxiety, it shrinks the front part of your brain. So it's very, very important that we name it. And what happens is when you name an emotion, your brain builds new pathways to handle that emotion better for the next time. Rewiring limiting beliefs, understanding your resentments, is one of the best ways to build neuroplasticity. It's not about complaining. It's about understanding your emotions. Complaining and blaming people is different. It's about actually talking about, I feel sad, I feel afraid, to someone safe. Now, I'd like to share a case study about this gentleman, Matthias, who was kind of a person that never accessed his feelings, and he had this limiting belief that who I am is not capable. He started to do this neuroplasticity work, and after a year, he saved his company, and he significantly increased revenue. So random. He also wrote a bestseller for Amazon, just by changing his beliefs. The third thing, and this is the most important thing I want you to know, is that we have to work deeply. Working deeply, according to neuroscientists and Cal Newport, is that we've had to have undistracted time for 90 minutes to work on a problem. So if you have, if you have this resentment or anxiety, what the research shows is if you spend 90 minutes just writing about it, talking about it, going on a walk, magical things happen. The number one thing that happens that's so awesome is when you spend undistracted time and you spend 90 minutes working on this particular issue, you start to produce this gel in your brain. And this gel in your brain is called myelin. Myelin is your brain's superpower because when you start producing myelin in your brain, it accelerates retention, it accelerates comprehension by 1,400%. So you're telling me that all I have to do is spend 90 minutes focusing on one task, on an emotion, writing, journaling, whatever, and it builds significant neuroplasticity because of this gel that's produced in your brain. And it only happens if you have undistracted time for up to 90 minutes. So far, if you want to learn to rewire your brain for success and positivity, the first thing we have to do is recognize that we have limiting beliefs, that we have pain, and it didn't start with us. The second thing is we have to understand and really name these limiting beliefs. Now, this is how you can do it. This is not 12 steps, this is 5, but 12-step is 12-step recovery, like Alcoholics Anonymous, or it's very popular in the US. Those addiction programs teach these people that suffer from addiction that if we can resolve our resentments, you can be free from addiction. This is also an incredible way to understand your emotions. So if anybody's curious and brave to do this 90-minute exercise, I promise you by the end of it, you will start building new neural pathways. So the first step is you figure out who and what do I resent? Why am I angry? The second thing is you figure out how does it harm me? Then you figure out what is my part and what is my limiting belief and the solution. So I'll give you an example. This is a made-up example, but think about it. I resent my coworker because he quit or stole money from me. I'm making this up. How does it harm me? It harms my pocketbook, my safety, my security. What is my part? My part is that my part is not blaming yourself. It's about taking responsibility. When we take responsibility, it frees our emotions. So understanding what your part is in the situation. Well, my part was that, I knew that he was a little difficult to work with, but I still worked with him. Maybe the limiting belief is what you believe that's limiting about yourself. Like, I don't deserve to work with good people. And then the final piece is, what's the best solution? What action can you take right now that can resolve this for you? Once we do this deep work, once we figure this out, we just want to rest. Anytime you do some emotional work or difficult work, we rest for 11 minutes. Neuroplasticity happens through rest. When we change our perceptions, when we shift our mind, we need to be able to rest and then automatically reset with logic. So when you open your mind up to the emotions and you figure out, what am I resentful for? What do I fear? Why am I angry? What's my part? You've really expanded the back part of your brain. What we want to do after that is rest, but then right after, for 15 minutes, we want to do something very logical because it connects the right and left hemispheres of our brain. Something logical like looking at your schedule for next week. God forbid, doing your accounting, looking at your numbers. That's an incredible way to reset with logic. So, when we think about rewiring our brain, rewiring it for love, rewiring it for wealth, rewiring our brain for happiness, rewiring it for peace. And we actually want to do something about it. What you want to do is first recognize it didn't start with you. Start to recognize your emotions. Figure out your limiting beliefs. Think about and examine your resentments. Follow any formula. You could follow this formula about your resentments. Take a rest, do something logical, and you will see this incredible process happen. Once you do this process, it's a total of 2 hours. You are going to start producing this new amazing process called neurogenesis. Neurogenesis is where new pathways build that were not there before. And the fastest way to create change and rewire our brain is by accessing these emotions. The final thing we want to do is drop everything after you've done that exercise. I think the slides went down. Is really begin to envision the life you want. That's the very final thing. Think about, what is it that you're seeking in your life? Where do you want to be? Begin to visualize your desires. Has anybody heard of that research study with basketball players who had done visualization? So Carnegie Mellon did this incredible study, and they separated 2 basketball teams. And they asked one basketball team, I want you to practice your free throws for 30 minutes every day for 30 days. Then they asked another team to just visualize their free throws for 30 minutes for 30 days. Now, the group that actually practiced the free throws improved their free throws by 26%. The group that just visualized it improved their free throws by 24%. We're talking a 2% variance just by visualizing. Your brain can't tell the difference between real and perceived. Every single time you visualize what you want, you're building new pathways. You're rewiring your brain. Now, Dr. Tara Swart, anybody know her? She's a pretty famous neuroscientist. She says the brain wires itself to align with the thoughts you repeatedly feed it. Your vision shapes your biology. So I want you all just to take a moment, and if you'd like, you can just close your eyes and think about the life that you want to have. Think about one thing that you'd like to create that would make you really happy. Get a sense of what you're willing to do for that. Because if we're wired to believe we can't have it, economics aside, culture aside, if we don't believe that we can have it, our brain will reinforce that. So I want you to think about this one topic. What has been wired can absolutely be rewired. Can absolutely be rewired, and the emotions are the catalyst for our change. And for me, what I thought about and why I do this work is for this little girl. And I want you to think about yourself, of this little boy or this little girl. Every time you're mean to yourself, you're yelling at this little child inside of you. We want to learn to rewire our pain so we can be a little nicer to ourselves. The nicer we are to ourselves, the faster our brain operates. That is the key message. What has been wired can be... Yes, thank you. And this, if you'd like to get in contact with me, yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Meena. That was a very thorough and enjoyably interactive session. A lot to take away and ponder over, I'm sure. Moving on to our next segment and introducing Mohammed Danyal. He is a chief cloud architect at Advania, Norway, with a segment on the future of data and AI. He has a very interesting segment for you guys to follow along. Let's give a hand to Mr. Danyal.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome to Future of Data and AI. And I heard about you guys joining some sessions from yesterday, and a lot of speakers talk about AI and some of the practical examples and some of the concepts they shared with you. So I have prepared some demo for you guys, and I have few slides which I can actually run through it, but we have some demo preparation, and then I have to just demonstrate you about data in AI. So let's talk about few sessions. Some of the speakers talk about the AIs and trustabilities and how you can use some of the application which is more related to AI stuff and for the future of AI and practical application and so on. So I've actually introduced myself, first of all. My name is Mohammad Danial, and I'm a Chief Cloud Architect at Adwania. And I'm one of the youngest MVPs in Pakistan back to 2016. And I'm consecutively 3 times MVP on Azure platform. And I'm 9-time Microsoft certified trainer and working for Microsoft for the last 13 years as a Microsoft most relevant professional, Microsoft community contributor, Microsoft certified trainer. And now I'm actually work with Adwania as a chief cloud architect. And I'm based in Norway for the last 10 years. And I'm here for you guys to present you and demonstrate about the data in AI stuff. So without any delay, let me just showcase about how we can actually know about the data and Fabric and Microsoft Azure AI Foundry. So let's talk about Azure AI services. So when we talk about Azure AI services, we have languages, speech, vision, and generative AI. So how we can actually use these kind of application in terms of the data and how the data can work with the AI. So how you can actually train your validate data and you can generative AI and how they can actually work and you can maintain your data teams and also you can actually work with a different way of applications and you can speech. You can go with any industry. It could be entertainment industry. It could be logistics, health sector, and so on. So that's the one you can actually go about the text analytics, and you have a language understanding, translation, speak recognition, and so on. So I have a very early demo, which is more related to how we can actually explore Azure AI Foundry. And I can create a live demo, which is more related to chatbot, which is ChatGPT Mini 4.0. And also, we can actually deploy application, which is the subdomain application on Azure platform. And then you guys can actually, I believe, can access on your internet. And then you can write something on top of it. So this is the one we can actually Azure AI documentation. And we have vision of AI. It's a huge topic. I usually take 3 or 4 days. It's actually the 4 days training. We can actually empower organization, individual, and professional about that AI, but here we have a limited time, and you guys are waiting for the this session or maybe the next session for the whole day. So it's best I can directly jump to the demonstration and demonstrate you about what exactly the practical application and how you can use Azure AI Foundry and Microsoft Fabric on top of it. So what you have in AI for software engineers. So if you talk about coding stuff and talk about Python, Java, consuming APIs, and which is actually the unified platform for developers. So you can easily develop your application on Azure AI Foundry and how you can actually train your model first. And after training your model, you can actually prompt engineering stuff and how you can actually use this engineering stuff and different languages or different kind of deployment you can deploy using Azure and Microsoft technology so far. So here we have some basic AI architecture pattern, which is data injection and preparation. Here I talk about the Microsoft Fabric stuff, which you can actually use for the model training and optimization to train and fine-tune your model based on specific requirements and model deployment and monitoring stuff, which is deploy production environment and track their performance. So that actually I will demonstrate you about how you can actually create a GPT 4.0 mini, and I will create web apps, and this is the web app. I can actually train the model first and then deploy it, and then we can actually use a deploy application in a ChatGPT 4.0. So this is actually the accelerate AI adoption with Azure AI Foundry. This is the one actually Microsoft announced in 28th of November, 2024, which is a new product or a new platform will come up, which is AI Foundry. And now I actually did a project in December. So this is the first time I'm presenting in Pakistan. And I believe there's no one actually presented so far till the date, 28th November till now. So that's I prepare. So less talk and more demo and some of the practical approach so you guys can learn and see how you can actually use this AI and data world in a practically manner. So this is the way you can actually use enhancing scalabilities and acceleration deployment, and also you can actually secure your application in a one unified platform, which is Fabric One. So yes, this is another topic, but this is the one is actually the Microsoft Fabric and the data team. So people talk about the data analytics stuff, and data scientists, and real-time analysis stuff. So you have a unified platform called Microsoft Fabric. So first of all, you have a data. Once you have a data, so how you can actually train your data first, and your data would be trained and validate, and how you can actually use AI on top of your data. And most of the organization, they're really interested, and they actually hire some software engineers and some business owners. They can sit with them and they can talk about how we can actually validate data on top of the AI model. So this is one of the platform. And by the way, this is one of the DP600 course. I'm certified on DP600, which is the very latest certification. Talk about 1.5 years. And this is the one we talk about data engineering, data analysis, and all the whole platform can come up. I will take 5 to 6 minutes if my Hyper-V machine allows me and internet allows me to actually train some of the model. So I will demonstrate you about Microsoft Fabric stuff and how you can actually use Fabric and what kind of Fabric certification and some kind of licensing and trial version you can use this way. So now I'm just quickly go through my slides. So it's best because this slide is completely based on the demo and some of the exercises I have prepared, so which I will cover in the demonstration so far. But this is actually the very quick shot. You guys can have an idea about what is actually Fabric when I was demonstrating AI Foundry and so on. So this is the one is actually creating your own generative AI requirement, which is a powerful AI modeling and clean data loss after AI. So how actually Azure AI plus Microsoft Fabric and boundless possibilities for you. So how you have a data and you have a AI modeling and how you can use the data and AI in a nutshell. So this is the one. You have a built enterprise chat application to uncover insight using natural language from structured, unstructured, and real-time data when we talk about the machine learning stuff. So we have a trained model, and we have Explorer about playground and playground chat we have in Azure AI Foundry, which I will demonstrate you, and which is we have analyzed your interfaces, customized your machine learning models, and we have a lot of models which we can actually use it. And now the future will agent services. So we have to create an agent, and agent work as a services. So that's the way we'll see about how AI and Fabric can work together and give a leverages about the boundless possibilities too. In the same way, you can actually, how we can empower your data team with the accelerator productivity with Copilot. This is a very huge topic about Copilot stuff, which is a Microsoft itself, a Copilot when we can integrate it with the data platform. And you can use the Copilot for your agent actually help you out about the data stuff. Again, this is the one for Fabric one. So we have stay focused on unlocking values and AI insight, which is driven by actionable and built-in class in AI, and also you can generate your data, which is AI expertise grounded of your data. So now, my favorite part is actually the demo. So I will show you about the demo and how we can actually use this Azure AI Foundry and what is actually Microsoft Fabric we have. Give me a second so I can just track my screen here. OK, so here we go. So this is actually Azure AI Foundry, which is the platform. So I'm going to do, and I just create a new project, and then I can deploy web apps and train the model. So first of all, what I can do, I can actually create a project here. And here is the project name, should be Spotcom dash Future Fest 2020. Okay, so let me just create this project name here. Okay, so this is a subscription thing. So what I can do, I have to change my subscription. So I have an alternative one, so which I can use here. By the way, I have a couple of subscriptions, so that's why the subscription not allow me. So that's why I just jump into my personal Visual Studio subscription. And using the Visual Studio subscription, I can create a new project. The one. So here I can create a new project the same way. And I can create the same name here. Scott Future Fest 2025. And here we go. It's going to take a few seconds because sometimes Microsoft servers and and internet, they can take some time to create services. Until it's created this one, so I can show you another thing. Yeah, here we go. So I have created a project which is called Spotcom Future Fest 2025, and here I have a model here. So here we have a project, and I can go with the model catalog. And here's the model catalog where I can find myriads of template, or you can say that the agents. So here I have some agents. So I will talk about Llama 3.5, 70B, GPT 4.0 mini, which is the latest one. I will use this one, but here is actually a lot of models and different licensing and fine-tuned tasks is available. So it's up to you. You can choose anyone, but in this demo, I'm going to show you about GPT 4.0 mini, which is the latest one. I think so. It's actually March 2024, which is the latest one. What I can do, I can just click on this one, and here I have a model here. Which is generally available in input and maximum size, deprecated, and this is the supported languages. This are the text, image, and audio. And here we have mini suppose 3.5 turbo, and the other small model we can use this way. So what I can do now, I can click on deploy. And it's going to take 1 minute or maybe more than 1 minute to deploy this application. So here I can use deployment name, Spotcom, Future Fest 25. And here is actually my deployment type. Here I can choose a global standard or data zone or standard and global batch and so on. So I get to go with the standard. And here I have the model versioning, which I go with the default way. And this is my connected AI resources, which is I have created in East US region. And here is actually the token per minute. So approximate is actually the 5K default one, but I can increase the token of the call of APIs I can create it so far. So I don't need an enable dynamic quota, so I just toggle off and let deploy this GPT 4.0 mini. So here we have some endpoint here, which is endpoint for authentication for your authentic type, and monitoring and safety one. And here we have some open playground. When I click on the playground, so where I can actually train my model first, and then I can deploy these web application on top of this way. For example, I can give instruction. For example, I can train a model, for example, what is actually the Future Fest, and for how many years they are using, and who is actually owned and organized, and blah, blah, blah. When I train this model, and then I deploy my application in the chatbot, you can actually write anything. It will be response to you in a text way, in an image, in an audio. Or they will actually give you some response on top of it. So now we have deployed this one, and I'm going to open a playground here, which is open playground. And by the way, this is actually Azure AI Foundry. A few services are still in preview. Because as I told you, Microsoft announced in Ignite a couple of months ago, and few services still in preview. So some services not allow me to actually create one, and some services is actually not in the region basis. So something is not working. If any cases, when you are actually exploring or this AI Foundry or Azure OpenAI stuff, so no need to be worried about it. So it's actually it's preview version. So here we have versioning, and here I can actually train my models. So I have actually text here, which I can write here away. OK, so what I can do, I can actually deploy these GPT-40 Mini on a web app. So I can click on deploy as a web app. I can click on web app, and here I can use a domain, spot.com, Future Fest. OK. And here I can choose a subscription. So this is very important part. For example, I have a Visual Studio subscription, which is 150 USD per month, which I can use this way. But if you are a student, so you have a different subscription, so you can use enterprise subscription and different way of subscription you can use this way. But I am using my own personal MCT subscription, Microsoft Certified Trainer subscription. So I have a Visual Studio subscription, and I have a credit. So I can use this one, and after this session, I can kill the instance and shut down the services. It's not going to bill me continuously. Here I can click on Visual Studio Enterprise subscription, and let me choose a resource group. I can choose a resource group. By the way, this resource group I have already created. Where I can create it, I can show you here. Portal.azure. If I'm not go to the portal or Azure, best practice I can create from here. But the best practice is that you can go to the Azure portal, and then you can create a resource group and create services with a resource group. OK, so here I have some resource group here. And I'm going to choose RG Daniel Salim 2711 AI. OK. So far, I have few application and some keywords and different kind of application I have it. What I can do, I can choose the same resource group here and choose the location. Location could be Norwest, and the pricing model. So that's the one you can actually choose the basic, free tiers. It'll depend on the tier modeling you can choose. You can use the premium one, basic one, and standard one. So I think I can go with the basic one because I'm just going to deploy my web apps. B1 and enhance the chat history web app. I don't need it, and I can deploy. Before deploy this application, you have this view pricing. Yes, it's a very expensive services. Few services on the cloud is not free, and it's not cheap when you're working on the cloud, especially Microsoft Azure and stuff. And few services, especially security and monitoring, application insight, and pipelining. These are actually one of the expensive services. So you can actually check your pricing calculator here, or you can go to TCO, total cost of ownership in Azure, so where you can actually estimate your cost first, and then you can create your services. But this is a demo, so we have a very short time, so that's why I'm just creating a demo or maybe step-by-step procedure. Here you can check app services plan. So now it's the basic one. I'm going to deploy. It takes few minutes, maybe a 1 or 2, but it's still in the preview version. So Microsoft very soon announced the Microsoft Entra will be integrated for the AD connection, Active Directory, but the new name is actually Microsoft Entra, so they can actually use this way. So this is our deployment status. So I can click on deployment tab, and here I can see my deployment phases. So yes, this is actually deployment status is running. And I can go with the portal. And let me check with my phone as well when it's deployed. So I will check over here. It's going to take a few seconds or maybe a minute to deploy it. Before it's deployed, I'm going to show you about the playground where you can actually chat with the playground, and here's the model you have. For example, I can train here. I didn't train anything. I just write message. And this is actually the chat one. Once I train the model and it's actually chat box, I can write it down and then I can get some answers for top of it. So here we have a deployment stuff. So where I can go with the deploy tab again, and let me check it's deployed or not. Okay, spot come here. It's still deploying, so the status is running in North Europe and managed by Azure Portal, so we have to wait a bit. And before this one, I'm going to show you another very quick overview about Microsoft Fabric. So I have already my Hyper-V up and running. This is the one, for example, I can see some faces here, restaurants mostly. So I can switch to Urdu, they can actually won't track with me as well. So for example, आपके पास अगर एक प्लेटफॉर्म है और जो माइक्रोसॉफ्ट फैब्रिक पे है और आप यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में पढ़ रहे हैं और आप ये चाह रहे हैं कि मैं उसी चीज़ को लेके अपनी कंटिन्यूटी करूँ जो लेटेस्ट स्टेट ऑफ द आर्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज चल रही है ग्लोबली इंडस्ट्रीज़ के अंदर, और मैं वो सीखना चाह रहा हूँ, कोई कोर्सेज नहीं हो रहा है, या वो चीज़ ऐसी है कि मैं बहुत पीछे हूँ, यहाँ पे अभी बात हो रही है एक्सेल की और इन हाउस सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप्ड हो रहा है, लेकिन एक ग्लोबली एक पूरे प्लेटफॉर्म्स है जो कि यूनिफाइड प्लेटफॉर्म है फॉर द डेटा साइंटिस्ट, डेटा एनालिटिक्स, डेटा इंजीनियर, मशीन लर्निंग इंजीनियर, एआई, सो फॉर सो ऑन। तो किस तरीके से आप इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे जाके आप ट्रेन हो सकते हैं और आप ये लैब्स परफॉर्म कर सकते हैं जिसमें आपको प्रॉपर गाइड और सारी चीज़ें आपको स्टेप बाय स्टेप गाइड होगी। तो ये बेसिकली स्केलेबल ऑन डिमांड एक लैब है जो कि मैंने ऑलरेडी परचेज की है ताकि मैं आपको डेमोस्ट्रेट में दिखा सकूं और किस तरीके से आप इसको फ्री लाइसेंसिंग को यूज़ करते हुए माइक्रोसॉफ्ट फैब्रिक अकाउंट के अंदर आप यूज़ कर सकते हैं। यूजुअली होता ये है कि कुछ क्रेडेंशियल्स ऐसे होते हैं माइक्रोसॉफ्ट के जो कि आप इंटरप्राइज लेवल पे यूज़ करते हैं, उसके अंदर इश्यूज़ ये होता है कि आपके पास या तो कोई यूनिवर्सिटी का कोई डोमेन हो, फॉर एग्जांपल लाहौर पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और कराची यूनिवर्सिटीज़ और व्हाटएवर, और उस डोमेन के थ्रू आप एक्सेस करें अपनी वेब एप्लीकेशन और जो भी कोई इस तरीके इंटरप्राइज लेवल सोल्यूशन प्लेटफॉर्म है। लेकिन इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे होगा ये कि आप इस तरीके से ऑलरेडी एक इन्वायरमेंट हाइपर-वी मशीन पे क्रिएट हुआ हुआ है, आप उसके ऊपर जाके इंस्ट्रक्शन फॉलो करेंगे एंड देन यू कैन कंटिन्यू इट। So yeah, ये एक प्लेटफॉर्म है। So I think I don't have much time, so I just jump into the AI stuff. So वहाँ पे मैं आके डिप्लॉय करके जो आपका जो चैट बॉट है हम उसको यूज़ कर सकें। Okay, so I actually deploy the simple web application here, but it's going to take much time to deploy, unfortunately. So मेरे पास time थोड़ा सा कम है तो we have to just call off here. But again, here's actually the quick overview about the AI Foundry जो कि आप use कर सकते हैं अपने platform के ऊपर AI.Azure Foundry, and here you can actually train your model, deploy your application first, and here you can actually use the AI and Optima Foundry. So that's the one. So we have running out of time, so unfortunately I prepared 2-3 demos, but we have only 30-minute slot, so I think we are good to go from that side. But this is the deploy one application, and this is the train model I can use for AI modeling and model catalog so far. So yeah, thank you so much. If you have any questions on the backstage, you can feel free to reach out to me, and this is my LinkedIn. You can just connect me here. Okay, so thank you so much. Thank you.
Some terrific stuff there, and that's all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, Mr. Daniel. An announcement, we've made arrangements for dinner and refreshments for our honorable speakers and distinguished guests. This is at the University of Lahore. So allow me to formally extend an invitation as I request you all to join us there as we move on to winding up the evening. It has been a colorful day and a remarkably diverse panel of speakers. There's a lot to take away from all the various perspectives we heard today, and I think we've seen the vision of Future Fest come to fruition. There's been compelling discourse and talks to motivate and pioneer innovation and development. We had international speakers, delegations join us on a common stage, and we look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for Day 3 of Future Fest 2025, where we have so much more planned. Truly, thank you so much. You guys were brilliant and so admirably patient. See you all tomorrow, and we bid you adieu. Thank you.